I often find myself thinking back to that morning when the first of the anonymous letters arrived. It came with the breakfast post, and I picked it up with the idle curiosity of someone whose days stretch out long and empty, where even the smallest event must be stretched thin to fill the hours. I noticed it was a local letter, the address typed neatly across the envelope. I opened it before the others. One from London was clearly another bill, and the other bore the familiar, tedious handwriting of a particularly dull cousin. It seems strange now, almost laughable, to remember that my sister Joanna and I were more entertained than alarmed by its contents. We had no idea, not the slightest clue of what was coming, the awful chain of suspicion, the fear, and the violence that would follow. One simply didn't imagine such things happening in a place like Limstock. I realize I've started this all wrong. I haven't even explained about Limstock. After my flying accident, a bad crash that left me in pieces, I spent a long time convinced, despite all the reassuring talk from doctors and nurses, that I'd be a permanent invalid, strapped to a bed for the rest of my days. Eventually, they cut me out of the plaster shell and I began, very cautiously, to learn how to use my limbs again. Finally, my doctor, Marcus Kent, gave me a hearty slap on the back and delivered his verdict. I would be fine, but I had to disappear to the countryside and live like a cabbage for at least half a year. Find some sleepy corner where you don't know a soul, he said. Get away from everything. Develop a passion for parish council disputes, feast on village gossip, drink in all the local scandal. Think small, that's the medicine for you. Absolute rest and quiet. Rest and quiet. The irony of that now is almost delicious. And so Limstock it was, and Little Furs. Limstock had been a place of some significance back in the days of the Norman conquest. By the 20th century, its importance had utterly evaporated. It was a small provincial market town 3 miles from the nearest proper road, with the sweeping moors rising behind it. Little Furs sat on the lane that wound up toward those moors. It was a prim, low house painted white, with a sloping Victorian veranda the color of faded moss. My sister Joanna took one look at it and declared it the perfect spot for an invalid. Its owner was a perfect match for the property, a charming, utterly Victorian little old lady named Miss Emily Barton, who confided to Joanna that she would never have considered letting her house, if things weren't so different nowadays, what with this dreadful taxation. So it was all settled. The papers were signed, and in due course Joanna and I arrived with our bags to take possession, while Miss Emily Barton, with many a sigh, moved into rooms in Limstock kept by her former parlor-maid, her faithful Florence. We were to be looked after by Miss Barton's current maid, Partridge, a woman of grim efficiency, assisted by a local girl who came in daily. After we'd been given a few days to unpack and arrange the furniture, the good people of Limstock began, with solemn formality, to pay their calls. Everyone in Limstock seemed to carry a distinct label, a collection of characters straight out of a game of happy families, as my sister Joanna liked to put it. There was the lawyer, Mr. Symington, all sharp angles and dry wit, forever shadowed by his fretful, bridge-obsessed wife. Then came Dr. Griffith, the town's brooding physician, and his robust, cheerful sister. The vicar was a kindly, distracted old scholar, perpetually trailed by his excitable, bright-eyed wife. We had the wealthy amateur, Mr. Pye of Prior's End, and of course the quintessential village spinster, Miss Emily Barton. Joanna handled these social cards with a sort of reverence. I had no idea, she whispered, utterly amazed, that people still did formal calling with cards. That, I informed her, is because your world is paved with city streets. Joanna is all sparkle and vivacity, drawn to glittering dance floors, sophisticated drinks, romantic dramas, and the roar of a fast engine. She is, through and through, a creature of the metropolis. Well, at least I looked the part, Joanna declared. I gave her a thorough inspection and couldn't concur. Joanna's outfit, a chic creation from Miroton meant for country sport, was delightful but entirely too polished for Limstock. Not even close, I told her. You should be in a worn tweed skirt with a soft cashmere sweater, maybe a loose cardigan over it. A felt hat, thick stockings, and some scuffed brogues would complete the picture. Frankly, your face is all wrong, too. What's wrong with my face? I'm wearing my country tan makeup, shade number 2. Precisely the problem, I said. If you actually lived here, you'd use just a hint of powder to dull the shine on your nose, and you'd most certainly have all of your eyebrows, not just a carefully curated quarter of them." Joanna just laughed, insisting that country life was a fresh adventure she intended to relish. "I'm worried you'll be desperately bored," I said, feeling a pang of guilt. "Not a chance," she replied. Truthfully, I was exhausted by my usual crowd. And though you won't believe me, I was genuinely heartbroken over Paul. It will take ages to recover. I was doubtful. Joanna's romantic pursuits always followed the same weary script. She would become wildly infatuated with some languid, self-proclaimed, misunderstood artist, endure his endless grievances, and labor to secure his success. His inevitable ingratitude would then shatter her until the next moody genius appeared, which was typically a matter of weeks, not months. I didn't credit her heartbreak, but I could see the novelty of village life captivating my glamorous sister. She dove into the ritual of returning social calls with genuine enthusiasm. We accepted invitations for tea and bridge, and issued our own in return. To us, it was all a charming and amusing new diversion, so when that first anonymous letter arrived, my initial reaction, I confess, was to find it rather funny. For a long moment after opening it, I just stared, baffled. Someone had cut printed words from a page and pasted them onto a sheet of paper. The message, couched in the vilest language, stated in no uncertain terms that the writer believed Joanna and I were not siblings at all. "What is it?" Joanna asked, noticing my expression. "It's a particularly vile piece of mail from a coward," I said, still reeling. "Somehow, you don't anticipate that brand of filth in the tranquil backwater of Limstock." Joanna immediately perked up with keen interest. "Really?"
What does it say? In stories, I've observed, gentlemen usually shield ladies from such disgusting anonymous letters, protecting their delicate sensibilities. I'm afraid it never crossed my mind to shelter Joanna. I handed her the letter immediately. She proved my faith in her resilience by reacting not with horror, but with a snort of disbelief. "What a piece of trash. I've always heard about these things, but I've never seen one. Are they always this? Creative?"
"Your guess is as good as mine," I admitted. "It's a first for me, too." Then Joanna began to giggle. "You were absolutely right about my appearance, Jerry. I guess they just assume I must be some loose woman you brought along." "That," I replied, "combined with the fact our father was a tall, dark man with a strong jaw and our mother was a petite, fair-haired woman with blue eyes. I favor him and you are the image of her." Joanna considered this with a nod.
"It's true. We're nothing alike. No one would ever guess we're related." "Someone clearly didn't," I said, my voice thick with irritation. Joanna admitted she found the whole thing rather amusing at first. She held the letter up, pinched between her fingers. "What on earth do we do with this?" The proper response, as I understand it, I told her, is to toss it into the fire with a suitably sharp and disgusted remark. I immediately demonstrated, and Joanna clapped her hands together in mock appreciation. "Perfectly performed," she declared. "You missed your calling for the theater. Thank goodness, we still have a real fireplace." "It certainly wouldn't have been as effective in the wastebasket," I agreed. "I suppose I could have lit a match to it, watching the flames slowly consume it. Nothing ever burns properly when you want it to." Joanna sighed, rising from her chair and moving to the window. She turned back abruptly, her expression shifting from amusement to curiosity. "Who do you suppose wrote it?" "We'll likely never know," I said. "No," she murmured after a moment. "I suppose not." She was quiet, then added, "You know, thinking about it now, it isn't really that funny. I thought people here liked us." "They do," I assured her. "This is just the work of someone with a twisted mind, right on the edge." "I suppose so. It's just nasty." As she stepped out into the morning sun, I lit a cigarette, agreeing silently with her assessment. It was unpleasant. Someone resented our arrival in this quiet town. Someone begrudged Joanna her vibrant, sophisticated charm. They wanted to cause pain. Laughing it off was the wise approach, but underneath, it wasn't humorous at all. Dr. Griffith came for his weekly visit that morning. I had grown to like Owen Griffith. He was a dark, somewhat awkward man with clumsy movements, yet he possessed remarkably gentle and skillful hands. His speech was a bit halting, and he carried an air of shyness. He reported that my recovery was progressing well, then paused, studying me. "You're feeling all right, aren't you? Or is it my imagination?
You seem a bit out of sorts today." "Not exactly," I admitted. "A particularly vile anonymous letter arrived with breakfast. It's left a rather sour taste." He set his medical bag down abruptly, his thin face suddenly alert. "Do you mean to say you've received one?" His reaction piqued my interest. "So they've been circulating?" "Yes. For a little while now." "I see," I said, my initial assumption corrected. "I had thought our status as newcomers was the issue." "No, it's not that. It's just—" He hesitated, then asked, though he flushed with immediate embarrassment, "What did it say? Although perhaps I shouldn't ask." "I don't mind telling you," I said. "The gist was that the flashy piece I brought to town wasn't my sister, not by a long shot, and that's putting it politely." His face darkened with anger. "How despicable, your sister! She isn't—" "I hope she wasn't too distressed, Joanna," I said. "May look like a Christmas angel, but she's thoroughly modern and quite resilient. She actually found it entertaining. This sort of vulgarity is new to her." "As it should be," Griffith said firmly. "And anyway," I added, "that's the best way to handle it, in my opinion. Treat it as complete nonsense." "Yes," said Owen Griffith. "Only—" He stopped and I finished the thought for him. "Exactly, that only is the problem. The trouble is," he continued, "this kind of poison, once it starts, tends to spread." "I can imagine," I nodded. "It's a pathological behavior, of course," I agreed. "Any suspicions about who's behind it?" "No. I wish I did. You see, this plague of anonymous letters usually stems from one of two root causes. There are two distinct types of anonymous letters, you see. The first is personal, aimed at a specific individual or group. This kind is motivated by a real or imagined grudge, a nasty and cowardly way for someone to settle a score. It's contemptible, certainly, but it isn't madness. The writer is often easy to identify: a dismissed employee, a jealous rival, someone with a clear motive. The second type, however, is far more troubling. These letters are general, sent out indiscriminately. They serve no purpose but to vent some deep-seated frustration festering in the writer's mind. That, I tell you, is a definite pathology. The obsession grows, and eventually you do track down the culprit, often someone you'd never suspect. We had a severe case across the county last year. The culprit was the head of the millinery department at a large department store. A quiet, refined woman who had worked there for decades. I recall a similar situation in my last practice up north, though that turned out to be simple personal malice. Still, having seen this kind of thing, I must be frank, it frightens me. I asked how long it had been going on. It's hard to say, of course, because people who receive such letters don't advertise the fact. They tend to burn them. He paused, then admitted he'd received one himself. Symington, the solicitor, had gotten one, and a few of his less affluent patients had confided in him about theirs. "Are they all similar?" I inquired. "Oh, yes. A definite and obsessive focus on sexual themes. That's a constant feature." He gave a wry grin. Symington was accused of an improper relationship with his clerk, poor Miss Ginch, who's at least 40, wears pince-nez, and has teeth like a rabbit. Symington took his straight to the police. Mine accused me of violating professional ethics with my female patients, with lurid details. They're all absurdly childish, yet horribly venomous. His expression sobered. "But all the same, I'm afraid, these things can be dangerous." "I suppose they can," I agreed. "You must understand," he continued. "Crude and childish as the spite is, sooner or later, one of these letters will strike true, and then God only knows what might happen. I also fear the effect on a slow, suspicious, uneducated mind. If they see something in writing, they believe it's true. All sorts of complications can arise from that. The letter we got seemed illiterate," I mused, "written by someone nearly so, I'd guess." "Did it?" said Owen, and with that he took his leave. Thinking it over afterward, I found that simple "did it" rather unsettling. I won't pretend the arrival of our anonymous letter didn't leave a nasty taste. It did, but it soon faded from my mind, as I didn't, at that point, take it seriously. I told myself these things probably happen in isolated villages, some hysterical woman with a flair for drama, most likely. How much harm could such childish, silly letters really do? The next incident, if I can call it that, occurred about a week later. Partridge approached me, her lips pressed into a tight line, to inform me that Beatrice, our daily help, would not be coming in. "I gather, sir," said Partridge with icy formality, "that the girl has been upset." I wasn't entirely sure what she meant, initially diagnosing incorrectly, some delicate stomach ailment too embarrassing for Partridge to name directly. I expressed sympathy and hoped she'd recover soon. "The girl is perfectly well in body, sir," Partridge corrected, her tone sharp. "She is upset in her feelings." "Oh," I said, now uncertain. "Owing," Partridge went on, her gaze grim, to a letter she has received, making, I understand, certain insinuations. The severity in her eyes made me apprehensive, a fleeting worry that these insinuations might somehow involve me, since I would have barely recognized Beatrice if I had passed her on the street. Having paid her so little mind, my irritation felt entirely justified. A man struggling to get around on two canes is hardly the picture of a charming rogue who leads local girls astray.
That's ridiculous,
I snapped. "Exactly what I told the girl's mother, sir," Partridge replied. "There's been no funny business in this house," I said to her, "and there won't be so long as I'm here. As for Beatrice," I told her, "young women today are a different breed, and what happens elsewhere is none of my concern. But the fact is, sir, that Beatrice's young man from the auto shop, the one she's been seeing, received one of those awful letters as well, and he's not taking it calmly at all. I have never heard anything so absurd in all my life," I said, my temper flaring. "It's my feeling, sir," Partridge continued, "that we're better off without the girl. My view is she wouldn't make such a fuss if there wasn't something she was afraid would come to light. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire." I had no idea then just how sick I would grow of hearing that tired old saying. That morning, for a bit of excitement, I decided to make the walk down to the village. The sun was bright, and the air carried a cool, crisp hint of spring. I gathered my canes and set off, firmly telling Joanna she needn't come along. We agreed she would collect me later with the car to drive me back up the hill for lunch. "That should give you plenty of time to chat with everyone in Limstock," she said. "No doubt," I replied. "I expect I'll have seen every person of consequence by then." The high street in the morning served as a sort of meeting place for those doing their shopping, where all the latest news was traded. As it turned out, I didn't make the walk to town alone. I had gone only about 200 yards when I heard the ring of a bicycle bell behind me, followed by the crunch of brakes, and then Megan Hunter practically tumbled off her bicycle right at my feet. "Hello," she said, a little breathless as she stood up and brushed herself off. I had always rather liked Megan and felt an odd pang of sympathy for her. She was the stepdaughter of Symington, the lawyer, and the daughter from Mrs. Symington's first marriage. Nobody spoke much about Mr. Hunter, and I gathered he was considered best left in the past. The story was he had treated Mrs. Symington terribly. She had divorced him a year or two after they were married. A woman with her own money, she had come to Limstock with her young daughter to forget, and had eventually married the town's most eligible bachelor, Richard Symington. There were 2 boys from this second marriage, and the parents doted on them. I sometimes suspected Megan felt like the outsider in the family. She didn't resemble her mother at all, who was a small, somewhat pale woman with a faded prettiness, who spoke in a thin, sorrowful voice about health troubles and her various ailments. Megan was a tall, gawky girl who, though actually 20, could easily have passed for a schoolgirl of 16. She had a tousled mop of brown hair, eyes that shifted between hazel and green, a thin, angular face, and a surprisingly lovely, lopsided smile. Her clothes were always drab and unflattering, and she usually wore cotton stockings that were full of holes. I decided that morning she reminded me more of a young, ungroomed horse than a person. A nice horse, though, with a little attention. She began speaking in her usual hurried, gasping way. "I was just up at Lasher's farm to see if they had any duck eggs. They have the most adorable little piglets. Do you like pigs?" "I do. I even like the way they smell." "Well-kept pigs aren't supposed to smell," I remarked. "Aren't they? Every pig around here does." "Are you walking down to town?" "I saw you were by yourself, so I thought I'd stop and walk with you, though I stopped a bit suddenly."
"You've torn your stocking," I pointed out.
Megan looked down at her right leg with a sigh. "So I have, but it already has 2 holes. So does it really matter all that much?" "Don't you ever darn your stockings, Megan?" "Sometimes when Mother catches me, but she doesn't pay much attention to what I do, so in a way that's lucky, isn't it?" "You don't seem to realize you're practically an adult," I remarked. You mean I should be more like your sister? All dressed up and polished? I felt a flicker of annoyance at that description of Joanna. She looks clean, tidy, and pleasant to look at, I said. She's very pretty, Megan admitted. She's nothing like you, is she? Why is that? Brothers and sisters aren't always carbon copies. No, I suppose not. I'm not much like Brian or Colin, and they aren't like each other either. She paused, then added, It's all very strange, isn't it? What is? Families, Megan said simply. I suppose they are, I said thoughtfully, wondering what exactly was going through her mind. We walked quietly for a few moments before Megan asked in a slightly shy tone, You're a pilot, aren't you? Yes. Is that how you were injured? Yes, I had a crash. Nobody around here flies? Megan observed. No, I don't suppose they do. Would you like to fly, Megan? Me? She seemed genuinely surprised. Goodness, no, I'd be terribly sick. I even get sick on trains. She hesitated, then asked with the blunt honesty usually reserved for children, Will you recover completely and fly again, or will you always be limited? My doctor says I'll be perfectly fine. Yes, but is he the sort of man who lies? I don't believe so, I replied. In fact, I'm quite certain he isn't. I trust him. Well, that's a relief. A lot of people do tell lies, you know. I accepted this undeniable truth in silence. Megan continued in a detached, judicial tone. I'm glad. I thought maybe you seemed so cross because you were injured for good. But if it's just your natural disposition, that's different. I am not cross, I said coolly. Well, irritable then. I'm irritable because I'm impatient to get well again, and these things can't be rushed. Then why make such a fuss about it? I couldn't help but laugh. My dear girl, aren't you ever in a hurry for things to happen? Megan considered this. No. Why should I be? There's nothing to hurry for. Nothing ever happens here. There was a forlorn quality in her words that struck me. I asked gently, What do you do with yourself down here? She shrugged. What is there to do? No hobbies? Don't you play any sports? Aren't there friends nearby? I'm hopeless at sports. There aren't many girls around, and the ones there are I don't like. They think I'm odd. Nonsense. Why would they think that? Megan just shook her head. We were entering the high street now, she said sharply. Oh, here comes Miss Griffith. I can't stand her. She's always pestering me to join her dreadful girl guide troupe. I hate guides. Why dress up and march around in a pack and sew badges on yourself for things you haven't even properly learned? I think it's all nonsense. I was rather inclined to agree with her, but Miss Griffith descended upon us before I could say so. The doctor's sister, who bore the oddly unsuitable name of Amy, possessed all the forceful confidence her brother lacked. She was a handsome woman in a rugged, weathered way, with a booming voice. Hello, you two, she hailed us. Glorious morning, isn't it? Megan, you're just the person I wanted to see. I need help addressing envelopes for the Conservative Association. Megan muttered something indistinct, propped her bicycle against the curb, and made a purposeful dive into the international stores. Extraordinary child, Miss Griffith said, watching her go. Bone idle, spends her days just drifting about. She must be a great trial to poor Mrs. Symington. I know her mother has tried repeatedly to get her to take up something useful, shorthand and typing perhaps, or a cookery course, or even raising Angora rabbits. Megan could certainly use something to spark her interest. I suspected that was accurate, though I knew if I were in her shoes, I would instinctively resist any advice from Amy Griffith. Her forceful manner would have immediately put me on the defensive. I have no patience with idleness, Miss Griffith continued, especially for the young. It's not as if Megan possessed any particular charm or beauty. Frankly, the girl often seems a bit slow, a real letdown for her mother. The father, you understand, she said, dropping her voice conspiratorially, was thoroughly disreputable. I'm afraid she favors him. Quite painful for Mrs. Symington. But as I always say, it takes all sorts. Fortunately, I agreed. Amy Griffith let out a hearty laugh. Exactly. Imagine how dull it would be if we were all cut from the same cloth. But I can't stand to see anyone not squeezing every drop from life. I adore my life, and I want everyone else to feel the same. People ask me, aren't you bored stiff, buried in the country year-round? Not in the least, I tell them. I'm constantly busy and perfectly content. There's always something happening here. My days are full with the Girl Guides, the Women's Institute, and my committee work, not to mention keeping an eye on Owen. Just then, Miss Griffith spotted a friend across the street. With a booming shout of greeting, she dashed across the road, leaving me to continue my errand to the bank. I always found her energy somewhat exhausting. After concluding my satisfactory business at the bank, I proceeded to the offices of Galbraith, and Symington. I had never encountered any actual Galbraiths. I was ushered into Richard Symington's private office, which carried the pleasant, dusty scent of a long-established legal practice. Rows of deed boxes, labeled with names like Lady Hope, Sir Everard Carr, and the estate of William Yatesby Horace, Esquire, created the requisite atmosphere of respectable county families and solid traditional business. Observing Mr. Symington as he pored over the papers I had brought, it struck me that if Mrs. Symington had faced misfortune in her first marriage, she had chosen absolute security in her second. Richard Symington was the picture of calm respectability, the kind of man who would never cause his wife a moment's worry. He had a long neck with a prominent Adam's apple, a somewhat gaunt face, and a long, thin nose. No doubt a kind man, a good husband and father, but not one to set a heart racing. After a moment, he began to speak in clear, measured tones, offering sound and shrewd advice. We settled our affairs, and as I rose to leave, I remarked, "I walked into town with your stepdaughter this morning." For a second, Mr. Symington looked blank, then recalled, "Ah, yes, Megan. She has been home from school for a while now. We are considering finding some occupation for her, something to do. But she is still very young, and rather immature for her age, so I'm told." "Yes, that's what they say." I took my leave. The outer office housed a very elderly clerk writing painstakingly on a high stool, a cheeky-looking office boy, and a middle-aged woman with frizzy hair and pince-nez typing with brisk efficiency. If this was Miss Ginch, I had to concur with Owen Griffith's assessment that romantic entanglements with her employer were exceedingly improbable. My next stop was the bakery, where I lodged my complaint about the current loaf. It was met with the proper exclamations of shock and apology, and a replacement loaf was pressed into my hands, fresh from the oven this very minute, a claim proven by the indecent warmth it radiated against my chest. Emerging from the shop, I scanned the street, hoping to see Joanna with the car. The walk had fatigued me considerably, and maneuvering with my sticks while balancing the warm loaf was an awkward challenge. I stood waiting, but Joanna hadn't arrived yet. Then, all at once, my gaze was captured by a vision drifting toward me along the sidewalk. There's no better word for it. She was a goddess. Flawless features, golden hair curling crisply, a tall and beautifully proportioned figure. She moved with effortless grace, seeming to glide closer and closer. A stunning, unbelievable, breathtaking young woman. In my sudden, intense excitement, something had to give. What gave way was the current loaf I was holding. It tumbled from my grasp. I lunged for it, lost my cane, which clattered loudly on the pavement, and nearly toppled over myself. It was the strong, steadying arm of the goddess that caught me and kept me upright. I started to stammer, "Thank you so much, I'm frightfully sorry." She had already picked up the current loaf and my cane, handing them back to me. Then she smiled a kind, efficient smile and said in a cheerful, utterly ordinary tone, "Not at all. No trouble, really?" And just like that, the magic evaporated completely. She was simply a nice, healthy, well-built girl, nothing more. I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Helen of Troy had been blessed with that same flat, practical voice. How strange that a woman could stir your very soul as long as she remained silent, and the instant she spoke, all the glamour could vanish as if it had never existed. I'd seen the opposite happen, too. Once I met a small, sad-faced woman with features no one would glance at twice. Then she began to speak, and suddenly enchantment bloomed around her. It was as if Cleopatra herself had cast a spell anew. Joanna pulled her car up to the curb beside me, and I hadn't even noticed her arrival. She asked if anything was wrong. "Nothing," I said, collecting myself. "I was just contemplating Helen of Troy and other legendary figures. What a peculiar place to do it," Joanna remarked. "You looked most odd, standing there clutching currant bread to your chest with your mouth hanging open." "I've had a shock," I confessed. "I was transported to ancient Ilium and then yanked back again." I nodded toward a graceful, retreating figure. "Do you know who that is?" Squinting after the girl, Joanna said it was Elsie Holland, the Symingtons' nursery governess. "Is that what struck you all of a heap?" she asked. "She's good-looking enough, but a bit of a dull fish."
I know, I sighed. Just a pleasant, capable girl.
And there I was, thinking she was Aphrodite. Joanna opened the car door and I got in. "It's funny, isn't it?" she mused. "Some people have all the looks and absolutely no spark. That girl hasn't any. It seems such a waste." I suggested that for a nursery governess, it was probably just as well. That afternoon, we went to tea at Mr. Pye's home. Mr. Pye was an exceedingly refined, plump little man, utterly devoted to his petite point chair covers, his delicate Dresden shepherdesses, and his impressive collection of period furniture. He lived at Prior's Lodge, on grounds that held the ruins of an old priory dating back to before the Reformation. The house itself could hardly be called masculine. The curtains and cushions were of the softest pastel shades, crafted from the most expensive silks. Mr. Pye's small, plump hands trembled with enthusiasm as he described and displayed his treasures, and his voice climbed to a falsetto squeak as he recounted the thrilling adventure of transporting his Italian bedstead all the way back from Verona. Since Joanna and I both shared an appreciation for antiques, we met with his wholehearted approval. "It is a genuine pleasure, a profound pleasure, to welcome such a discerning addition to our little community," he trilled. "The dear, simple people down here, are so painfully rustic, not to say provincial. Vandals, absolute vandals, and the interiors of their houses, it would make you weep. Dear lady, I assure you it would bring you to tears." "Perhaps it already has." Joanna replied that she hadn't quite reached that point of despair. "The house you have taken," Mr. Pye continued, "Miss Emily Barton's house. Now that is charming, and she does possess some quite nice pieces. Quite nice indeed. One or two of them are truly first class. She has a sense of style, I suppose, though I'm less certain of that now than I once was. Sometimes I suspect it's more nostalgia than taste. She prefers to leave things exactly as they were, but not for the right reasons, not for harmony's sake. It's simply because that's how her mother kept them." He turned to me then, and his tone shifted completely from the absorbed artist to the natural-born gossip. "You never knew the family?" "No, of course not. You came through the agent. But my dears, you really should have known them. When I first arrived, the old mother was still alive, a truly unbelievable character, a genuine monster if I'm being honest. The classic Victorian tyrant, consuming her own children. She was a monumental woman, must have weighed over 200 pounds, and all 5 daughters orbited around her. The girls. That's how she always referred to them. The girls, and the eldest was already past 60. Those foolish girls, she'd call them sometimes. They were like household slaves, fetching and carrying, never daring to disagree. Bed by 10 o'clock, no fire allowed in their rooms, and inviting friends over? Absolutely unthinkable. She looked down on them for never marrying, yet she orchestrated their lives so they'd hardly ever meet a soul. I believe Emily, or was it Agnes, once had some little romance with a young curate, but his family wasn't suitable, and Mama put a swift end to that." "It sounds like something from a novel," Joanna remarked. "Oh, my dear, it was exactly like a novel. Then the dreadful old woman finally died, but by then it was far too late. They just kept living there, speaking in hushed tones about what dear Mama would have wanted. Even repapering her bedroom felt like a sin. They did find some quiet pleasure in parish work, of course, but none had much vitality. They faded away, one after another. Edith was taken by influenza. Minnie didn't survive an operation, and poor Mabel suffered a stroke. Emily nursed her with utter devotion. Really, that poor woman has done nothing but care for others the past 10 years. A delicate creature like Dresden china. So sad she's had money worries lately, though of course, most investments have fallen." "We almost feel guilty living in her house," said Joanna. "No, no, my dear, you mustn't. Her faithful Florence adores her, and she told me herself how pleased she was to have such pleasant tenants. Here, Mr. Pye gave a slight, polite bow. She said she considered herself most fortunate. The house, I added, has a very calm feeling about it. Mr. Pye shot me a quick look. Really? You sense that? How interesting. I did wonder, you know. Yes, I've wondered about that. What do you mean, Mr. Pye? Joanna asked. He spread his plump hands. Oh, nothing, nothing. One simply wonders. I do believe in atmosphere, the thoughts and feelings people leave behind. They imprint themselves on the walls and the furniture. I stayed quiet for a moment, looking around and trying to pin down the atmosphere of Prior's Lodge. It struck me then that the curious thing was that it seemed to have no atmosphere at all, which was, in itself, quite remarkable. I got so lost in this thought that I missed part of the conversation between Joanna and our host. I was pulled back when I heard Joanna beginning her goodbyes. I added mine, and we all moved into the hall. As we approached the front door, a letter dropped through the slot and landed on the mat. Afternoon post, murmured Mr. Pye, scooping it up. Now, my dears, you will come again, won't you? It was a genuine pleasure to meet people with broader perspectives, if you catch my meaning, in this quiet little corner where life is usually so uneventful. He shook our hands with great enthusiasm, even repeating the gesture, and then assisted me into the car with an almost theatrical show of concern. Joanna slid behind the wheel. She carefully navigated the circular drive around a pristine lawn before we reached the straight road ahead. She lifted a hand to wave goodbye to our host, who remained standing on the front steps. I leaned forward to offer my own farewell. Our gesture, however, went completely unnoticed. Mr. Pye had already torn open his mail. He stood frozen, staring down at the unfolded letter in his hand. Joanna had once described him as a plump, pink-cheeked cherub. He was still plump, but he bore no resemblance to a cherub now. His face had darkened to a mottled purple, twisted with a fury and astonishment that was almost shocking. And yes, unmistakably, there was fear there as well. It was in that instant I recognized something familiar about the look of that envelope. I hadn't consciously registered it earlier. It was one of those details your mind notes without your full awareness. Good heavens, Joanna exclaimed. What on earth has upset the poor dear? I rather suspect, I replied, that it's our friend the Hidden Hand paying another call. She turned a startled face toward me, causing the car to swerve slightly. Mind the road, wench, I cautioned. Joanna refocused on the driving ahead, her brow furrowed. You mean a letter like the one you received? That's my assumption. What sort of place is this? Joanna wondered aloud. It looks like the most innocent, drowsy, and harmless little slice of England you could possibly picture. Where? To quote Mr. Pye's own words, nothing ever happens, I interjected. He picked a rather unfortunate moment to say that. Something has most definitely happened. Jerry, said Joanna, and her voice was low. I don't think I like this. For the first time, I detected a clear thread of fear woven into her tone. I offered no reply, for I shared her sentiment entirely. I did not like it either. Such a peaceful, smiling, happy stretch of countryside, and festering beneath it, something unmistakably malign. It felt as though in that moment I received a grim forewarning of everything that was yet to unfold. The days slipped by. We went to play bridge at the Symingtons, and Mrs. Symington managed to irritate me considerably with her manner of speaking about Megan. The poor child is so terribly awkward. They are at that difficult age, after they finish school, but before they've properly grown up. Joanna responded with deceptive sweetness. But Megan is 20, isn't she? Oh, yes, of course, but she's very young for her age. Still quite a child, really. It's so nice, I always think, when girls don't rush into adulthood. She gave a light laugh. I suppose all mothers secretly wish their children would stay babies forever. I really can't imagine why, Joanna said flatly. After all, it would be rather awkward to have a child whose mind was stuck at 6 while their body grew up. Mrs. Symington looked distinctly annoyed and said Miss Burton really mustn't take things so literally. I felt a surge of pride for Joanna, and it struck me that I did not particularly care for Mrs. Symington. That faded, middle-aged prettiness seemed to hide, I thought, a rather selfish and grasping nature. Joanna, with a hint of mischief, asked if Mrs. Symington planned to give a dance for Megan. A dance? Mrs. Symington seemed both surprised and amused by the notion. "Oh, no, we don't go in for that sort of thing down here." "I see, just tennis parties and that kind of affair then. Our tennis court hasn't been used in years. Neither Richard nor I play. I suppose later when the boys are older, Megan will find plenty to occupy her. She's perfectly content just pottering about, you know. Now let me see, did I deal? 2 no trumps." As we drove home, Joanna said, her words punctuated by a vicious press on the accelerator that sent the car leaping forward. "I feel terribly sorry for that girl. Megan?" "Yes, her mother doesn't like her." "Oh, come now, Joanna. That's putting it rather strongly." "No, it's true. Lots of mothers don't truly like their children. Megan, I should think, is an awkward sort of presence to have in that house. She disrupts the pattern, the perfect Symington pattern. It's a complete unit without her, and that's a profoundly lonely feeling for a sensitive person to have. And she is sensitive." "Yes," I agreed quietly. "I believe she is." I fell silent for a long moment, the hum of the engine the only sound between us. Joanna let out a mischievous laugh. "Tough break for you about the governess." "I have no idea what you're talking about," I replied with as much dignity as I could muster. "Don't be silly. You had pure masculine disappointment written all over your face every time you glanced her way. I don't blame you. It's a real shame. And honestly, who else is there around here for you? I suppose you could always settle for Aim Griffith." "Please, don't even suggest that," I said with a genuine shudder. "Besides, why this sudden interest in my romantic prospects? What about you? You're going to need some entertainment down here, knowing you. There's no misunderstood artistic soul lurking in this village. Your only option might be Owen Griffith. He's the single man in the entire area." Joanna gave a sharp toss of her head. "Dr. Griffith doesn't care for me. He hasn't had much of a chance to get to know you. He's seen enough, apparently, to actually cross the street if he spots me coming down Main Street." "Now that is an unusual reaction," I said, not without sympathy. "And one you're certainly not accustomed to." Joanna drove in silence through the gate of Little Firs and around to the garage. After a moment, she said, "You know, there might be something to that. I don't see why any man should go out of his way to avoid me. It's just plain rude, for one thing." "I see," I said. "You're planning to track the man down with cold, calculated precision." "Well, I don't appreciate being dodged." I carefully maneuvered myself out of the car, balancing on my sticks. Then I offered my sister a word of warning. "Listen to me. Owen Griffith isn't one of those tame, sensitive, artistic types you're used to. If you're not careful, you'll stir up a hornet's nest. That man could be trouble." "Oh, really?" Joanna demanded, her face lighting up with clear delight at the idea. "Leave the poor man alone," I said sternly. "How dare he cross the street when he saw me coming?" she shot back. "You're all the same. You fixate on one thing. And if I'm not mistaken, you'll have Sister Ames setting her sights on you as well." "She already can't stand me," said Joanna. She said it thoughtfully, but with unmistakable satisfaction. It was as if she'd discovered a challenging new game, a welcome distraction from the quiet country life. "We came down here," I reminded her firmly, "for peace and quiet, and I intend for us to have it." But peace and quiet were the last things awaiting us. About a week later, I returned to the house to find Megan perched on the veranda steps, her chin resting on her knees. She greeted me with her typical lack of formality. "Hello?" she said. "Do you think I could stay for lunch?" "Of course," I replied. "If it's something like chops or anything tricky that won't stretch to 3, just tell me," Megan called after me as I went to inform Partridge we would have an extra guest. I fancied Partridge gave a subtle sniff. She managed to convey, without uttering a single word, her profound disapproval of that Miss Megan. I returned to the veranda. "Is it all right?" Megan asked anxiously. "Perfectly all right," I assured her. "It's Irish stew." "Oh, good. That's sort of like scrap dinner anyway, isn't it? Mostly potatoes and broth." "Quite," I agreed. We sat in a companionable silence while I smoked my pipe. Megan shattered it by suddenly declaring, with surprising force, "I suppose you think I'm awful, just like everyone else does." I was so startled my pipe fell from my mouth. It was a meerschaum just starting to color nicely, and it broke on the stones. I turned to Megan, annoyed. "Now look what you've done." That most unpredictable child, instead of being upset, merely broke into a wide grin. "I really do like you," she said. It was an incredibly warming thing to hear. It was the kind of remark one imagines, perhaps wrongly, that a loyal dog would make if it could talk. It occurred to me then that Megan, for all she resembled a young colt, had the straightforward, affectionate disposition of a dog. She wasn't quite like other people. "What did you say right before the catastrophe?" I asked, carefully gathering the pieces of my cherished pipe. "I said I supposed you thought I was awful," said Megan, but her tone was completely different now, softer, and without its earlier defensive edge. "Why should I?" I retorted. Megan looked at me with a serious expression. "Because I am." "Don't be foolish," I said sharply. She shook her head slowly. "That's just the point. I'm not actually foolish. Everyone assumes I am. They have no idea that inside, I understand exactly what they're like, and I spend all my time despising them." "Despising them?" "Yes," Megan replied, her eyes, those sad, too old eyes, fixed directly on mine without wavering. It was a long, sorrowful stare. "You would despise people too if you were in my position," she continued. "If you were someone nobody wanted." "Aren't you being a bit dramatic?" I asked. "Of course," she said. "That's what people always say when you're telling the truth. And it is the truth. I'm not wanted, and I completely understand why. Mother doesn't care for me at all. I think I remind her of my father, who was cruel to her, and, from everything I've heard, pretty awful. Mothers can't just announce they don't want their children and leave, or eat them. Cats eat the kittens they don't like. I think that's terribly practical. No waste or mess. But human mothers have to keep their children and take care of them. It wasn't so bad while I could be sent off to school, but you see, what Mother would truly prefer is to have just herself, my stepfather, and the boys." I considered this for a moment. "I still believe you're being dramatic, Megan, but even if some of what you say is true, why don't you leave and build a life for yourself?" She gave me a strange, knowing smile. "You mean get a job? Earn my own living?" "Yes." "Doing what? You could train for something, couldn't you? Secretarial work, typing, accounting." "I don't think I could. I'm hopeless at practical things. And besides?" "Besides what?" She had looked away, but now she slowly turned her head back. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with tears. Her voice regained all its childish petulance. "Why should I leave? Why should I be forced out? They don't want me, but I'll stay. I'll stay and make them all regret it. I'll make every single one of them sorry. Horrible people. I hate everyone here in Limstock. They all think I'm stupid and plain. I'll show them. Just you wait. I'll show them." It was a burst of childish, yet strangely heartbreaking anger. I heard footsteps on the gravel path coming around the side of the house. "Get up," I said urgently. "Go inside, through the drawing room, go straight upstairs to the bathroom and wash your face. Quickly." She scrambled to her feet and hurried through the open window just as Joanna came around the corner. I mentioned that Megan had stayed for lunch. "Good," Joanna said. "I like Megan, though I rather think she's a changeling. Something the fairies left on a doorstep. But she's an interesting creature." I realize I have said very little so far about the Reverend and Mrs. Calthrop. Yet both the vicar and his wife were distinct personalities. Dane Calthrop himself was perhaps more detached from everyday concerns than anyone I have ever encountered. His real life was in his books and his study. Mrs. Dane Calthrop, on the other hand, was alarmingly present. She rarely offered advice and never meddled, yet to the uneasy villagers she seemed to personify a watchful conscience. She stopped me on the high street the day after Megan's visit. I felt the usual surprise because Mrs. Dane Calthrop moved less like she was walking and more like she was on a hunt, which matched her startling resemblance to a greyhound. As her eyes were always fixed on the distant horizon, you were certain her real destination was at least a mile away. "Oh," she exclaimed, "Mr. Burton?" She said it with a kind of triumph, like someone who had just solved a particularly tricky riddle. I admitted that I was indeed Mr. Burton, and Mrs. Dane Calthrop stopped gazing into the distance and seemed to try to focus on me instead. "Now," she said, "what was it I wanted to see you about?" I couldn't assist her with that. She stood there, frowning deeply, utterly perplexed. "Something rather unpleasant," she murmured, almost to herself. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, taken aback. "Ah!" cried Mrs. Dane Calthrop, her memory suddenly clicking into place. "The anonymous letters? What's this tale you've brought with you about these nameless letters?" Mrs. Dane Calthrop inquired. "I didn't bring it," I replied. "It was already here." "Yet no one received any until you arrived," she said, her tone accusatory. "But they did, Mrs. Dane Calthrop. The trouble had already begun." "Oh dear," she murmured. "I don't like that at all." She fell silent, her gaze drifting to some distant point. "It feels all wrong to me," she said finally. "We're not that sort of people here. Petty envy, yes, and small-minded malice the usual little sins. But I never imagined anyone would go this far. It truly distresses me, because I feel I should have known." Her eyes, clear and troubled, returned to meet mine, holding a child's honest confusion. "Why should you have known?" I asked. "It's what I do," she said simply. "Caleb delivers sound doctrine and tends to the sacraments. That's a priest's duty. But if you allow a priest to marry, then I believe his wife's duty is to understand what people are truly feeling and thinking, even when she can't fix it. And I haven't the faintest idea whose mind is behind this." She paused, adding almost absently, "The letters are so very silly, too." "Have you received any yourself?" I asked, somewhat hesitant. She answered with perfect naturalness, her eyes widening slightly. "Oh, yes, 2, no, 3, I think. I can't quite recall what they said. Something absurd about Caleb and the schoolteacher. Quite ridiculous, really, as Caleb has absolutely no inclination for flirtation. He never has. A fortunate trait in a clergyman." "Quite," I agreed. "Caleb would have been a saint," Mrs. Dane Calthrop mused, "if he weren't just a touch too intellectual." I felt unqualified to respond to that, and she swiftly returned to the subject of the letters in a way I found puzzling. "There are so many things the letters could say, but don't. That's what's so curious." "I'd hardly call them restrained," I said with some bitterness. "But they don't seem to know anything," she insisted. "None of the real things." "What do you mean?" Her vague, penetrating eyes held mine. "Well, of course, this village holds plenty of wrongdoing, any number of shameful secrets. Why doesn't the writer use those?" She paused, then asked abruptly, "What did yours say?" "It suggested my sister wasn't my sister. And is she—" Her question held only unembarrassed, friendly interest. "Joanna is certainly my sister." Mrs. Dane Calthrop nodded. "That just shows you what I mean. I dare say there are other things." Her clear, dispassionate eyes studied me thoughtfully, and I suddenly understood why Limstock was wary of her. In every life there are hidden chapters one hopes remain closed. I felt Mrs. Dane Calthrop knew them all. For once, I was profoundly relieved to hear Ame Griffith's hearty voice boom out. "Hello, Maud. Glad I caught you. I need to propose a change of date for the sale of work." "Good morning, Mr. Burton," she continued. "I'll just pop into the grocer's to leave my order, then I'll meet you at the Institute if that suits." "Yes, that will do nicely," said Mrs. Dane Calthrop, as Ame Griffith disappeared into the international stores. Mrs. Dane Calthrop said softly, "Poor thing." I was puzzled. Surely she couldn't be pitying Ame. She went on, however, her voice low and serious. "You know, Mr. Burton, I'm rather afraid." "About this letter business, yes. You see, it must mean—" She trailed off, lost in thought, her eyes narrowed. Then she spoke slowly, as if solving a difficult equation. "Blind hatred? Yes, blind hatred. But even a blind man might strike the heart by pure chance. And what would happen then, Mr. Burton?" We would learn the answer before another day had passed. Partridge, who seemed to thrive on misfortune, entered Joanna's room early the next morning. With a certain grim satisfaction, she announced that Mrs. Symington had taken her own life the previous afternoon. Joanna, still wrapped in the haze of sleep, sat bolt upright in bed instantly and painfully alert. "Oh, Partridge, that's dreadful." "It is, miss. It's a sin against the Lord to do such a thing, though the poor lady was pushed to it, no doubt." A cold understanding began to dawn on Joanna, making her feel slightly ill. "Not?" Her questioning look was met with a solemn nod from Partridge. "That's right, miss. One of those vile letters." "How horrible!" Joanna whispered. How utterly, completely horrible, but even so I don't understand why a letter could drive someone to that. Seems to imply what it said was the truth, miss. What did it say? But on that point Partridge either could not or would not elaborate. Joanna came to find me soon after, her face pale and strained. It felt worse, somehow, because Mrs. Symington was the last person you'd ever picture at the center of such a tragedy. She was all quiet respectability. In a moment of practical kindness, Joanna suggested we invite Megan to stay with us for a few days. Elsie Holland, she reasoned, was perfectly capable with the children, but was precisely the sort of relentlessly cheerful person who would, with her endless stream of comforting cliches and offers of tea, drive a sensitive girl like Megan to distraction. I agreed immediately. The mental image was all too clear. After breakfast, we drove over to the Symingtons' house, both of us feeling awkward. Our visit might easily be mistaken for morbid curiosity. Fortunately, we encountered Dr. Owen Griffith just as he was leaving. He greeted me with evident relief, his anxious face brightening momentarily. "Oh, hello, Burton. I'm glad you're here. What I always feared might happen finally has. It's a wretched business." "Good morning, Dr. Griffith," said Joanna, deploying the excessively polite tone she reserved for our most tedious relatives. Griffith started, his cheeks flushing. Oh, good morning, Miss Burton. I rather thought," Joanna continued, mercilessly, "that you hadn't noticed me." Owen Griffith turned a deeper shade of red, his shyness descending upon him like a heavy cloak. I'm so sorry. Preoccupied, I didn't see." "After all," Joanna said, "I am approximately full-sized." "Merely a modest portrait?" I muttered to her in a sharp aside before addressing Griffith again. "My sister and I were wondering, Griffith, if it might be helpful for the girl to come stay with us for a bit. What's your opinion? We don't wish to intrude, but it must be terribly grim for her. How would Symington feel about it, do you suppose?" Griffith considered the idea for a moment. "I think it would be an excellent thing," he concluded. "She's a sensitive, high-strung sort of girl, and getting away from all this would do her good. Miss Holland is managing wonderfully. She has a very steady head, but she has her hands full with the two children and Symington himself. He's utterly shattered and confused. I hesitated, feeling like a ghoul. Suicide? Griffith nodded grimly. No question of an accident. She'd written, "I can't go on a bit of paper." The letter arrived in the afternoon post. The envelope was on the floor by her chair, and the letter itself was crumpled into a ball and thrown into the fireplace. I began, then stopped, horrified at my own prying. "Don't apologize," Griffith said with a quick, unhappy smile. "You'll hear it soon enough. That letter will have to be read aloud at the inquest. There's no avoiding it, worse luck. It was the usual filth, written in that same poisonous style. The specific claim was that the younger boy, Colin, was not Symington's child." "You can't possibly believe that's true?" I asked, incredulous. Griffith gave a weary shrug. "I've no way of knowing. I've only practiced here for 5 years. For all I ever observed, the Symingtons were a contented, devoted couple, utterly wrapped up in each other and their children. It's almost funny, in a bitterly ironic way, how a few lines of anonymous malice can unravel a life that seemed so securely knit together. It was true, the boy didn't look much like his parents, the shock of bright red hair, for instance, but children often take after a grandparent in their features. That very lack of resemblance might have been what inspired the cruel accusation in the first place. A nasty, baseless shot in the dark. Yet it found its mark, Joanna pointed out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended her life, would she? Dr. Griffith sounded uncertain. "I'm not entirely sure. Her health had been poor for a while. A nervous, highly strung condition. I'd been treating her for it. It's possible the shock of getting such a letter, worded so viciously, could have thrown her into a state of utter panic and despair. She might have convinced herself her husband wouldn't believe a denial, and the sheer shame could have temporarily unbalanced her mind. Suicide while of unsound mind," Joanna concluded. "Precisely. I believe that will be a perfectly justified perspective to offer at the inquest." Joanna and I continued into the house. The front door stood open, so we walked in instead of ringing. especially as we could hear Elsie Holland's voice from the living room. She was speaking to Mr. Symington, who sat hunched in a chair looking utterly lost. "Really, Mr. Symington? You must try to eat something. You barely touched breakfast, you had nothing proper last night, and with the shock and everything, you'll make yourself ill. You'll need your strength. The doctor said so before he left." Symington replied in a flat, drained voice. "You're very kind, Miss Holland, but here's a nice hot cup of tea," Elsie insisted, firmly pressing the cup into his hands. Frankly, I thought the poor man needed a stiff whiskey more than anything. He looked completely shattered, but he took the tea and looked up at her. "I can't thank you enough for all you've done, Miss Holland. You've been absolutely wonderful." The girl flushed, pleased by the praise. "That's kind of you to say, Mr. Symington. Please, let me help in any way I can. Don't worry about the children. I'll look after them. I've settled the servants down, too. If there's any letters to write or calls to make, just ask me." "You're very kind," Symington repeated, his voice hollow. Noticing us, Elsie Holland hurried out into the hall. "Isn't it just terrible?" she whispered, her tone hushed, looking at her. I thought what a thoroughly decent, capable girl she was, practical and kind in a crisis. Her striking blue eyes were faintly pink-rimmed. She'd been soft-hearted enough to cry for her employer. It was a small human detail that made her efficiency seem less cold. "Could we have a quick word?" Joanna asked. "We don't want to bother Mr. Symington." Elsie nodded with quick understanding and led us into the dining room across the hall. "It's been dreadful for him," she said. "Such an awful shock. Who would ever imagine something like this?" Though looking back, I realized she had been acting strangely for weeks, so nervous and tearful. I put it down to her health, but Dr. Griffith always said there was nothing physically wrong. She was snappish and irritable. Some days you just didn't know how to be around her. What we actually came about, Joanna said, was to ask if Megan might like to stay with us for a few days. Elsie looked surprised, even a little skeptical. "Megan?" she said doubtfully. "I don't know, I'm sure. It's ever so kind of you, but she's such an odd girl. You never know what she's thinking or how she'll react to things." Joanna offered vaguely. "We thought it might be a help, perhaps." "Oh, as far as that goes, it certainly would be," Elsie conceded. "I have the boys to look after. Of course they're with the cook at the moment, and poor Mr. Symington really needs as much looking after as anyone. There's so much to do and see to, I honestly haven't had a spare moment to check on Megan. I believe she's up in the old nursery at the very top of the house. She seems to want to get away from everyone." I'm not sure if Joanna caught my eye with the slightest glance. I slipped out of the room and made my way upstairs. The old nursery was on the top floor. I opened the door and stepped inside. The room downstairs had faced the back garden, so the blinds hadn't been drawn there, but here, with the windows looking toward the road, they were pulled down properly. In the dim, grayish gloom, I saw Megan. She was curled up on a sofa set against the far wall, and I was immediately reminded of some frightened creature trying to hide. She looked absolutely frozen with terror. "Megan," I said softly. I moved forward, and without thinking, I fell into that gentle, reassuring tone you use with a scared animal. Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't pull out a carrot or a sugar cube. That's exactly how it felt. She stared at me, unmoving, her expression unchanged. "Megan," I said again. "Joanna and I came to ask if you'd like to stay with us for a little while." Her voice came out hollow from the dim twilight. "Stay with you? At your house?" "Yes." "You mean you'd take me away from here?" "Yes, my dear." Suddenly her whole body began to tremble. It was frightening and incredibly sad to see. "Oh, please take me away. Please do. It's so awful being here, feeling so guilty." I walked over to her and her hands clutched at my coat sleeve. "I'm such a coward. I never knew I could be such a coward." "It's all right, funny face," I said. "These things shake anyone up. Come on." "Can we go right now? Without waiting another minute?" "Well, you'll probably want to gather a few things first, I imagine." "What sort of things?" "Why?" "My dear girl," I said, "we can certainly provide a bed and a bath and all that, but I'll be darned if I'm lending you my toothbrush." A very faint, weak little laugh escaped her. "I see. I think I'm being stupid today. You mustn't mind me. I'll go pack a few things. You You won't leave? You'll wait for me? I'll be right here on the mat. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm being so dim, but you see, it's rather dreadful when your mother dies. I know, I said. I gave her a friendly pat on the back. She flashed me a grateful look and disappeared into a bedroom. I went back downstairs. I found Megan, I announced. She's coming with us. Oh, now that is a relief, exclaimed Elsie Holland. It will do her good to get out. She's a rather high-strung girl, you know. Can be difficult. It will be a great weight off my mind not to have to worry about her on top of everything else. It's very kind of you, Miss Burton. I do hope she won't be a bother. Oh dear, there's the telephone. I must go answer it. Mr. Symington really isn't up to it. She hurried from the room. Joanna remarked, Quite the ministering angel. You said that rather nastily, I observed. She's a nice, kind girl, and obviously very capable. Extremely, and she knows it. This is unworthy of you, Joanna. Meaning, why shouldn't the girl do her part? Exactly. I simply can't stand seeing people so pleased with themselves, said Joanna. It brings out all my worst instincts. How did you find Megan? Huddled in a darkened room, looking rather like a wounded deer. Poor kid. Was she willing to come? She leaped at the chance. A series of thumps from the hall announced Megan's descent with her suitcase. I went out and took it from her. Joanna, behind me, said urgently, Let's go. I've already refused offers of nice hot tea twice now. We went out to the car. It annoyed me that Joanna had to heave the suitcase into the back. I was getting around with one stick by then, but I certainly couldn't manage any heavy lifting. Get in, I said to Megan. She climbed in and I followed. Joanna started the car, and we drove away. We arrived at Little Furs and stepped into the drawing room. Megan collapsed into a chair and began to cry, not with delicate sobs, but with the full-throated, unrestrained bawling of a child. I excused myself to find something to help, leaving Joanna standing by, looking rather at a loss. After a moment, I heard Megan's voice, thick and choked. I'm so sorry for this, it feels completely idiotic. Not at all, Joanna replied kindly. Here, have another handkerchief. I assumed she provided one. I returned to the room and handed Megan a full glass. What is it? She asked. A cocktail, I told her. Really? Is it truly? Her tears vanished instantly. I've never had a cocktail before. Everything must have a first time, I said. Megan took a cautious sip, then a beaming smile lit up her face. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. It's wonderful, she declared. May I have another? No, I said. Why ever not? In about 10 minutes you'll likely understand. Oh. Megan then turned her attention to Joanna. I am terribly sorry for being such a nuisance, carrying on like that. I can't imagine why I did it. It seems incredibly silly, especially when I'm so happy to be here. It's perfectly all right, Joanna assured her. We're very happy to have you. You can't really be. It's just kindness on your part, but I am grateful. Please don't be grateful, said Joanna. It only embarrasses me. You're our friend, and we're glad you're here. That's all there is to it. She then took Megan upstairs to unpack. Partridge entered the room, her expression sour, to announce she had prepared 2-cup custards for lunch and inquired what should be done about them. The inquest was held 3 days later. The time of Mrs. Symington's death was established as between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. She had been alone in the house. Mr. Symington was at his office, the maids were out for their day off, Elsie Holland had taken the children for a walk, and Megan had gone for a bicycle ride. The anonymous letter was believed to have arrived with the afternoon post. Mrs. Symington must have retrieved it from the box, read its contents, and then, in a state of extreme agitation, gone to the potting shed. There, she obtained some cyanide kept for wasp nests, dissolved it in water, and drank it, after scribbling those final desperate words, I can't go on. Dr. Owen Griffith provided the medical evidence, emphasizing the view he had shared with us regarding Mrs. Symington's fragile nerves and poor physical stamina. The coroner was smooth and tactful. He spoke with severe condemnation of those who write such vile anonymous letters, stating that the author of that wicked and false letter was morally guilty of murder. He expressed a hope that the police would soon discover the culprit and take action. Such a malicious piece of spite, he said, deserved the fullest punishment the law could provide. Under his direction, the jury returned the inevitable verdict, suicide while temporarily insane. The coroner had done his best, and so had Owen Griffith. But afterward, pressed in the crowd of eager village women, I heard the same hateful, whispering murmur I was beginning to know too well. No smoke without fire, that's what I say. Must have been something in it for sure. She wouldn't have done it otherwise. For a fleeting moment, I felt a surge of hatred for Limstock, its narrow confines, and its gossiping, whispering inhabitants. Outside, Aim Griffith let out a sigh.
Well, that's over. Hard luck on Dick Symington, having all this come out. I do wonder if he ever had any suspicions himself. I was taken aback. But surely you heard him state most emphatically that there wasn't a single word of truth in that lying letter. Of course he said that. It was the right thing to do. A man must stand by his wife. Dick would. She paused, then added, "You see, I've known Dick Symington for a long time." "Really?" I said, surprised.
I understood from your brother that he only purchased his practice here a few years ago. That's true, but Dick used to come and stay in our part of the country up north years ago, she explained, a hint of old familiarity in her tone. It was a small personal detail that seemed to anchor him in a past she remembered more clearly than his present life here. I've known him for years, Ames said, and I studied her with interest. Her voice remained soft as she continued. I understand Dick very deeply. He is a proud man, quite private, but precisely the sort who could feel jealousy intensely. That would clarify, I replied carefully, why Mrs. Symington hesitated to show him the letter or even speak of it. She might have feared that a jealous nature would not accept her word against the accusation. Miss Griffith looked at me with a mix of anger and disdain.
Honestly? She exclaimed. Do you imagine any woman would swallow cyanide over a lie? The coroner appeared to consider it a possibility. Your brother did as well. Aim cut in sharply. Men are all the same, so concerned with keeping up appearances. But I don't buy that for a second. If an innocent woman receives a vile anonymous note, she laughs and tosses it straight into the trash. She stopped abruptly, then finished. That's what I would do. I had caught that slight hesitation.
I was nearly certain she had been about to say, that's what I did. I decided to turn the question back on her. I understand, I said amiably. So you've received one yourself? Amy Griffith was not the sort to lie. She paused, her cheeks coloring, then admitted, Well, yes, but I refused to let it bother me. Was it unpleasant? I asked, with the sympathy of a fellow recipient. Of course, they always are. Just the rantings of a disturbed mind. I read a line or two, recognized what it was, and threw it directly into the wastebasket. You didn't consider taking it to the police. Not at the time. I felt it was best to say nothing and let it fade. I had a sudden impulse to remark solemnly, Where there's smoke, there's fire, but I held my tongue. Instead, I asked how her mother's passing might affect Megan's finances. Would the girl need to support herself? I believe she has a modest income from her grandmother, Ames said, and naturally Dick would always provide a home, but it would be far better for her to have a purpose, not just drift about as she tends to do. I would have thought Megan is at an age where a girl wants to enjoy life, not start a career. Ames flushed and spoke sharply. You're like all men, you resent the idea of women competing. It seems unbelievable to you that a woman might want a profession. It was unbelievable to my own parents. I was eager to study medicine. They refused even to consider the expense. Yet they paid willingly for Owen's education. I would have been the better doctor, I assure you. I'm sorry that happened, I said. It was unfair. If someone truly wants to pursue something, she went on quickly, her tone shifting from defensive to fiercely proud. Oh, I've moved past it. I have determination. My life here in Limstock is full and active. I am one of the happiest people in this town with plenty to occupy me, but I will always fight against that silly, outdated notion that a woman's only place is in the home. I apologize if I upset you, I said. I hadn't realized Aim Griffith could be so passionate. Later that day, I ran into Symington in town. Is it acceptable for Megan to stay with us a while longer? I inquired. It's good company for Joanna. She gets lonely sometimes without her own friends nearby. Oh, Megan? Yes, that's very kind of you. In that moment, I formed a dislike for Symington that never fully left me. He had so clearly forgotten about Megan entirely. I wouldn't have minded active dislike. A man can sometimes resent a first husband's child, but he didn't dislike her. He barely noticed her. His attitude was like that of a man indifferent to dogs. You notice it when you trip over it and curse, and you might give it an absent pat when it nudges your hand. Symington's total indifference to his stepdaughter irritated me profoundly. "So what are your plans for her?" I asked. "For Megan?" He seemed genuinely surprised. "Well, she'll continue living at home, I suppose. I mean, of course, it's her home." My grandmother, whom I had loved dearly, often played old songs on her guitar. One I recall ended with these words, "Oh, dearest maid, I am not here. I have no place or part, no home by sea or shore, but only in your heart." I found myself humming that tune as I walked back. Miss Barton arrived just after tea had been cleared. She wished to discuss the garden, and we spoke of it for perhaps half an hour. Then we turned back toward the warm, quiet house. It was then she lowered her voice and asked, "I do hope that child hasn't been too distressed by all this dreadful business. After her mother's death, you mean?" "That, naturally, but I really meant the unpleasantness surrounding it." I was interested. I wanted Miss Barton's view. "What's your feeling on that? Could any of it be true?" "Oh, no, certainly not. I'm quite sure Mrs. Symington never that he wasn't." Little Miss Emily Barton grew flustered and pink like a delicate piece of china. "I mean, it's utterly false, though of course it might have been a judgment." "A judgment?" I repeated, staring. "I cannot help feeling that all these awful letters, all the sorrow and pain they've brought, may have been allowed for a reason." "They were sent for a reason, no doubt," I said grimly. "No, Mr. Burton, you misunderstand. I don't speak of the misguided person who wrote them. Someone quite lost, that must be. I mean, they have been permitted by Providence to rouse us to a sense of our own failings. Surely, I said, the Almighty could select a less distasteful method." Miss Emily murmured that God moves in mysterious ways. "No," I argued. "There's a tendency to blame God for the evils men choose freely. I might grant you the devil. God doesn't need to punish us, Miss Barton. We're experts at punishing ourselves. What I cannot fathom is why anyone would wish to do such a thing." I shrugged. "A twisted mind. It seems terribly sad. To me, it doesn't seem sad. It seems downright damnable. And I won't apologize for the word. I mean precisely that." The color drained from Miss Barton's cheeks, leaving them pale. "But why, Mr. Burton? Why? What possible satisfaction could anyone find in it?" "Nothing you or I could ever understand, thank heaven." Emily Barton dropped her voice further. "Nothing like this has ever happened here before, not in all my memory. It has always been such a contented little community. What would my dear mother have thought? Well, one must be grateful she was spared. From all accounts, I suspected old Mrs. Barton had been tough enough to handle anything, and might have rather relished the drama." Miss Barton continued, "It troubles me deeply." "You haven't received anything yourself, have you? Something dreadful?" Oh no, indeed. That would be too awful." I apologized, but she departed looking rather shaken. I went into the drawing room where a fire was now lit, for the evening still held a chill. Joanna was standing by the hearth, a letter in her hand. She looked up quickly as I entered. "Jerry, this was in the letterbox delivered by hand. It starts, 'You painted little tramp.'" She made a face. "Same vile rubbish." She moved to toss it into the fire, but I stopped her. "Wait. We may need it for the police." Superintendent Nash came to see me the next morning. From our first meeting, I took a strong liking to him. He was the finest type of county police officer. Tall, solid, and quiet, with thoughtful eyes and a straightforward, honest manner. "Mr. Burton," he began, "I expect you can guess what I've come to discuss." I think he nodded about this letter business. "I understand you had one too, yes, soon after you got here." "What about them?" the superintendent asked. "What did it say exactly?" I paused for a moment, then carefully repeated the wording as closely as I could remember. His face remained completely still, showing no reaction at all. When I finished, he remarked, "I see. You didn't keep the letter, Mr. Burton?" "I'm afraid not," I admitted. "At the time, I assumed it was just a single nasty gesture aimed at newcomers." He gave a slow, understanding nod. "A shame," he said simply. "However," I added, My sister received one yesterday. I managed to stop her from tossing it into the fireplace. Thank you, Mr. Burton. That was very considerate. I walked over to my desk, unlocked the drawer where I'd placed it, thinking its contents weren't exactly fit for Partridge's eyes, and handed it to Nash. He read it through, then looked up. Is this similar in appearance to the last one?
As far as I can recall, yes. The same discrepancy between the envelope and the text.
Correct, I said. The envelope was typed. The letter itself had printed words cut out and glued onto the paper. Nash nodded, pocketed it, and then asked, I wonder, Mr. Burton, if you'd mind coming down to the station with me. We could have a proper conference there. It would save a good deal of time and prevent overlapping efforts. Certainly, I replied. Now, if it's no trouble. A police car was waiting outside. As we drove, I asked, Do you believe you'll be able to get to the bottom of this? Nash nodded with an air of quiet confidence. Oh yes, we'll get there. It's a matter of time and routine. These cases move slowly, but they're usually quite sure. It's all about narrowing the field. Elimination? I suggested. Precisely. And general procedure. Watching mailboxes, checking typewriters, fingerprints, all that? He offered a faint smile. As you say, at the station, I found Symington and Griffith were already present. I was introduced to a tall, solemn-faced man in plain clothes, Inspector Graves. Nash explained, Inspector Graves has come from London to assist us. He specializes in these sorts of anonymous letter cases. Inspector Graves offered a mournful smile. I couldn't help reflecting that a career spent chasing anonymous letter writers must be profoundly dreary work. Yet Graves displayed a kind of gloomy enthusiasm. They're all remarkably similar, these cases, he said in a deep, somber voice, like a particularly despondent bloodhound. You'd be surprised. The phrasing they use, the things they choose to say. We had an incident almost 2 years ago, Nash added. Inspector Graves assisted us then as well. Several letters were spread out on the table before Graves. He had clearly been examining them. The main difficulty, Nash continued, is securing the letters themselves. People either burn them immediately or are too embarrassed to admit they received anything. It's foolish, and they're afraid of being involved with the police. The locals here can be rather backward about such things. Still, we've gathered a fair amount to work with, Graves noted, his long fingers sorting through the papers. Nash took the letter I had provided and passed it over to him. Graves glanced through it, set it down with the others, and observed with grim approval, Very nice. Very nice indeed. It wasn't the description I would have chosen for the vile document in question, but I supposed experts had their own point of view. It was a depressing thought that this screed of obscene abuse actually gave someone a twisted sense of satisfaction. We have enough to proceed, I believe, Graves said. And I'll ask all of you, gentlemen, if you receive any more, or if you hear of anyone else getting one, particularly you, doctor, with your patients, to do your utmost to have them brought here immediately. Don't let them destroy the evidence. He had them sorted with a deft, practiced hand. Here's one addressed to Mr. Symington, received about 2 months ago. This one is for Dr. Griffith. This was sent to Mrs. Dane Calthrop. Mudge, the butcher's wife, and the bank manager's spouse were among the names mentioned. Quite a representative collection, I remarked, and not one I couldn't match from other sources. The superintendent nodded and said, Yes, indeed. Symington then inquired, Have you come to any conclusion about the writer? Graves cleared his throat and began a brief explanation. These letters all share certain common traits, which I will outline in case they spark any ideas. The messages are formed from words cut out of a printed book, likely dating back to around 1830. This method was clearly chosen to avoid handwriting recognition, as disguising one's script offers little protection against expert analysis nowadays. The letters and envelopes bear no consistent fingerprints, only those from postal workers, the recipients, and a few random others. This indicates the compiler wore gloves throughout the process. The envelopes were typed on a well-worn Windsor 7 machine, with the A and T noticeably misaligned. Most were mailed locally or placed directly into a household box, confirming a local origin. In my judgment, the author is a woman, middle-aged or older, and likely, though not definitively, unmarried. We maintained a respectful silence for a moment. Then I said, The typewriter seems your best lead. That shouldn't be too hard to trace in a small community like ours. Inspector Graves shook his head with a regretful air. That's where you're mistaken, sir, Superintendent Nash added. The typewriter, unfortunately, is too accessible. It's an old machine from Mr. Symington's office, donated to the Women's Institute, where it's fairly easy for anyone to use. The ladies are in and out of there all the time. Can't you determine something from the typing style, the touch, as it's called? Graves nodded again. That can be done, but these envelopes were all typed using a single finger. Meaning someone unfamiliar with typing? Not necessarily. It could be someone who can type but wishes to conceal that fact. Whoever is behind these letters has been exceedingly cunning, I observed slowly. She is, sir, very much so, Graves agreed. She knows every trick in the book. I admit I was taken aback. I had unconsciously pictured the culprit as a local busybody, perhaps someone like Mrs. Cleet, spiteful and simple-minded. It was almost a relief to imagine such a straightforward villain lurking in our midst, but reality, as it often does, decided to be far more inconvenient. I wouldn't have thought one of our more rural residents here possessed the cleverness for this, I said. Graves coughed politely. I may not have been clear. These letters were composed by an educated woman. What? By a lady? The word escaped me before I could stop it. A relic from my grandmother's era carrying its old weight of distinction. Nash understood immediately. The term still held meaning for him. Not necessarily a lady in the social sense, he clarified, but certainly not an uneducated village woman. Most here are barely literate, poor spellers, and incapable of expressing themselves with such fluency. I fell silent, the implications settling heavily. Our community was so small. Symington voiced the collective shock, his words sharp with disbelief. But that narrows it down to perhaps a dozen people at most in the entire area. I find that hard to accept. Then, with visible effort and staring straight ahead as if the words themselves were distasteful, he added, You have heard my statement from the inquest. If you ever imagined my earlier words were meant to shield my late wife's reputation, let me state clearly now. I am utterly certain the contents of that letter were a complete fabrication. I know they were false. My wife was an intensely sensitive person, some might even say prudish in certain matters. A vile note like that would have devastated her, especially given her fragile health. Graves answered at once. That sounds right, sir. None of these letters suggest any real inside knowledge. They're just malicious shots in the dark. There's been no blackmail attempt, and no particular religious angle like we sometimes see. It's pure spite, mixed with cheap sensationalism, and that actually gives us a useful clue about the writer. Symington stood up. Though he was usually a dry, controlled man, his lips were trembling. I hope you catch the devil who's doing this soon. She killed my wife as surely as if she'd used a knife. He paused, then added quietly. I wonder how she feels about it now. He left without waiting for a reply. How does she feel, Griffith? I asked, thinking the question fell within his professional domain. Who can say? Maybe she's remorseful. Or maybe, he said, his tone turning sharp, she's savoring the power. Mrs. Symington's death might have only fed the obsession. I hope not, I said with a shudder, because if that's true, then she'll— Nash finished the thought for me. She'll try again? That, Mr. Burton, would be the best possible break for us. The pitcher goes to the well once too often, remember. She'd have to be insane to continue, I protested. She'll continue, Graves stated flatly. They always do. It becomes a compulsion, they can't stop themselves. I shook my head, feeling a chill. I asked if they needed me any longer. I desperately wanted fresh air. The room itself seemed tainted. Nothing more for now, Mr. Burton, said Nash. Just keep your eyes open, and spread the word everyone must report any letter they receive. I nodded. Seems like everyone in town has gotten one of those filthy things by now. I wonder, Graves mused. He tilted his head slightly. You don't happen to know for a fact of anyone who hasn't received one? It was an odd question. The general public doesn't usually confide in me, I said. No, I didn't mean that. I meant, is there anyone you personally know for certain has not gotten an anonymous letter? Well, now that you mention it, I hesitated. There is one person in a way. I recounted my earlier talk with Emily Barton and what she had told me. Graves listened with an impassive face and made a note. That could be helpful. I'll make a record of it. I walked out into the afternoon sun with Owen Griffith. Once on the street, I couldn't hold back. What kind of place is this for a man to come and recuperate? It looks as peaceful as a postcard, but it's poisoned underneath. Even the Garden of Eden had one serpent, Owen remarked dryly. Tell me, Griffith, do they know anything? Do they have a suspect? I couldn't say. The police have a way of seeming very open while telling you nothing at all. Nash seems decent and very capable, Owen agreed. If anyone around here is unbalanced, you'd be the one to spot it, I said pointedly. He shook his head, looking not just discouraged, but deeply troubled. I wondered if he had some private suspicion. We had been walking along the high street. I stopped outside the real estate office. My next rent payment is due soon. I'm half tempted to pay it and leave with Joanna immediately, just forfeit the rest of the lease. Don't go, Owen said. Why not? He didn't answer right away. After a moment, he said slowly, Then again, perhaps you're right to consider it. Limstock isn't a healthy place at the moment. It could be harmful to you or to your sister. Nothing harms Joanna, I replied. She's resilient. I'm the fragile one. This whole affair makes me feel ill. It makes me ill too, Owen said. I pushed the door to the real estate office halfway open. But I won't leave, I told him. Crude curiosity is stronger than cowardice. I need to find out the truth. I stepped inside. A woman typing at a desk stood up and approached me. She had frizzy hair and a somewhat affected manner, but she struck me as sharper than the bespectacled young man who usually occupied the outer office. After a moment, a flicker of recognition passed through me. It was Miss Ginch, formerly the clerk for Symington's law firm. I mentioned it. You used to work for Galbraith and Symington, didn't you? I asked. Yes, that's right. But I felt it was better to move on. This position is quite suitable, though the pay isn't quite as good. Still, some things are more valuable than money, don't you agree? Absolutely, I said. Those horrible letters, Miss Ginch whispered, her voice hushed and sibilant. I received a dreadful one, about me and Mr. Symington. Oh, it was terrible, saying the most awful things. I knew my duty, so I took it to the police. It wasn't exactly pleasant for me, was it? No, it certainly wouldn't be, I agreed. But they thanked me and said I'd done the right thing. After that, though, if people were talking, and they must have been, or where would the writer get such ideas, then I felt I should avoid even the appearance of wrongdoing. Not that there ever was anything improper between Mr. Symington and myself. I felt a wave of discomfort. No, of course not. But people have such malicious minds, truly, such wicked minds. Trying to avoid it, I accidentally met her gaze and made a distinctly unpleasant discovery. Miss Ginch was thoroughly enjoying herself. Earlier that day, I'd already encountered someone who took a peculiar pleasure in these anonymous letters. Inspector Graves's interest was professional. Miss Ginch's enjoyment, however, struck me as suggestive and repulsive. A sudden, startling idea flashed in my mind. Could Miss Ginch have written these letters herself? When I returned home, I found Mrs. Dane Calthrop sitting with Joanna. She looked pale and unwell. This has been a dreadful shock to me, Mr. Burton, she said. Poor creature, poor creature. Yes, I agreed. It's terrible to think of someone being driven to that point. Oh, you mean Mrs. Symington, didn't you? Mrs. Dane Calthrop shook her head. Of course one feels sorry for her, but it was bound to happen eventually, wasn't it? Was it? Joanna said dryly. Mrs. Dane Calthrop turned to her. I believe so, my dear. If you see suicide as your escape from trouble, then the specific trouble hardly matters. Whenever she faced a truly unpleasant shock, she would have done the same. It comes down to her being that sort of person. Not that one would have guessed. She always struck me as a rather selfish, somewhat dull woman with a firm grip on life. Not the panicking type you'd think, but I'm starting to realize how little I truly know about anyone. I'm still curious whom you meant when you said poor creature, I remarked. She stared at me. The woman who wrote the letters, of course. I don't imagine, I said dryly. I'll be wasting any sympathy on her. Mrs. Dane Calthrop leaned forward and placed a hand on my knee. But don't you see? Can't you feel it? Use your imagination. Think of how desperately, violently unhappy a person must be to sit down and write such things. How profoundly lonely, how utterly cut off from everyone. Poisoned right through, with a deep, dark stream of bitterness that only finds an outlet this way. That's why I blame myself. Someone in this town has been tortured by that terrible unhappiness, and I had no inkling. I should have known. You can't always interfere with people's actions, I never do, but to be so blind to that depth of pain, that inner darkness, a kind of sickening despair, felt like a poisoned limb, physically dark and swollen. If only you could lance it and let the infection drain, it might flow away without causing more harm. Yes, poor soul. Truly a poor soul. She rose to leave. I wasn't inclined to agree with her sentiment. I held no sympathy whatsoever for the person who had penned those anonymous letters. Still, curiosity prompted me to ask, "Do you have any notion at all, Mrs. Calthrop, who this woman might be?" She turned her clear, troubled eyes toward me. "I could venture a guess," she replied. "But then, I might easily be mistaken, mightn't I?" She moved swiftly to the door, then popped her head back inside to inquire. "Tell me, why is it you've never married Mr. Burton?" From anyone else, the question would have seemed intrusive, but with Mrs. Dane Calthrop, you felt the idea had simply struck her, and she genuinely wished to know. I mustered a light tone and answered, "Shall we say I've never met the right woman?" "We could say that," Mrs. Dane Calthrop responded, though it wouldn't be a very convincing answer. After all, so many men have clearly married the wrong one. With that, she finally took her leave. Joanna remarked, "You know, I truly think she's a bit mad, but I like her. People in the village are rather afraid of her. I am too, a little," I admitted, "because you never know what she'll say or do next." "Exactly, and there's an unsettling, almost careless brilliance to her intuitions." Joanna said slowly, "Do you believe whoever wrote those letters is truly so unhappy?" "I neither know nor care what that wretched creature is thinking or feeling. My concern lies entirely with her victims. Looking back, it strikes me as odd that in all our musings about the poison pen's state of mind, we overlooked the most obvious possibility. Griffith had imagined her as possibly triumphant. I had pictured her remorseful, horrified by the consequences of her actions. Mrs. Dane Calthrop saw her as suffering. Yet the plain, inevitable reaction we failed to consider, or perhaps I should say I failed to consider, was fear. With Mrs. Symington's death, the letters had shifted from one category into another, far more serious one. I wasn't clear on the precise legalities, Symington would know, but it was evident that once a death resulted, the writer's position became gravely precarious. There could no longer be any passing it off as a malicious prank if the author were uncovered. The police were actively involved. A Scotland Yard specialist had been summoned. Remaining anonymous was now absolutely vital, and if fear was the principal reaction, other consequences naturally followed, possibilities to which I remained completely blind at the time, though they should have been plain. Looking back, I realize I was walking through a fog of my own assumptions. Joanna and I came down to breakfast rather late the next morning, late, that is, by Limstock standards. It was 9:30, an hour at which in London Joanna might just be stirring, and I would likely still be fast asleep. When Partridge had asked whether we preferred breakfast at 8:30 or 9, neither of us had dared suggest anything later. To my irritation, Amy Griffith was standing on the front step talking to Megan. She hailed us with her customary vigor. "Hello there, you slackers. I've been up for hours." That, of course, was her own affair. A doctor must keep early hours, and a devoted sister is there to serve his tea or coffee. But it hardly justified descending upon one's more leisurely neighbors for a morning call. 9:30 was certainly no time for social visits. Megan slipped back into the house and into the dining room, where she had apparently been interrupted during her meal. "I said I wouldn't come inside," Amy declared, though why it's considered more polite to make people talk to you on the doorstep than inside the house, I really don't understand. "I only wanted to ask Miss Burton if she had any spare vegetables for our Red Cross stall on the main road. If so, I'd have Owen collect them in the car." "You're out and about very early," I observed. "The early bird catches the worm," Amy replied with a brisk smile. "You're more likely to find people around at this hour. I'm heading to Mr. Pye's place next, and then I have to make my way over to Brenton this afternoon. Guides. Your sheer stamina is exhausting to witness, I remarked, just as the telephone's sharp ring cut through the hall. I moved to answer it, leaving Joanna muttering something uncertain about rhubarb and green beans, a clear testament to her city dweller's knowledge of the garden. "Hello?" I spoke into the receiver. From the other end came a soft rustle and a faint, breathy sound. "Oh," said a hesitant woman's voice. "Hello?" I repeated more encouragingly. "Oh," the voice said again, then asked with a nasal tone, is that Little Furs?" "It is?" Oh, this seemed to be her standard opening. She ventured cautiously, "Might I speak with Miss Partridge for just a moment?" "Of course," I replied. "Who may I say is calling?" "Oh, would you tell her it's Agnes? Agnes Waddle?" "Agnes Waddle?" "That's correct." Biting back a far less polite greeting, I set the receiver down and called up the stairs toward the sound of Partridge's vigorous cleaning overhead. "Partridge!" She appeared at the landing, a mop in hand, and a look of thinly veiled exasperation behind her polite demeanor. "Yes, sir. Agnes Waddle wishes to speak with you on the telephone." "I beg your pardon, sir." I raised my voice slightly. "Agnes Waddle." I've written the name as it first struck my ear. The proper spelling, as I later learned, was rather different. "Agnes Waddell? Whatever could she want now?" Partridge exclaimed, clearly flustered. She abandoned her mop, her starched print dress whispering with agitation as she hurried downstairs. I made a discreet exit into the dining room. There, Megan was devouring a plate of bacon and kidneys with single-minded focus. She offered none of Aimee Griffith's radiant morning cheer. Instead, she answered my greeting with a grunt and continued eating in stony silence. I unfolded the morning paper. A moment later, Joanna entered, looking rather worn out. "Goodness," she sighed. "I'm utterly spent. And I'm fairly certain I just revealed my complete ignorance of what grows when." "Aren't there string beans this time of year? August?" Megan stated flatly without looking up. "Well, one can get them any time in London," Joanna said defensively. "In tins, my dear," I said. "Or shipped in cold storage from the distant corners of the empire." "Like ivory, apes, and peacocks?" Joanna asked. "Precisely." "I think I'd prefer the peacocks," Joanna mused. "I'd like a monkey of my own as a pet," Megan announced abruptly. Joanna, thoughtfully peeling an orange, said, "I wonder what it must be like to be Aimee Griffith, just overflowing with health and zeal and sheer enjoyment of everything. Do you suppose she's ever tired, or downhearted, or wistful?" I declared I was quite sure Aimee Griffith had never experienced a wistful moment in her life, and followed Megan out through the open French doors onto the veranda. As I stood there packing my pipe, I heard Partridge enter the dining room from the hall. Her voice was stern. "Might I have a word, miss? Dear me," I thought. "I do hope Partridge isn't about to hand in her notice. Miss Emily would be most displeased with us," Partridge continued. "I must apologize, miss, for receiving a telephone call. That is to say, the person who placed it should have known better. It has never been my habit to use the telephone, nor to allow my acquaintances to ring me up on it, and I am very sorry indeed that it happened, especially with the master answering and all." "Why, that's perfectly all right, Partridge," Joanna soothed. "Why shouldn't your friends use the telephone if they wish to speak with you?" I could sense, though not see, Partridge's expression growing even more severe as she replied with icy formality. "It is not the sort of thing that has ever been done in this household. Miss Emily would never have allowed it." I must apologize for what happened, but Agnes Waddell, the young woman responsible, was quite distressed. She's still very young and doesn't fully understand the proper conduct expected in a gentleman's household. "That was a subtle jab at you, Joanna," I thought with some amusement. "This Agnes who telephoned, Miss," continued Partridge, "was once in service here under my supervision. She was just 16 then, having come directly from the orphanage. Without a proper home, a mother, or any family to guide her, she has grown accustomed to seeking my counsel. I am able to instruct her on what is correct, you understand?" "Yes," Joanna replied, waiting patiently. It was clear there was more to the request. "So I am taking the liberty of asking you, miss, if you would permit Agnes to join me for tea in the kitchen this afternoon?" It is her day off, you see, and she has a matter weighing on her mind that she wishes to discuss. Under normal circumstances, I would never presume to suggest such a thing." Joanna looked bewildered. "But why shouldn't you have a guest for tea?" Partridge drew herself up, as Joanna later described, looking quite formidable as she answered. "It has never been the custom in this house, miss. Old Mrs. Barton never permitted visitors in the kitchen except on our own days out, when we were allowed to receive friends here instead of going elsewhere." On ordinary days, however, the answer was no. Miss Emily continues to adhere to the old ways. Joanna is generally very kind to the household staff and most appreciate her, but she has never made any headway with Partridge. "It's no use," I told Joanna once Partridge had departed and she joined me outside. "Your sympathy and flexibility are not valued here. Partridge prefers the traditional, authoritative ways and things being done precisely as they should be in a proper home. I've never heard of such tyranny, not allowing them to have their friends visit," said Joanna. "It's all very well, Jerry, but they can't possibly enjoy being treated like indentured servants." "Evidently some of them do," I replied. "At least the Partridges of this world seem to. I can't fathom why she doesn't like me. Most people do. She likely views you as an inadequate manager of the household. You never run your finger along a shelf to check for dust. You don't inspect beneath the rugs. You never inquire about the fate of the leftover chocolate soufflé, and the words bread pudding have never crossed your lips in my hearing." "Ugh," said Joanna. She continued mournfully, "I'm a complete failure today. Despised by our aim for my ignorance of botany. Snubbed by Partridge for possessing basic human empathy. I shall now go into the garden and contemplate my inadequacies." "Megan's already out there," I noted. Megan had wandered away a few minutes earlier and was now standing motionless in the center of the lawn, rather like a pensive bird waiting for something to happen. She drifted back toward us, however, and announced abruptly, "I say, I need to go home today." "What?" I was genuinely dismayed. She went on, her cheeks flushing, but her voice filled with nervous resolve. "It's been terribly kind of you to have me, and I expect I've been a dreadful nuisance, but I have enjoyed it immensely. Only, I really must go back. It is my home, after all, and one can't stay away forever. I think I'll leave this morning. Both Joanna and I tried to persuade her to reconsider, but she was quite firm." Finally, Joanna fetched the car while Megan went upstairs and returned shortly with her few belongings packed again. The only person who seemed pleased was Partridge, whose usually stern face bore the ghost of a smile. She had never been particularly fond of Megan. I was standing in the middle of the lawn, lost in thought, when Joanna returned. She asked me if I imagined myself to be a sundial. Why? Standing there like a garden ornament. Only one couldn't inscribe on you the motto about only marking the sunny hours. You look positively stormy. "I'm in a foul mood," I grumbled. First Aim Griffith. "Good heavens," Joanna murmured, "I really must ask about those vegetables." And now Megan rushing off, I had considered taking her for a stroll up to Legator. "With a leash and collar, I imagine?" remarked Joanna. "What did you say?" Joanna repeated herself clearly as she walked around the side of the house toward the kitchen garden. "I said, with a leash and collar, I imagine? The master has lost his dog? That's what's troubling you." I must admit I was irritated by how abruptly Megan had left us. Perhaps she had simply grown bored. It wasn't a very exciting life for a young woman, after all. At home, she only had the children and Elsie Holland for company. I heard Joanna returning, and quickly moved away, hoping to avoid any further sarcastic comments about sundials. Owen Griffith stopped by in his car just before lunch, and the gardener was ready with the vegetables from the garden. While old Adams was loading them into the car, I invited Owen inside for a drink. He declined to stay for the meal. When I returned with the sherry, I found Joanna already working her charm. Any earlier tension was gone. She was curled up on the sofa, positively glowing, asking Owen about his work, whether he enjoyed being a general practitioner, and if he had ever considered specializing. She declared medicine one of the most fascinating fields in the world. Say what you will about her, Joanna is a wonderful listener. After hearing so many patients dismiss his advice, Owen Griffith was an easy target. By the time he was on his third glass, he was explaining some obscure medical reaction in such technical detail that only another doctor could have followed. Joanna wore an expression of intelligent, deep interest, and I felt a momentary pang of guilt. It seemed a bit unfair. Griffith was too decent a man to be toyed with. Women could be devils. Then I caught a side view of Griffith's determined jaw and the resolute set of his lips, and I realized Joanna would have her way regardless. Besides, if a man lets himself be swayed by a woman, that's his own lookout. When Joanna suggested, "Do change your mind and stay for lunch, Dr. Griffith?" he flushed slightly and mentioned his sister would be expecting him. "We'll telephone and explain," said Joanna promptly, and she went out to the hall to do just that. I thought Griffith looked a little uneasy, and it crossed my mind he might be somewhat intimidated by his sister. Joanna returned smiling and announced it was all settled. So Owen Griffith stayed for lunch and seemed to thoroughly enjoy himself. We talked of books and plays, world affairs, music, painting, and modern architecture. We didn't mention Limstock at all, or the anonymous letters, or Mrs. Symington's suicide. We escaped from everything for a while, and I believe Owen Griffith was happy. His somber face brightened, and he showed himself to have a keen and interesting mind. After he left, I said to Joanna, "That man is too good for your games." "That's your opinion," Joanna retorted. "You men always stick together. Why are you pursuing him, Joanna?" Wounded pride. "Perhaps," my sister replied. "That afternoon we were expected for tea at Miss Emily Barton's rooms in the village. We walked down, as I now felt strong enough to manage the hill on the return. We must have miscalculated the time and arrived early, for the door was opened by a tall, raw-boned, severe-looking woman who informed us Miss Barton wasn't back yet. But she's expecting you, I know, so if you'd like to come up and wait, please do." This was clearly the faithful Florence. We followed her upstairs, and she ushered us into a quite comfortable sitting room, though perhaps a little overcrowded with furniture. I suspected some items had come from her former home. Little furs. The woman was evidently proud of the room. "It's nice, isn't it?" she demanded. "Very nice indeed," Joanna said warmly. "I make her as comfortable as I can. Not that I'm able to do for her as I'd like, or in the way she really ought to have things. She really should be in her own home, settled properly, not shuffled off into rented rooms." Florence, who was clearly a formidable guardian, looked between us with stern disapproval. It was not, I felt, our day. Joanna had already been scolded by Ame Griffith and Partridge, and now we were both receiving a lecture from the dragon Florence. "I served as parlor-maid there for 9 years, she added pointedly. Stung by the unfairness, Joanna replied. "Well, Miss Barton chose to let the house. She listed it with the agents." "Driven to it," Florence snapped, "and her living so frugally and carefully all the while, but even then, the government won't leave her in peace. Has to have its pound of flesh regardless." I shook my head with a sympathetic sigh. "There was plenty of money in the old lady's time," Florence continued. "Then they all passed away, one after another, poor souls. Miss Emily nursed each of them in turn. It wore her out, she did, and she was always so patient, never a word of complaint. But it took its toll, and then to have money worries on top of it all. She says her shares aren't bringing in what they used to, and I'd like to know why not. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Taking advantage of a lady like her who isn't one for figures and can't see through their schemes." "Practically everyone has been affected that way," I offered, but Florence remained unmoved. "It's all well and good for those who can fend for themselves, but not for her. She needs looking after, and as long as she's with me, I'll see to it that no one takes advantage of her or upsets her. I'd do anything for Miss Emily." After fixing us with a final, formidable glare to ensure her point was made, the indomitable Florence left the room, carefully closing the door behind her. "Do you feel like a villain, Jerry?" Joanna asked. "Because I certainly do. What is wrong with us?" "We don't seem to be making a favorable impression," I said. "Megan grows weary of us, Partridge disapproves of you, and the loyal Florence disapproves of us both." Joanna murmured, "I wonder why Megan really left?" "She was bored." "I don't believe she was at all. I wonder, do you think, Jerry, it could have been something Ame Griffith said?" "You mean this morning, on the doorstep?" "Yes. There wasn't much time, of course, but I finished the thought, but that woman has the tread of a charging elephant. She might have." The door opened and Miss Emily entered. She was flushed and slightly breathless, her eyes a bright, shining blue. She addressed us in a flustered, chirping manner. "Oh dear, I'm so terribly sorry to be late. I was doing a little shopping in the village, and the cakes at the Blue Rose didn't seem quite fresh to me, so I went on to Mrs. Ligon's instead. I always prefer to get my cakes at the last possible moment. That way you get the newest batch straight from the oven and aren't fobbed off with yesterday's leftovers. But I am so distressed to have kept you waiting, it's really unpardonable." Joanna interrupted gently. "It's our fault, Miss Barton. We're early. We walked down and Jerry strides along so quickly now that we end up arriving everywhere far too soon." "Never too soon, my dear. One cannot have too much of a good thing, you know." The old lady gave Joanna's shoulder an affectionate pat. Joanna's spirits visibly lifted. At last, it seemed, she was meeting with approval. Emily Barton extended her smile to include me, though with a touch of timidity, rather as one might approach a reputedly fierce tiger currently presumed to be tame. "It's very kind of you to come to such a feminine meal as tea, Mr. Burton." I suspect Emily Barton holds a mental image of men as perpetually consuming whiskey and sodas and smoking cigars, intermittently slipping out to seduce a village girl or conduct an affair with a married woman. When I mentioned this to Joanna later, she suggested it was likely wishful thinking that Emily Barton would have loved to encounter such a scandalous figure, but alas, never had. In the meantime, Miss Emily was bustling about the room, settling Joanna and me with small side tables and thoughtfully placing ashtrays within reach. Shortly after, the door opened and Florence entered carrying a tea tray laden with delicate Crown Derby cups, which I understood Miss Emily had brought along. The tea was a fragrant Chinese blend, served with plates of dainty sandwiches, thinly sliced bread and butter, and an assortment of little cakes. Florence beamed with satisfaction, watching Miss Emily with a sort of fond maternal pride, as if observing a cherished child delighting in a pretend tea party. Joanna and I found ourselves eating far more than we intended, so earnestly did our hostess encourage us. It was clear the little lady was thoroughly enjoying her role, and I realized that to Emily Barton, Joanna and I represented a thrilling glimpse into a more cosmopolitan world, two visitors from the sophisticated mystery of London. Our conversation naturally drifted to local matters. Miss Barton spoke with genuine warmth of Dr. Griffith, praising both his kindness and his medical skill. She mentioned Mr. Symington as a very capable lawyer who had once helped her recover some money from the tax authorities she would never have known was due. He was so good with his children, too, utterly devoted to them and to his wife. She caught herself then. "Poor Mrs. Symington, it is so terribly sad those young children left without a mother. She was never, perhaps, a very robust woman, and her health had been failing lately." She lowered her voice slightly. "A sudden brainstorm, that must have been it. I've read about such things. People truly don't know what they are doing in those moments. She can't have known, or she would certainly have remembered Mr. Symington and the children." "That anonymous letter must have upset her dreadfully," Joanna remarked. Miss Barton's cheeks colored. A note of gentle reproof entered her voice. "Not a very pleasant topic, do you think, my dear? I know there have been such letters, but we really shouldn't discuss them. Nasty business? I believe they are best simply ignored." Well, Miss Barton might manage to ignore them, but for some of us, it wasn't quite so simple. I obediently steered us to a safer subject, and we began to talk about Aimée Griffith. "Quite remarkable." "Truly remarkable," said Emily Barton. "Her energy and organizational talents are simply splendid. She's wonderful with the village girls, too, so practical and modern in every way. She practically runs this community, and she is absolutely devoted to her brother. It's lovely to see such affection between a brother and sister." "Does he ever find her a little much?" Joanna inquired. Emily Barton stared at her, startled. "She has made considerable sacrifices for his sake," she replied, with a touch of dignified reproach. I caught a flicker of skepticism in Joanna's eye and quickly redirected the conversation to Mr. Pye. Emily Barton was somewhat hesitant about Mr. Pye. All she could offer, repeated with a faint air of doubt, was that he was very kind, yes, very kind. Quite well off, too, and most generous. He did have rather peculiar visitors on occasion, but then, of course, he had traveled extensively. We agreed that travel not only broadened the mind, but could also lead to forming some rather unusual acquaintances. I have often wished to go on a cruise myself, Emily Barton confessed wistfully, her eyes taking on a distant look. One reads the advertisements, and they always sound so delightful. Why don't you go? Joanna asked. The notion of transforming this daydream into a concrete plan seemed to alarm Miss Emily. Oh no, that would be quite impossible. But why? They can be quite affordable. Oh, it isn't merely the expense. I shouldn't like to go alone. Traveling by oneself would look so very odd, don't you agree? Not at all, said Joanna. Miss Emily looked at her uncertainly. And I shouldn't know how to manage my luggage, and going ashore in all those foreign places, and all the different kinds of money. A multitude of imagined pitfalls seemed to rise before the little lady's anxious gaze. Joanna, sensing her distress, hastily soothed her by asking about an upcoming garden fete and sale of work. This led us quite naturally to a discussion of Mrs. Dane Calthrop. A faint tremor crossed Miss Barton's features. You understand, my dear, she remarked. She is a most peculiar woman. The remarks she comes out with on occasion. I inquired what sort of remarks. Oh, I can hardly recall them precisely. They are so startlingly unpredictable. And her manner of looking at you, it's as if you aren't truly present, but someone else stands in your place. I'm explaining this poorly, but it is terribly difficult to convey the exact sensation. Furthermore, she refuses to involve herself properly. There are countless situations where a vicar's wife could offer guidance, even a firm reprimand. Pull people up short, you see, and encourage them to correct their behavior. The parishioners would heed her, I'm certain. They are all rather in awe of her. Yet she insists on remaining detached and remote, and she has this most curious tendency to express sympathy for the least deserving individuals. That is intriguing, I said, exchanging a swift look with Joanna. Still, her breeding is impeccable. She was a Miss Faraday of Belpath, an excellent family, though these old lineages can be a touch eccentric, I'm told. She is utterly devoted to her husband, a man of considerable intellect, rather wasted, I sometimes fear, in this rural setting. A good and sincere man, but I must confess his habit of quoting Latin tends to leave me somewhat bewildered. Hear, hear, I agreed with feeling. Jerry had an expensive public school education, Joanna chimed in, so he doesn't recognize Latin when he hears it. This prompted Miss Barton onto a fresh subject. The schoolmistress here is a most disagreeable young woman, she declared. Quite red, I'm afraid. She lowered her voice conspiratorially over the word red. Later, as we walked home up the hill, Joanna said to me, She's rather sweet, isn't she? At dinner that evening, Joanna asked Partridge if her tea gathering had been a success. Partridge's face flushed and her posture grew, if possible, even more rigid. Thank you, miss, but Agnes never arrived after all. Oh, I'm sorry. It was of no consequence to me, said Partridge. So swollen with grievance was she that she deigned to unburden herself to us. It wasn't my idea to invite her. She telephoned herself, said she had something on her mind, and asked if she could come here, it being her day off. I agreed, subject to your permission, which I obtained. And after that, not a word or a sight of her. And no apology either, though I shall expect a postcard by tomorrow morning. These modern girls have no sense of their place, no notion of how to conduct themselves. Joanna made an attempt to soothe Partridge's wounded dignity. She might have been taken ill. You didn't telephone to inquire? Partridge drew herself up once more. No, miss, I did not. Certainly not. If Agnes chooses to be rude, that is her affair. But she will receive a piece of my mind when we next meet. Partridge left the room, stiff with outrage, and Joanna and I laughed. Probably a case for advice from Aunt Nancy's column, I suggested. My young man is very distant with me. What should I do? Failing Aunt Nancy, Partridge was to be consulted. Instead, there's likely been a reconciliation, and I imagine at this very moment Agnes and her beau are one of those silent, entwined couples you stumble upon by a shadowy hedge. They horribly embarrass you, but you don't embarrass them in the least. Joanna laughed and said that was doubtless the explanation. Our conversation turned to the anonymous letters, and we speculated on how Nash and the somber graves were progressing. It's exactly a week today, Joanna observed, since Mrs. Symington's suicide. I should think they must have discovered something by now. Fingerprints, or a handwriting sample, or some such clue, I replied absently. Somewhere beneath my conscious thoughts, a peculiar disquiet was taking root. It was linked in some vague way to the phrase Joanna had used, exactly a week. I ought, I suppose, to have connected the dots sooner. Perhaps without realizing it, my mind was already growing suspicious. Regardless, the notion was fermenting now. The uneasiness was swelling, coming sharply into focus. Joanna broke off her lively story about a village incident, noticing my distraction. "Jerry, what's wrong?" I stayed silent, my thoughts racing to connect the dots. Mrs. Symington's suicide. She had been alone in the house that afternoon. Completely alone, because the household staff had their regular day off. Exactly 1 week ago. Jerry, what on earth? I cut her off. "Joanna, domestic help gets a scheduled day off every week, right?"
"And every other Sunday,"
Joanna replied, looking confused. "What are you getting at?" "Never mind Sundays. Is it always the same weekday?" "Typically, yes," she said, her curiosity growing as she watched me. Her mind hadn't yet followed the same dark path mine was on. I walked across the room and rang the bell. When Partridge arrived, I asked, "This Agnes Waddell, she's in service, correct?"
"Yes, sir."
"At the Symington residence," Partridge confirmed, her tone already hinting at disapproval. I took a steadying breath and checked the clock. It was 10:30. Would she be back by now, do you think? Partridge's expression was frosty. "Yes, sir. The rules there are quite strict. The maids must be in by 10. "I'm going to telephone," I announced, moving to the hall. Joanna and Partridge trailed after me, one bewildered, the other silently fuming. As I dialed, Joanna pressed, "Jerry, what exactly are you doing?" "I just want to confirm the girl returned safely," I said, ignoring Partridge's audible sniff of disdain. Honestly, her judgment was the least of my concerns. Elsie Holland answered. "Apologies for calling so late," I began. "Jerry Burton here. Could you tell me if your maid Agnes has come in?" The moment the words left my mouth, I felt like an utter fool. If the girl was safely home, how would I possibly explain this intrusive call? I should have let Joanna ask, though even that would have sparked gossip. I could already imagine the new rumors swirling through Limstock, with Agnes Waddell and me at the center. Elsie sounded justifiably surprised. "Agnes? She should certainly be back by now." I pressed on, feeling increasingly ridiculous. "Would you mind just checking for me, Miss Holland? There's something to be said for a nursery governess. She's accustomed to following instructions without question." Elsie Holland set down the receiver obediently. 2 minutes later, her voice returned. "Mr. Burton?" "Yes." "Agnes isn't back yet, actually." A cold certainty settled in my gut. My hunch had been right. I heard muffled voices, then Mr. Symington himself came on the line. "Burton? What's this about?" "Miss Holland just checked. Our maid Agnes hasn't returned." "Has there been an accident?" "There hasn't been an accident that I know of," I said. "Do you have reason to believe something has happened to the girl?" His voice was tight with a dawning anxiety. "I wouldn't be at all surprised," I replied grimly. I slept poorly that night, fragments of the puzzle swirling in my mind. I was convinced that if I could just focus, I could have pieced the whole thing together right then. So why did these elusive clues dance just out of reach? How much do we actually know at any given moment? We often sense the truth lurking beneath the surface, a subconscious knowledge we can't quite grasp. It's there, maddeningly close, yet we can't break through to it. Tossing in bed, only disjointed pieces came to torment me. There was a pattern, a design I needed to seize. I ought to know who wrote those vile letters. A trail existed somewhere, if only I could find it. As I drifted into a fitful sleep, words taunted my drowsy mind. No smoke without fire. No fire without smoke. Smoke? Smoke? Smoke screen? No, that's a war term. War. Scrap of paper. Just a scrap of paper. Belgium. Germany. I finally fell asleep and dreamed I was walking Mrs. Dane Calthrop, who had transformed into a sleek greyhound, on a lead. The phone jolted me awake. That insistent ring kept going. I pushed myself up, checked my watch. 7:30. No one had come for me yet. The sound was coming from the hall downstairs. I threw back the covers, grabbed my robe, and sprinted down. I just barely beat Partridge, who was hurrying in from the kitchen through the back door. I snatched the receiver. "Hello." "Oh." It was a choked sound, full of relief. "It's you." It was Megan's voice, but it sounded utterly lost and terrified. "Please, you have to come. Right now, will you?" "I'm on my way," I told her firmly. "Right now, you hear me?" I took the stairs 2 at a time and burst into Joanna's room. "Joe, I'm heading over to the Symingtons." Joanna lifted her blonde head from the pillow, rubbing her eyes sleepily like a little kid. "Why? What's going on?" "I'm not sure." It was Megan. She sounded completely shattered. "What do you think happened?" "My guess is it's about the maid, Agnes." As I turned to leave, Joanna called out, "Wait, I'll get up and drive you." "No need. I'll take the car myself." "You can't drive it."
Watch me.
And I did. It was painful but manageable. I washed, shaved, dressed, got the car out, and made it to the Symingtons' place in 30 minutes flat. Not bad time. Megan must have been watching from a window. She ran out of the house and grabbed onto me. Her face was pale and tense. "You came! You're here!" "Steady now, funny face," I said, putting an arm around her shaking shoulders. "I'm here. Now tell me what happened." She started to tremble. I found her."
You found Agnes? Where? The shaking got worse. In the cupboard under the stairs. You know, the one with the fishing rods and the old golf bags. I nodded. It was the usual catch-all closet. She was in there, Megan whispered, all curled up, and she was so cold, terribly cold. She was dead. I asked, "What made you look in there?" I don't know. After you called last night, we all started wondering where Agnes was.
We waited up for a while, but she never came back, so we finally went to bed. I couldn't sleep well. I got up early. Only Rose, the cook, was around. She was furious that Agnes hadn't returned, muttering about a girl she knew once who just vanished. I had some milk and toast in the kitchen, and then Rose came in looking strange. She said Agnes's good coat and hat were still in her room, the ones she always wears to go out, and I started to wonder if she'd ever left the house at all. I began looking around, and I opened that cupboard, and she was there. Someone's called the police, I assume? Yes, they're here already. My stepfather called them right away. And then, I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I called you? You don't mind, do you? Not at all, I said. I studied her face. Did anyone think to give you some brandy, or coffee, or tea after you found her? Megan shook her head. Honestly, the whole Symington household was hopeless. That stuffed shirt, Symington, only thought of procedure. Neither Elsie Holland nor the cook had spared a single thought for the shaken kid who'd made that awful discovery. Some caretakers they were. "Come on, Slabface," I said. "Let's get you to the kitchen." We went around to the back door. Rose, a round-faced woman, was by the kitchen fire, fortifying herself with a mug of strong tea. She launched into a speech about how queer she felt, her heart palpitating terribly. Just think, it could have been any of them murdered in their beds. "Pour a cup of that for Miss Megan," I told her, cutting her off. "She's had a shock. Or did you forget she was the one who found the body?" The mention of the body nearly set Rose off again, but a sharp look from me stopped her. She poured out a cup of the dark, inky tea. "There you go," I said to Megan. I told Megan to drink it down, then asked Rose if there was any brandy in the house. Rose hesitated before mentioning a small amount of cooking brandy left over from the Christmas puddings. I said that would do, and poured a generous splash into Megan's cup. Rose's expression told me she approved of the idea. I instructed Megan to stay with Rose and asked if I could trust her to look after Miss Megan. Rose replied in a pleased tone, "Oh, yes, sir." I headed into the house. Knowing Rose and her practical nature, she'd soon decide they both needed something to eat to keep their strength up, which would be good for Megan, too. Honestly, why couldn't anyone in this house look after the girl properly? I was simmering with irritation when I nearly collided with Elsie Holland in the hallway. She didn't seem surprised to see me. I suppose the grim excitement of the discovery made everyone less aware of comings and goings. Constable Bert Rundle was stationed by the front door. Elsie gasped. "Oh, Mr. Burton, isn't this just terrible? Who could have done such a horrible thing?" So it was murder? Yes. She was hit on the back of the head. It's all blood and hair, it's awful, and then she was shoved into that cupboard. Who would do something so wicked, and why? Poor Agnes, I'm sure she never hurt anyone. No, I agreed dryly. Somebody made very sure of that. She stared at me, not catching my meaning. Not the quickest thinker, but she had steady nerves. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, and I had a strange feeling that, despite a naturally kind heart, she was rather enjoying the macabre drama of it all. She said apologetically, "I really must go up to the boys. Mr. Symington is terribly worried they might hear something and get upset. He asked me to keep them well away from all this." "I heard Megan found the body," I said. "I hope someone is looking after her." To her credit, Elsie looked genuinely remorseful. "Oh dear, I completely forgot about her. I do hope she's all right. It's been so chaotic with the police and everything, but I should have checked. Poor girl, she must be feeling awful. I'll go find her right away." I softened a little. "She's fine," I told her. "Rose is with her. You go ahead and tend to the children." She thanked me with a flash of her perfect white teeth and hurried up the stairs. After all, the boys were her responsibility, not Megan. Megan was nobody's job, really. Elsie was paid to look after Symington's children. You could hardly blame her for focusing on that. As she turned the corner on the staircase, I caught my breath. For just a second, I didn't see a conscientious nursery governess. I saw a winged victory, timeless and breathtakingly beautiful. Then a door opened, and Superintendent Nash stepped into the hall with Symington behind him. "Ah, Mr. Burton," Nash said. "I was just about to telephone you. I'm glad you're here." He didn't ask why I'd come. Instead, he turned to Symington and said, "May I use this room?" It was a small morning room facing the front of the house. "Of course," Symington replied. His composure was impressive, but he looked exhausted. Superintendent Nash said in a kindly, almost doctorly tone, "If I were you, Mr. Symington, I'd have some breakfast. You, Miss Holland, and Miss Megan will all feel better after some coffee and eggs. Murder is a nasty business on an empty stomach." Symington managed a faint smile. "Thank you, Superintendent. I'll take your advice." I followed Nash into the room and he closed the door. "You got here quickly," he remarked. "How did you hear?" I explained that Megan had called me. I felt a certain respect for Nash. He, at least, had remembered that Megan would need breakfast, too. "I understand you telephoned here last night, Mr. Burton, asking about this girl," he said. "Why was that?" It must have seemed odd. I told him about Agnes's phone call to Partridge and the fact that she never showed up. He replied slowly, "Yes, I understand." He spoke the words with a thoughtful pause, his hand moving to rub his chin. Then he let out a sigh. "Well," he continued, "it's clearly murder now, direct physical violence. The real question is, what exactly did the girl know? Did she share anything specific with this Partridge?" "I doubt it, but you can certainly ask her yourself." "Yes, I'll go up and speak to her once I'm finished here." "What actually happened?" I inquired. "Or is it still unclear?" "We have a fairly clear picture. It was the maid's day off." "Both of them?" "That's right. Apparently there used to be two sisters working here who preferred to go out together, so Mrs. Symington kept that schedule. When these two new maids arrived, she continued the same arrangement. They would have a cold supper set out in the dining room, and Miss Holland would handle tea." "I see. The sequence is clear up to a certain point. The cook Rose is from Nether Mickford, and to get there on her day off she needs to catch the 2:30 bus. So Agnes always stayed to finish clearing lunch. Rose would wash the supper dishes in the evening to balance things. That's what happened yesterday. Rose left to catch the bus at 2:25. Mr. Symington headed to his office at 2:25. Elsie Holland took the children out around 2:45. Megan Hunter left on her bicycle about 5 minutes after that. Agnes would have been alone in the house from then on. As far as I can determine, she usually left the house herself between 3 and 2:30. So the house was left empty? Oh, people around here don't worry much about that. There isn't a strong habit of locking up in these parts. As I said, by 2:50, Agnes was alone. It's clear she never left because she was still in her cap and apron when we found her. Can you estimate the time of death? Dr. Griffith won't commit to anything precise. His official medical opinion places it between 2 o'clock and 4:30. How was she killed? She was first struck on the back of the head, which stunned her. Afterward, an ordinary kitchen skewer, sharpened to a fine point, was driven into the base of her skull, causing immediate death. I lit a cigarette. The image was unsettling. "Pretty cold-blooded," I remarked. "Oh, yes, that much is evident." I took a deep inhale. "Who did it?" I asked. "And why?" "I doubt," Nash said slowly, "we'll ever know the exact reason, but we can make an educated guess. She knew something." "She knew something? And she didn't give anyone here a hint?" "From what I can gather, no." According to the cook, she'd been upset ever since Mrs. Symington's death, growing more anxious lately, repeatedly saying she didn't know what she should do. He released a short, frustrated sigh. "It's always the same. They won't come to us. There's that deep-seated prejudice against getting mixed up with the police. If she'd just come forward and told us what was troubling her, she'd still be alive." "Didn't she give the other maid any hint?" "No, or so Rose claims, and I'm inclined to believe her. If she had, Rose would have blurted it out immediately, probably with plenty of her own dramatic embellishments." "It's infuriating," I said, not knowing. "We can still piece it together, Mr. Burton. To start, it can't have been anything too definite. It would be the sort of detail you mull over, and as you do, your unease grows. You follow my meaning?" "Yes. Actually, I believe I know what it was." I looked at him with newfound respect. "That's impressive work, Superintendent. Well, you see, Mr. Burton, I'm aware of something you aren't. On the afternoon Mrs. Symington took her own life. Both maids were supposed to be out. It was their day off. But Agnes actually returned to the house. You know that for certain?" "Yes. Agnes had a boyfriend, young Rendell from the fish shop. Wednesday is early closing, and he'd come to meet Agnes so they could go for a walk or to the movies if it rained. That particular Wednesday, they had a quarrel almost as soon as they met. Our letter writer had been busy, implying that Agnes had other interests, and young Fred Rendell was thoroughly upset. They argued fiercely, and Agnes rushed back home declaring she wouldn't step out again unless Fred apologized. The kitchen faces the rear of the house, but the pantry window overlooks the side yard we're examining now. There's just the one gate. You enter through it and either go straight to the front door or follow the side path around to the back. Now, here's something crucial. The letter Mrs. Symington received that afternoon wasn't mailed. It had a used stamp stuck on it, and the postmark was cleverly faked with lamp black to look like it came with the regular afternoon delivery. But it never went through the postal system. Do you see what that implies?" "It means," I said, thinking it over, "that someone delivered it by hand, slipping it through the letterbox sometime before the afternoon post arrived, so it would be mixed in with the legitimate mail." "Precisely. The afternoon mail usually comes around 3:45. Here's what I believe happened. The girl was in the pantry, peering through the window. It's partly hidden by shrubs, but you can still see through them, waiting to see if her young man would show up to say he was sorry." "So she saw whoever delivered that note?" I asked. "That's my assumption, Mr. Burton. I could be wrong, of course. I don't believe you are. It's straightforward and makes sense. It means Agnes knew the identity of the anonymous letter writer." "Yes," Nash agreed. "Agnes knew who was writing those letters, but then why didn't she speak up?" I paused, frowning. Nash responded quickly, in my view. The girl didn't immediately grasp the significance of what she'd witnessed. Someone had left a letter at the house, sure, but that someone was a person she would never dream of connecting to the poisoned pen mail. From her perspective, that person was entirely above suspicion, but the more she turned it over in her mind, the more unsettled she became. Should she tell someone about it? In her confusion, she thought of Miss Barton's Partridge, who I understand is a rather forceful character whose advice Agnes would trust completely. She decides to ask Partridge what she should do. "Yes," I said thoughtfully, "that fits." And somehow, Poison Pen found out. How did she manage that, Superintendent? You're not accustomed to country life, Mr. Burton. It's astonishing how news travels here. First, there was the telephone call. Who might have overheard it on your end? I thought back. I answered the call originally. I called up to Partridge. Did you mention the girl's name? Yes, I did. Could anyone have heard you? My sister or Miss Griffith might have. Ah, Miss Griffith. What was she doing there? I explained. Was she heading back to the village? She was going to Mr. Pye's first. Superintendent Nash sighed. That's 2 avenues for it to spread all over. I was skeptical. You mean to say that either Miss Griffith or Mr. Pye would bother repeating such a trivial bit of information? Everything is news in a spot like this. You'd be amazed. If the dressmaker's mother has a troublesome corn, the whole village hears about it. And then there's this end. Miss Holland, Rose, they could have overheard what Agnes said. And there's Fred Rendell. Word might have gotten around through him that Agnes returned to the house that afternoon. I gave a slight shiver. I was gazing out the window. Before me lay a tidy square of lawn, a walkway, and that prim little gate. Someone had opened that gate, walked very properly and quietly up to the house, and slipped a letter through the slot. In my mind's eye, I saw a hazy, vague, feminine shape. The face was blank, but it had to be a face I recognized. Superintendent Nash was saying, all the same, this narrows the field. That's always how we catch them in the end. Steady, patient elimination. There aren't many possibilities left now. You mean? It rules out any female clerks who are at their jobs all afternoon. It rules out the school teacher who was in her classroom. And the local nurse, I know exactly where she was yesterday. Not that I seriously suspected any of them, but now we can be certain. You see, Mr. Burton, we have 2 clear time frames to focus on, yesterday afternoon and the week before. On the day Mrs. Symington died from about 3:15, the earliest Agnes could have returned after their argument until 4 o'clock when the mail would have arrived, though I can pin that down more precisely with the postman. Then yesterday from 10 minutes to 3, when Miss Megan Hunter left the house until 3:30 or more likely 1/4 past, since Agnes hadn't even started to change. What do you believe happened yesterday? Nash gave a grim smile. What do I believe? I think a certain woman walked right up to the front door and rang the bell, perfectly calm and smiling, the polite afternoon visitor. Perhaps she asked for Miss Holland or for Miss Megan, or maybe she claimed to be delivering a package. Agnes turns to fetch a tray for a calling card or to accept the parcel, and our refined caller strikes her on the back of the head. With what Nash said, ladies around here often carry rather large handbags. You never know what might be inside one. And then stabs her through the neck and shoves her into the cupboard? Wouldn't that be heavy work for a woman? Superintendent Nash looked at me with a peculiar expression. The woman we're after isn't normal, not by a long shot, and that kind of instability often comes with surprising physical strength. Agnes wasn't a large girl. He paused, then asked, what made Miss Megan Hunter think to look in that cupboard? Pure instinct, I replied. Then I asked, but why move the body? What was the point? The longer it took to find her, the harder it would be to pinpoint the exact time of death. If Miss Holland, for instance, had stumbled over the body as soon as she returned, a doctor might narrow it down to within 10 minutes, which could have been very awkward for Our Lady. Frowning, I said, but if Agnes was suspicious of this person, Nash cut in. She wasn't, not to that degree. Let's just say she thought things were odd. She was a slow-thinking girl, only vaguely uneasy, with a feeling something wasn't right. She certainly never imagined she was dealing with a woman capable of murder. Did you suspect that? I asked. Nash shook his head, his tone heavy with regret. I should have known that suicide business scared the poison pen. It rattled her. Fear, Mr. Burton, is an unpredictable force. Yes, fear. That was what we should have anticipated. Fear in an unhinged mind. You see, Superintendent Nash continued, and his words suddenly made the whole situation feel utterly grotesque. We're dealing with someone who is respected and well-regarded, someone, in fact, of solid social standing. After a moment, Nash mentioned he was going to question Bose again. I asked, somewhat hesitantly, if I might accompany him. To my surprise, he agreed readily. I'm actually glad to have your cooperation, Mr. Burton, if I may say so. That sounds suspicious, I remarked. In mystery novels, when a detective welcomes someone's help, that someone usually turns out to be the killer. Nash gave a short laugh. You're hardly the type to write anonymous letters, Mr. Burton, he added. Frankly, you can be useful to us. I'm glad, but I don't see how. Because you're a newcomer here, You don't have any preconceived notions about the people in this town, yet you have the chance to learn things in a social setting. The killer is a person of good social position, I murmured, the irony hanging in the air between us. Exactly. So I'm to be the spy inside the house? Do you have a problem with that? I considered it. No, I replied honestly, I don't. If there's a dangerous madman on the loose, one who drives harmless women to take their own lives and attacks poor, defenseless maids, then I have no qualms about getting my hands a little dirty to see that person locked away. That's a sensible attitude, sir. And let me be clear, the individual we're hunting is extremely dangerous. Think of the deadliest snakes you know, a rattlesnake, a cobra, a black mamba, all rolled into one. That's the level of threat we're dealing with. A chill ran down my spine. So we need to move quickly then? Absolutely. Don't for a second believe we're sitting idle. The police are pursuing multiple active lines of inquiry right now. He said this with a grim determination that made me picture a vast, intricate web being woven. Nash explained he wanted to hear Rose's story yet again. She had already given him 2 conflicting versions, and he believed the more tales she spun, the greater the chance a few precious grains of truth might slip through. We found Rose at the sink, finishing the breakfast dishes. She immediately stopped, rolled her eyes dramatically, clutched her chest, and launched once more into how she'd been feeling faint and unwell all morning. Nash was a study in patience mixed with firmness. He told me later his first approach had been soothing, his second more commanding, and now he employed a blend of both. Rose expanded with evident pleasure on the details of the past week, describing how Agnes had moved in a state of sheer terror, shivering and refusing to speak when pressed. It would be death if she told me, that's what she said, Rose finished, her eyes wide with a sort of ghoulish delight. Did Agnes give any hint at all about what was frightening her? Nash asked. None, except a persistent fear for her life. With a sigh, the superintendent let that line of questioning drop, focusing instead on extracting a precise account of Rose's own movements the previous afternoon. Stripped of her embellishments, it was simple. She had caught the 2:30 bus to spend the afternoon and evening with her family, returning on the 8:40 bus from Nether Mickford. Her recital, however, was bogged down by lengthy descriptions of the dark forebodings that had plagued her all day, how her sister had remarked on her pallor, and how she hadn't been able to stomach a single bite of her sister's famous seed cake. Honestly, the performance was almost impressive in its dedication. From the kitchen, we went to find Elsie Holland, who was overseeing the children's lessons. As always, she was the picture of efficiency. She stood and said calmly, "Now, Colin and Brian, you will complete these 3 arithmetic problems and have the answers ready for me when I return." She then led us into the night nursery. Will this be suitable? I thought it best not to discuss such matters in front of the children. Thank you, Miss Holland. Just to confirm once more, are you absolutely certain Agnes never mentioned being worried about anything? Specifically since Mrs. Symington's death? No, she never said a word. She was a very quiet girl, you understand, and kept to herself. A different temperament from the other one, then. Yes, Rose talks far too much. I've had to speak to her about impertinence on more than one occasion. She said this with the mild exasperation of a born organizer. Now, please recount everything you remember from yesterday afternoon in as much detail as possible. Of course. We had lunch at 1 o'clock as usual. I don't allow the boys to dawdle. After lunch, Mr. Symington returned to his office. I helped Agnes by setting the table for supper, and the boys played in the garden until I was ready for our walk. Where did you go? We took the field path toward Combe Baker. The boys wanted to fish. I actually had to turn back because I'd forgotten their bait. What time was that? Let me think. We set out around 20 minutes to 3 or just after. Megan was going to join us but changed her mind at the last minute. She's developed quite a passion for cycling lately and decided to go out on her bicycle instead. I meant, what time was it when you went back for the bait? Did you re-enter the house? No. I had left the bait tin in the conservatory at the rear of the house. I'm not sure what time it was exactly, maybe around 10 minutes to 3. Did you happen to see Megan or Agnes? I believe Megan had already left by then. No, I didn't see Agnes. I didn't see anyone at all. After that, we went fishing. Yes, we walked along the stream. We didn't catch anything. We hardly ever do, but the boys always enjoy it. Brian got quite wet, so I had to change his clothes once we got back. Do you usually handle tea on Wednesdays? Yes. Everything is set up in the drawing room for Mr. Symington. I just make the tea when he arrives. The children and I have ours in the schoolroom. Megan joins us there too. I keep my own tea things and everything else in the cupboard upstairs. What time did you return? At 10 minutes to 5. I took the boys upstairs and started laying out tea. When Mr. Symington came in at 5, I went down to prepare his, but he said he'd join us in the schoolroom instead. The boys were delighted. We played animal grab afterward. It feels so strange to think about now, with that poor girl in the cupboard the whole time. Does anyone usually go into that cupboard? Oh, no. It's just used for storing odds and ends. Coats and hats hang in the small cloakroom to the right of the front door. No one might have opened the other cupboard for months. I understand. And when you returned, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary? The blue eyes widened. Oh, no, Inspector, nothing at all. Everything was exactly as it always is. That's what made it so awful. What about the week before? You mean the day, Mrs. Symington? Yes. Oh, that was terrible. Just terrible. I know it was. Were you out that afternoon as well? Oh, yes. I always take the boys out in the afternoon when the weather is fine. We do lessons in the morning. I remember we went quite a long way up on the moor that day. I was worried I might be late getting back because as I turned in at the gate, I saw Mr. Symington coming from his office down the road, and I hadn't even put the kettle on yet, but it was just 10 minutes to 5. You didn't go up to see Mrs. Symington? Oh, no, I never did. She always rested after lunch. She suffered from neuralgia, and it often came on after meals. Dr. Griffith had given her some powders to take. She would lie down and try to sleep. Nash asked casually, so no one would have taken her the afternoon post? The afternoon mail? No, I'd check the letter box when I came in and place the letters on the hall table, but very often Mrs. Symington would come down and get it herself. She didn't sleep the whole afternoon. She was usually up again by 4. It didn't strike you as odd that she wasn't up that afternoon? Oh, no, I never imagined anything was wrong. Mr. Symington was hanging up his coat in the hall, and I said, "Tea isn't quite ready, but the kettle's nearly boiling." He nodded and called out, "Mona! Mona!" When Mrs. Symington didn't answer, he went upstairs to her bedroom. It must have been the most dreadful shock for him. He called for me, and I came, and he said, "Keep the children away." Then he phoned Dr. Griffith, and we completely forgot about the kettle. It burned right through the bottom. Oh, it was just awful. And she had been so cheerful and happy at lunch. Nash asked abruptly, "What's your own opinion of that letter she received, Miss Holland?" Elsie Holland replied indignantly, "Oh, I think it was wicked, absolutely wicked. Yes, I understand. But did you believe it was true?" Elsie said firmly, "No, I certainly did not. Mrs. Symington was very sensitive, extremely sensitive. She had to take various things for her nerves, and she was very well proper." Elsie flushed. Anything of that sort, anything nasty, would have shocked her deeply. Nash was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Have you received any of these letters yourself, Miss Holland?" No, I haven't." "Are you certain?" "Please," he raised a hand, "don't answer too quickly. I know they're unpleasant things to receive, and sometimes folks just don't want to admit they've gotten those letters. But in this situation, it's crucial we find out. We understand perfectly that everything written in them is a complete fabrication, so there's no need for you to feel awkward or ashamed. But I haven't, Superintendent. Honestly, I haven't." "Nothing like that at all?" She was upset, nearly in tears, and her denials sounded sincere. After she returned to the children, Nash stood gazing out the window. "Well," he remarked, "that's that. She claims she never received any of these letters, and she seems to be telling the truth." "She certainly did. I believe her." Said Nash. "Then what I'd like to know is, why on earth hasn't she?" He continued, a bit impatiently, as I stared at him. "She's an attractive girl, isn't she?" "More than just attractive. Exactly. In fact, she's remarkably good-looking, and she's young. She's precisely the sort of target an anonymous letter writer would go for. So why has she been skipped over? I shook my head. It's curious, you know. I should mention it to Graves. He asked if we could identify anyone who definitely hadn't gotten one. She's the second person, I said. There's Emily Barton, remember? Nash gave a soft chuckle. You can't believe everything you hear, Mr. Burton. Miss Barton received one. All right, more than one. How do you know? That fiercely protective woman she's staying with told me her former housemaid, Florence Elford. She was absolutely furious about it, wanted to make the writer pay. Why would Miss Emily say she hadn't gotten any? Propriety. The language in those letters isn't proper. A lady like Miss Barton has spent her whole life steering clear of anything vulgar or crude. What did the letter say? The usual nonsense. Completely absurd in her case. It even hinted that she had something to do with her elderly mother's passing and most of her sisters as well. I said, disbelieving, "Are you telling me there's actually a dangerous person out there doing this, and we can't identify them immediately?" "We'll identify them," Nash replied, his tone firm. "They'll write one letter too many, but, good heavens, they won't keep writing these things. Not now." He looked at me. "Oh, yes, they will. You see, they can't stop now. It's become a compulsion. The letters will continue, make no mistake about that." Before leaving, I found Megan in the garden. She seemed almost back to her usual self and greeted me cheerfully. I suggested she come stay with us again for a while, but after a brief hesitation, she shook her head. "That's kind of you, but I think I'll remain here. After all, this is, well, I suppose it's my home, and I expect I can help look after the boys a little." "All right," I said. "It's your decision. Then I'll stay." I could, yes?" I prompted. If anything terrible happened, I could telephone you, couldn't I? And you'd come." I was touched. "Absolutely. But what terrible thing do you think might happen?" "Oh, I don't know." She looked distant. "Things feel rather unsettled just now, don't they?" "Don't think like that," I said. "And no more hunting for trouble? It isn't good for you?" She offered a quick, faint smile. "No, it isn't. It made me feel terribly ill. I wasn't entirely comfortable leaving her there, but as she'd pointed out, it was her home. Besides, I thought Elsie Holland might now take her responsibilities more seriously." Nash and I walked up to Little Furs together. While I filled Joanna in on the morning's events, Nash spoke with Partridge. He came back to us looking discouraged. Not much help there. According to her, the girl only said she was troubled about something and didn't know what to do, and that she wanted Miss Partridge's advice. "Did Partridge mention it to anyone?" Joanna asked. Nash nodded, his expression serious. "Yes," she told Mrs. Emery. Mrs. Emery, from what I understand, had been telling anyone who would listen that there were still a few sensible young women around. Girls who actually listened to their elders instead of believing they had all the answers from the start. Agnes might not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, but she was polite, respectful, and knew how to behave properly, so Partridge was practically strutting about, feeling superior, Joanna remarked quietly. And Mrs. Emery made sure the whole town heard about it.
"That's correct, Miss Burton."
"There is one thing that puzzles me," I admitted. "Why would my sister and I be dragged into this? We're newcomers here, complete strangers. No one could possibly have a personal grievance against us. You're not accounting for the mind of a poison pen writer," Nash explained. "Everything and everyone is material for their malice. Their grudge, in a way, is against the entire world." Joanna considered this. "I suppose that is what Mrs. Dane Calthrop was trying to tell us." Nash gave her a questioning look, but she offered no further explanation. The superintendent then added a detail. "I don't know if you examined the envelope of your letter closely, Miss Burton. If you had, you might have noticed it was originally addressed to Miss Barton. The A was later changed to a U. That statement, if we had understood its true meaning, should have illuminated the entire affair. Instead, none of us grasped its significance at the time. After Nash left, Joanna turned to me with an unexpected thought. "You don't suppose that letter was actually intended for Miss Emily, do you?" "It hardly would have opened with 'you painted trollop,'" I pointed out, and she had to agree. She then urged me to go into the village. "You really should hear what people are saying. It will be the only topic of conversation today." I suggested she come along, but to my surprise, Joanna declined. She said she planned to putter around in the garden. As I was leaving, I lowered my voice and asked, "You're sure we can trust Partridge?" "Partridge?" The sheer astonishment in Joanna's voice made me feel a bit foolish for even suggesting it. I backtracked awkwardly. "I just wondered. She's rather odd in some ways, a stern, unmarried woman, exactly the type who might develop some sort of fanatical fixation. But this isn't religious fanaticism, or so you told me Inspector Graves said." "Well, a sexual obsession, then. I understand the two are often linked. She's repressed and proper, and she's been cooped up here for years, working for a series of elderly ladies. What put the idea in your head?" "Think about it," I said slowly. "We only have her word for what the girl Agnes told her. What if Agnes asked Partridge to explain why she had come by and left a note that day? What if Partridge said she'd stop by that afternoon to clarify everything, and then covered her tracks by coming to us and asking if the girl could visit here instead?" "Exactly. But she never went out that afternoon?" "We don't know that for certain. Remember, we were out ourselves." "True, that's possible," Joanna conceded, turning the idea over. "But I don't think it's likely. I don't believe Partridge has the cleverness to cover her tracks so thoroughly with those letters. To wipe off fingerprints and all that requires more than cunning, it requires specific knowledge. I doubt she has it." Joanna hesitated, then said slowly, "They are certain it's a woman, aren't they?" "You think it could be a man?" I asked, incredulous. "Not an ordinary man, no, but a certain type of man. I'm thinking honestly of Mr. Pye." "So Mr. Pye is your prime suspect? Don't you feel he's a possibility?" "He's precisely the sort of person who might be profoundly lonely and unhappy and bitter. Everyone, you see, tends to laugh at him. Can't you picture him secretly despising all the normal, contented people and taking a strange, twisted, almost artistic pleasure in his campaign?" "Graves said a middle-aged spinster." "Mr. Pye," stated Joanna flatly, "is a middle-aged spinster in everything but name. A misfit," I mused. "A profound one. He has money, but it hasn't bought him any happiness or acceptance. And I must admit, I can believe he might be deeply unbalanced." "He really is quite an unsettling little man, isn't he?" Joanna observed. "But he received one of those letters himself, you'll recall," I countered. "We can't be certain of that," she pointed out. "It was merely our assumption. For all we know, it could have been a performance staged entirely for our benefit." "You believe he'd go to such lengths?" "Absolutely. He's clever enough to conceive of it and disciplined enough not to overplay his hand. That would require a masterful actor. Jerry, whoever is behind all this has to be a masterful actor. That's a significant part of the thrill for them, I imagine." "For heaven's sake, Joanna, don't sound so admiring. You make it seem as though you sympathize with that twisted mentality." "I believe I can understand it," she said, her voice dropping. "I can just glimpse the mindset. If I weren't myself, if I weren't young and reasonably fortunate, able to enjoy life, if I were, how should I put it, locked away, merely a spectator to the happiness of others, would a dark, resentful current begin to rise inside me. A desire to cause pain, to inflict torment, even to destroy. Joanna?" I grabbed her shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. She gave a slight shudder and then smiled, the intensity fading from her eyes. "I scared you, didn't I? But I'm convinced that's the key to unraveling this. You must try to become that person, to comprehend their emotions and their motives. Only then might you anticipate their next move." "Oh, wonderful," I muttered, and here I thought I'd moved to the country for a quiet life, to dabble in harmless local gossip. Some gossip. We've graduated to slander, vicious rumors, and now murder. Joanna had been correct about the atmosphere in town. The main street was buzzing with clustered, whispering groups. I decided to take a sampling of reactions. Dr. Griffith was the first I encountered, and he looked utterly drained, his face pale with fatigue. It gave me pause. A doctor is accustomed to human suffering and death, yet this seemed to have shaken him profoundly. "You look exhausted," I said. "Do I?" He seemed distracted. "Yes, well, I've had a few difficult cases recently, including our anonymous letter writer turned killer." "That, most certainly." He avoided my gaze, looking past me down the street. A faint, persistent twitch had developed in his eyelid. "Do you have any suspicions about who it might be?" "None." "I wish I did." He abruptly changed the subject, asking after Joanna and mentioning somewhat hesitantly that he had some photographs she might like to see. I offered to deliver them. "Oh, it's no trouble," he said quickly. "I'll be passing by your lane later this morning anyway." I felt a pang of concern. It seemed Dr. Griffith was becoming rather seriously infatuated. Blast Joanna for being so charming, he was too decent a man to be treated as a mere conquest. I let him go as I spotted his sister, Amy Griffith, approaching. I wanted a word with her. She launched right in without preamble. "Absolutely shocking business," she boomed. "I understand you were on the scene quite early?" Her tone was pointed, her eyes sharp with curiosity behind her glasses. I had no intention of mentioning Megan's phone call. "The girl was expected for tea and never arrived," I said instead. It made me uneasy. "And so you rushed over and found the worst. How very perceptive of you." "Yes," I replied dryly. "I'm quite the amateur sleuth. It's the first murder we've ever had in Limstock. The excitement is palpable. I do hope our local police are up to the task." "I wouldn't worry," I said. "They seem a competent lot. I can hardly recall what the poor girl looked like, though I suppose she's answered the door to me 100 times. A quiet, mousy little thing. Owen tells me she was struck on the head and then stabbed at the base of the neck. Sounds like a lover's quarrel to me. What's your theory? Is that your official diagnosis?" "It seems the most logical. They likely had a fierce argument. Some of these local families are far too inbred, you know. Bad blood will tell." She paused, leaning in slightly. "I hear it was Megan Hunter who discovered the body. That must have been a severe shock for the girl." "It was," I said curtly. "Not at all. Good for her, in my opinion. She's never struck me as terribly stable mentally. An experience like this could easily push her over the edge altogether." Her words decided me. I needed to know something, and I needed to know it now. "Tell me, Miss Griffith, was it you who convinced Megan to go back home yesterday?" "Well, I wouldn't phrase it quite like that," I pressed the point. "But you did speak to her about it?" Amy Griffith set her stance firmly and met my gaze directly. She was, I noticed, just a touch defensive. She replied, "It does no good for that young lady to avoid her duty. She's inexperienced and doesn't understand how quickly rumors spread, so I felt obligated to offer her a word of caution." "Rumors?" I stopped short, my anger making it difficult to continue. Amy Griffith carried on with that infuriating, self-assured air that was so typical of her. "Oh, I'm sure you don't catch every piece of talk that circulates." "I do. I'm aware of what's being said now. I don't believe a word of it, not for a second. But you know how folks are. If they can spread a bit of malice, they will. And it's rather unfair to the girl when she's trying to make her own way." "Make her own way?" I asked, confused. Amy continued, "It's naturally a tricky situation for her, and I believe she acted correctly. I mean, she couldn't just abandon her post and leave the children without proper care. She's been wonderful, truly wonderful. I tell everyone that. But there it is. It's an awkward position, and people will gossip." "Who exactly are we discussing?" I inquired. "Elsie Holland, of course," said Amy Griffith with a hint of impatience. "In my view, she's a perfectly respectable girl who has simply been doing her job. And what is it people are saying?" Amy Griffith let out a laugh that struck me as rather unpleasant. "They're suggesting she's already eyeing the possibility of becoming the second Mrs. Symington, that she's keen to comfort the grieving widower and make herself absolutely essential. But," I said, taken aback, "Mrs. Symington passed away only a week ago." Amy Griffith shrugged. "Naturally, it's ridiculous, but you know how people are. The Holland girl is young and attractive. That's all it takes. And let's be honest, being a nursery governess isn't much of a future for a woman. I can't say I'd blame her if she wanted a secure home and was playing her cards to get it." She went on. "Of course, poor Richard Symington hasn't the faintest clue about any of this. He's still utterly devastated by Mona Symington's death. But you know men, if the girl is constantly there, tending to his comfort, caring for him, showing obvious devotion to the children, well, he grows to depend on her," I said quietly. So you actually believe Elsie Holland is a scheming opportunist? Amy Griffith flushed. Not at all. I feel sorry for the girl with people whispering such nasty things. That's precisely why I more or less instructed Megan that she ought to return home. It appears more proper than having Richard Symington and that girl alone in the house together. The pieces began to fall into place for me. Amy Griffith gave her hearty laugh. You're scandalized, Mr. Burton, hearing what our little gossip mill churns out. Let me tell you, they always assume the worst. With a final laugh and a nod, she strode off. I encountered Mr. Pye near the church. He was speaking with Emily Barton, who appeared flushed and rather agitated. Mr. Pye greeted me with evident delight. Ah, Burton. Good morning. How is your delightful sister? I informed him that Joanna was well. But not joining our village assembly? We are all buzzing with the news. Murder. A genuine front-page scandal right here in our midst. Not the most sophisticated of crimes, I fear. Somewhat squalid. The brutal killing of a young housemaid. No subtle nuances to the affair, but undeniably sensational news. Miss Barton said tremulously, It is dreadful. Quite dreadful. Mr. Pye turned to her. But you find it thrilling, dear lady. You find it thrilling. Admit it. You disapprove, you lament, but there is that undeniable excitement. I insist, there is a thrill. Such a nice girl, said Emily Barton. She came to me from St. Clotilde's home. Quite an untrained girl, but most willing to learn. She developed into a very nice little maid. Partridge was quite delighted with her, I remarked. I added quickly, She was expected for tea with Partridge yesterday afternoon. Turning to Pye, I said, I imagine Amy Griffith mentioned it to you. My tone was deliberately offhand. Pye replied, seemingly without any suspicion, She did bring it up, yes. I recall her saying it was rather novel for household staff to make calls on their employers' telephones. Partridge would never consider such behavior, Miss Emily stated, and I must say I'm rather shocked at Agnes for doing so. You are somewhat behind the times, my dear, said Mr. Pye. My own two terrors used the telephone incessantly and were smoking throughout the house until I put a stop to it, but one mustn't complain too much. Prescott is an absolutely marvelous cook, if a bit temperamental, and Mrs. Prescott is a superb house parlor maid. Indeed, everyone considers you very fortunate in that regard. I stepped in, not wanting the discussion to remain purely domestic. The news of the murder has spread through the town with remarkable speed, I observed. Naturally, Mr. Pye said. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. Enter rumor, painted full of tongues. Limstock, I fear, is going to the dogs. Anonymous letters, murders, a positive eruption of criminal tendencies. Emily Barton said nervously, They don't really think there's no suggestion that the two matters are connected. Mr. Pye seized on the notion with gusto. An intriguing speculation. The girl knew something, and so she was silenced. Yes, most promising. How very clever of you to consider it. I simply cannot bear it. Emily Barton spoke abruptly and turned away, walking off at a brisk pace. Pye watched her go, his cherubic face puckered in a thoughtful expression. He turned back to me and gave a gentle shake of his head. A sensitive soul, a charming creature, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely a period piece. She isn't truly of her own generation, you understand, but of the one before it. Her mother must have been a woman of formidable character. She kept the family clock ticking at about 1870, I should think, the whole lot preserved under a glass bell jar. I do so enjoy encountering that sort of anachronism. I had little interest in discussing anachronisms. What is your genuine opinion of all this business? I asked. Meaning what, precisely? The anonymous letters, the murder.
Our local crime wave? And what do you think?
I asked you first, I said pleasantly. Mr. Pye said softly, I am, a student of abnormalities. They fascinate me. Such apparently unlikely people commit the most fantastical acts. Consider the case of Lizzie Borden. There isn't a truly reasonable explanation for it, even now. In this instance, my advice to the police would be to study character. Forget your fingerprints and your handwriting analyses and your microscopes. Observe instead what people do with their hands, their little unconscious mannerisms, the way they take their meals, and whether they sometimes laugh for no discernible reason at all. I raised my eyebrows. Mad, you mean? Quite mad, said Mr. Pye, and added with a twinkle. But you'd never guess it? Who? His eyes met mine. He smiled. No, Burton, that would be slander. We mustn't add defamation to all our other troubles. With that, he fairly skipped off down the street. As I stood there watching Mr. Pye depart, the church door opened and the Reverend Caleb Dane Calthrop emerged. He offered me a vague smile. Good morning, Mr. I assisted him. Burton. Of course you mustn't think I don't recall you. Your name had merely slipped my mind for the moment. A beautiful day. Yes, I said rather shortly. He peered at me. But something is amiss. Ah, yes, that poor unfortunate girl who was in service at the Symingtons. I find it difficult to believe, I must confess, that we harbor a murderer in our midst, Mr. Burton. It does seem rather fantastic, I agreed. Something else has just come to my ears, he said, leaning closer. I am informed that there have been anonymous letters circulating. Have you heard any whisper of such things? I have heard, I said. Cowardly and dastardly things, he pronounced. He paused and then delivered a lengthy stream of Latin. Don't you find those lines from Horace particularly fitting? He remarked. Completely, I agreed. Seeing no further conversation of value, I headed home, making a brief stop for tobacco and a bottle of sherry, hoping to gather more common perspectives on the crime. The consensus leaned toward a nasty tramp. They show up at the door, the shopkeeper explained, whining for money, and if a woman's alone, they turn nasty. My sister Dora, over in Coombe Acre, had a dreadful encounter once. The man was drunk, peddling those little printed verses. The tale continued, concluding with the brave Dora slamming the door in his face and retreating to barricade herself in a private room, which, from the delicate way it was mentioned, I inferred was the bathroom. And she stayed right there until her employer returned. I arrived at Little Furze just before lunch. Joanna was standing at the drawing-room window, seemingly lost in thought, her gaze distant. What have you been up to? I inquired. Oh, nothing much, really, she replied absently. Stepping onto the veranda, I noticed 2 chairs pulled up to the iron table with a pair of empty sherry glasses. On another chair lay an object that puzzled me for a moment. What in the world is this? Oh, said Joanna, I believe it's a photograph of an afflicted spleen or something similar. Dr. Griffith seemed to think I'd find it interesting. I examined the photograph with curiosity. Every man has his own method of courting a woman's attention. Personally, I wouldn't choose diseased organs as a means. But then, Joanna had probably encouraged him. It looks rather grim, I commented. Joanna agreed it was unpleasant. How was Griffith? I asked. He seemed weary and troubled, like something was weighing on him. Perhaps a spleen that resists treatment? Don't be absurd. I mean something serious. My guess is you're the one on his mind. I wish you'd leave him be, Joanna. Oh, be quiet. I haven't done a thing. Women always say that. Joanna stormed out of the room in a huff. The photograph of the spleen was starting to curl in the sunlight. I picked it up by a corner and brought it inside, though I had no personal fondness for it, assuming it was one of Griffith's prized possessions. Bending down, I pulled a hefty volume from the bottom shelf of the bookcase to flatten the image between its pages. It was a weighty tome of someone's sermons. The book fell open in my hands in an unexpected manner. In a moment, I understood why. A section of pages had been neatly excised from the center. I stared at it, then checked the title page, published in 1840. There was no question this was the very book used to assemble the anonymous letters. Who had removed the pages? The obvious suspect was Emily Barton herself. Alternatively, it could have been Partridge, yet other possibilities existed. Any visitor left alone in that room, waiting for Miss Emily, might have done it. Even a casual caller, though that seemed less likely as I recalled Partridge directing a bank clerk to the back study during a business visit. So, a social visitor then? Someone of respectable standing. Mr. Pye? Aimee Griffith? Mrs. Dane Calthrop? The lunch gong sounded, and I went in to eat. Later, in the drawing room, I showed Joanna my discovery. We discussed it thoroughly from every angle. Then I took it down to the police station. They were thrilled with the find, and I received praise for what was, admittedly, pure luck. Graves wasn't there, but Nash was, and he promptly called the other officer. They would check the book for fingerprints, though Nash held little hope of success. I can confirm that he found nothing useful. Only my own prints and partridges were present, which simply proved the housekeeper was diligent with her dusting. Nash accompanied me back up the hill. I inquired about the progress of the investigation. "We're closing in, Mr. Burton," he said. "We've ruled out the people who couldn't possibly be responsible." "I see," I replied. "And who does that leave?" "Miss Ginch. Yesterday afternoon she had an appointment to meet a client at a property. That house was located along the Combe Acre Road, which passes directly by the Symingtons' home. She would have had to go past their house both coming and going. Furthermore, the week prior, the very day the anonymous letter arrived and Mrs. Symington took her own life, was Miss Ginch's final day working at the office. Initially, Mr. Symington believed she hadn't left at all that afternoon, as he was occupied with Sir Henry Lushington and had rung for her several times. However, I've since learned she did step out between 3 and 4 o'clock. The excuse was to fetch a specific high-value stamp they had run out of. The office boy could have gone, but Miss Ginch insisted, complaining of a headache and a need for fresh air. She wasn't gone for very long. But long enough? Yes, long enough to hurry to the other end of the village, slip the letter into the box, and return. I must add, though, that no one reports seeing her near the Symington house. Would anyone necessarily have noticed? It's possible, but not certain. Who else is on your list? Nash stared fixedly ahead. You must understand we cannot exclude anyone. Absolutely anyone. No, I said. I suppose not. He continued gravely. Miss Griffith attended a Girl Guides meeting in Brenton yesterday. She arrived quite late. You don't seriously believe? No, I don't believe it, but I cannot be sure. Miss Griffith appears to be a perfectly sane and sensible woman, but appearances can be deceiving. What about the previous week? Could she have delivered the letter? It's possible. She was shopping in town that afternoon. He paused. The same applies to Miss Emily Barton. She was out shopping early yesterday afternoon, and the week before, she took a walk to visit friends living on the road past the Symingtons. I shook my head, finding it hard to accept. Discovering the mutilated book at Little Furs was clearly meant to cast suspicion on the household's occupant. Yet I remembered Miss Emily's visit yesterday, so bright and cheerful, flushed with excitement. It was unsettling, that very excitement, her pink cheeks and shining eyes. Surely it couldn't be because I couldn't finish the thought. I said hoarsely, "This whole affair is poisoning the mind. You start seeing things, imagining horrors where none exist." Nash nodded in sympathy. "Yes, it's unpleasant to look at your neighbors and wonder which might be a dangerous lunatic." He was silent for a moment, then went on. "And then there's Mr. Pye," I responded sharply. "So you've considered him as well?" Nash gave a thin smile. "Oh yes, we've considered him thoroughly. A very odd character, not what I'd call a pleasant one. He has no alibi. On both occasions he claims to have been alone in his garden." He added, almost as an afterthought, that during his solitary gardening, Mr. Pye had been obsessively pruning a row of rose bushes, a task he described with an unusual, almost theatrical fervor. So you're not only suspecting women. I don't believe a man wrote those letters. I'm fairly certain of it. Our Mr. Pye is the exception given his distinctly effeminate qualities, but we've accounted for everyone's movements yesterday afternoon. This is a murder inquiry now. You're in the clear, and so is your sister. Mr. Symington never left his office after arriving, and Dr. Griffith was making his rounds in the opposite direction. I verified all his calls. He paused, allowing a brief, dry smile. You see, we are nothing if not thorough, I said slowly. So your suspects are narrowed to 3? Mr. Pye, Miss Griffith, and dear little Miss Barton? Oh no, not just 3. We have a couple more, including the vicar's wife. You've considered her? We've considered everybody, Mr. Burton. Everybody Dane Calthrop seemed a bit too obviously unhinged, if you catch my drift. Still, she could have been the one. She claimed to be out bird-watching yesterday afternoon, and the birds aren't exactly reliable witnesses. He spun around as Dr. Owen Griffith walked into the station. Afternoon, Nash. I heard you were looking for me earlier. Something urgent? The inquest is set for Friday. If that works for your schedule, Doctor? Friday's fine. Dr. Moresby and I are conducting the postmortem this evening. Nash continued. There's another matter, Dr. Griffith. We understand you had prescribed some medicinal powders for Mrs. Symington. He paused, and Owen Griffith responded with a questioning. Yes. Would an excessive dose of that medication have been lethal? Absolutely not, Griffith stated flatly. She'd have needed to swallow 24 packets for that to be a risk. But you did caution her about exceeding the dosage, according to Miss Holland. Oh, that. Mrs. Symington was precisely the type to think if one pill was good, 2 must be better. You have to warn people even about common remedies like aspirin. Overuse isn't good for the heart. Regardless, the cause of death is unequivocally cyanide poisoning. I understand that. You're missing my point. I was thinking that if one were to take their own life, a sedative overdose seems a gentler choice than prussic acid. True, but cyanide is more theatrical and decidedly effective. With sleeping pills, there's often a window to revive someone if you find them in time. Right, thank you, Doctor. After Griffith left, I said my goodbyes to Inspector Nash and made my way slowly up the hill toward home. Joanna was out, or at least there was no sign of her. A cryptic note was scrawled on the telephone pad, likely intended for Partridge or me. If Dr. Griffith calls, I can't do Tuesday, but Wednesday or Thursday is possible. I raised an eyebrow at the message and went into the drawing room. Sinking into the least uncomfortable armchair, they all had a regrettably stiff, upright quality, a lingering legacy of the late Mrs. Barton. I stretched out my legs and tried to piece everything together. A flare of irritation hit me. Griffith's arrival had cut short my talk with the inspector, who had hinted at 2 other potential suspects. Who could they be? Partridge, perhaps? The mutilated book was, after all, discovered in this very house, and Agnes might have been struck down, utterly unsuspecting, by the very person she looked up to for guidance. No, Partridge couldn't be ruled out. But who was the second person? Someone I hadn't even met? Mrs. Cleat, the original local busybody everyone whispered about. I closed my eyes, mentally reviewing the 4 unlikely individuals. Gentle, fragile Emily Barton. What evidence was there against her? A life of deprivation, dominated and controlled since childhood, constantly asked for too many sacrifices. Her peculiar aversion to discussing anything remotely improper, was that a sign of a mind secretly obsessed with such themes? Was I descending into some dreadful amateur psychoanalysis? I recalled a doctor friend once remarking that the muttered ramblings of genteel, unmarried women under anesthesia could be shockingly revealing. You'd never believe they knew such language, he'd said. Then Amy Griffith? Surely there was nothing repressed about her. She was cheerful, blunt, almost masculine in her confidence, living what seemed a full and accomplished life. Yet Mrs. Dane Calthrop had said of her, poor thing, with such pointed pity. And there was something else, a memory tugging at the edge of my mind. Ah, I had it. Owen Griffith mentioning, we had an outbreak of poison pen letters up north where I practiced before. Had that been Amy Griffith's handiwork as well? It seemed an incredible coincidence, 2 separate outbreaks of the same malice. But wait, they'd identified the culprit in that northern case. Griffith had said so. A schoolgirl. A sudden chill passed through the room, must be a draft from the window. I shifted uneasily in my chair, the thought leaving me cold. Why did I feel so strange and unsettled all of a sudden? I kept turning it over in my mind. Amy Griffith? Could it have been Amy Griffith, not that other girl? Perhaps she had come back here and started her cruel games again? That would explain why Owen Griffith looked so miserable and worn down. He must suspect something. Yes, he must be harboring a terrible suspicion. Then there was Mr. Pye. He was not, I decided, a particularly pleasant little man. I could easily picture him orchestrating the whole awful business, chuckling to himself, and that telephone message scribbled on the pad in the hall, why did it keep nagging at me? Griffith was clearly falling for Joanna, but that wasn't the source of my unease. It was something else entirely. My thoughts were growing foggy and sleep was pulling me under. I found myself muttering mindlessly, no smoke without fire. No smoke without fire. That's it. Everything connects. Then I was dreaming. I was walking down the high street with Megan when Elsie Holland passed by, dressed in a full bridal gown. People around us were whispering, "She's finally marrying Dr. Griffith. They've been secretly engaged for years, you know." The scene shifted to the church, where Reverend Dane Calthrop was conducting the service in Latin. Suddenly, in the middle of it, his wife sprang to her feet and shouted with fierce energy, "It has to be stopped, I tell you. It absolutely must be stopped." For a moment, I was utterly disoriented, unsure if I was asleep or awake. Then my mind cleared, and I realized I was in the drawing room at Little Firs. Mrs. Dane Calthrop had just come in through the window and was standing before me, repeating with nervous intensity, "It has got to be stopped, I tell you." I leapt up. "I do beg your pardon," I said. "I'm afraid I was dozing." "What did you say?" Mrs. Dane Calthrop struck one fist fiercely into the palm of her other hand. "It must be stopped. These horrible letters, and now murder. We cannot allow poor innocent children like Agnes Waddell to be killed." "You are perfectly right," I agreed. "But how do you propose we set about it?" "We must take action," she declared. I smiled, perhaps a bit condescendingly. "And what specific action do you suggest?" "We must get to the bottom of this. I once said this wasn't a wicked village. I was wrong, it is." I felt a flash of irritation. "Yes, my dear lady," I said, rather impolitely. "But what are you actually going to do?" "Put an end to it, of course," she stated. "The police are doing their best. If Agnes could be killed yesterday, then their best is not nearly good enough. So you believe you know better than they do?" "Not at all. I don't know anything. That is precisely why I'm going to call in an expert." I shook my head. "You can't simply do that. Scotland Yard will only take over if the chief constable requests it. They've already sent Inspector Graves." "I don't mean that kind of expert. I don't mean someone who knows about anonymous letters or even about murder. I mean someone who understands people. Don't you see? We need someone with a deep knowledge of human wickedness." It was a peculiar viewpoint, but somehow it was invigorating. Before I could respond, Mrs. Dane Calthrop gave me a quick, confident nod and said, "I'm going to arrange it immediately." And with that, she went straight back out the window. The following week was one of the strangest periods I have ever experienced. It had a surreal, dreamlike quality where nothing felt entirely real. The inquest into Agnes Waddell's death was held, drawing what seemed like the entire morbidly curious population of Limstock. No new facts emerged, and the only possible verdict was returned: murder by person or persons unknown. And so poor little Agnes Waddell, having had her brief, tragic moment in the spotlight, was laid to rest in the quiet old churchyard. Life in Limstock supposedly went on. No, that isn't true. It did not go on as before. There was a new, unsettling glint in almost everyone's eye, a mixture of fear and ghoulish excitement. Neighbors regarded each other with fresh suspicion. One fact had been made painfully clear at the inquest. It was highly unlikely a stranger had killed Agnes. No tramps or unknown men had been seen or reported anywhere in the district. The poison, it seemed, was coming from within. Somewhere in Limstock, walking the high street, shopping, exchanging pleasantries, was a person who had shattered a defenseless girl's skull and driven a sharp skewer deep into her brain. No one knew their identity. The days passed in a kind of haze. I began to view everyone I met through a new, chilling lens, the light of a potential murderer. It was a profoundly unsettling feeling. In the evenings, with the curtains drawn, Joanna and I talked endlessly, debating and circling back over the same unbelievable possibilities. Joanna remained steadfast in her suspicion of Mr. P.I. I, after a brief period of doubt, found myself returning to my original candidate, Miss Ginch. We recited the names like a grim litany: Mr. Pye, Miss Ginch, Mrs. Dane Calthrop, Aim Griffith, Emily Barton, Partridge. All the while, we waited in a state of nervous apprehension for something, anything, to break the dreadful stillness. Yet nothing happened. As far as we knew, no more letters arrived. Inspector Nash appeared in town periodically, but what he was doing or what traps the police were laying remained a mystery to me. Detective Sergeant Graves had departed again. Life carried on with a bizarre normalcy. Emily Barton came for tea, Megan for lunch. Dr. Owen Griffith attended to his patients. We accepted sherry with Mr. Pye and attended a tea at the vicarage. I was relieved to find Mrs. Dane Calthrop in a far less militant mood than during our last encounter. She seemed to have forgotten it entirely. Her current preoccupation was the vigorous defense of her vegetable garden against white butterflies. Our afternoon at the vicarage turned out to be one of the most peaceful we had known. The old house was attractive, its drawing room large, shabby, and comfortable with faded rose-patterned cretonne. Staying with them was a guest, an amiable elderly lady named Miss Marple, who was knitting something from fluffy white wool. We had excellent hot scones for tea, and the vicar drifted in, beaming placidly as he engaged in gentle, scholarly conversation. It was all very pleasant. Not that we escaped the topic of the murder, we did not. Miss Marple was naturally fascinated by it. "We have so little to talk about in the country," she apologized. She had decided the murdered maid must have been just like a girl she once knew, a willing but sometimes slow-to-learn servant. Miss Marple also had a distant connection through marriage to someone who had suffered greatly from anonymous letters, which made the subject all the more compelling for her. "But tell me, dear," she said to Mrs. Dane Calthrop, "what do the local people think now? Who do they suspect?" "Mrs. Cleet, I suppose," Joanna offered. "Oh, no," Mrs. Dane Calthrop replied. "Not any more." Upon inquiry, Joanna explained that Mrs. Cleet was considered the local witch. The vicar murmured a lengthy Latin quotation about the malign influence of sorcery, which we all received with respectful incomprehension. "She's a very silly woman," his wife said dismissively, "likes to make a spectacle of herself, gathering herbs by moonlight and ensuring the whole village knows about it." "And I suppose foolish young girls still go to consult her?" Miss Marple asked. Seeing the vicar preparing another Latin discourse, I interjected hastily. "But why would suspicion shift away from her? People believe she wrote the letters." Miss Marple concluded with quiet certainty. "Ah, but the girl was killed with a skewer, I hear. A very nasty business." "Well, that quite removes suspicion from this Mrs. Cleet, you see. If she were responsible, she would have ill-wished the girl so that she'd simply waste away from natural causes. A skewer is far too direct how tenaciously these old superstitions endure," the vicar mused, shaking his head. "In the early days of Christianity, local folk beliefs were often skillfully woven into Christian teachings, with their more troubling aspects slowly stripped away." "What we are facing here," Mrs. Dane Calthrop stated, "is not superstition but hard facts." "Very unpleasant facts," I agreed. Miss Marple turned to me. "Forgive me for being forward, but as someone new to our community, you bring an outside perspective and worldly experience. It seems to me you might be the one to find an answer to this dreadful situation." I gave a wry smile. "My best answer so far came in a dream. Everything clicked into place perfectly. Then I woke up and realized it was all nonsense." "How fascinating," she urged. "Do share this nonsense with us." "Well, it began with that tired old saying, 'Where there's smoke, there's fire.' People have been repeating it endlessly. Then my mind mixed it up with terms from the war, smoke screens, scraps of paper. No, wait. The telephone message was from a different dream. And what was that one about? Her eagerness reminded me of my old nurse, who swore by her dream interpretation book. Oh, that one was just silly. Elsie Holland, the Symington's governess, was marrying Dr. Griffith. Our vicar was conducting the service in Latin. "Very fitting, dear," Mrs. Dane Calthrop murmured to her husband. Then Mrs. Dane Calthrop stood up and forbade the marriage, insisting it had to be stopped, I added with a smile. That part, however, was real. I woke to find you standing there saying just that. "And I was perfectly correct," said Mrs. Dane Calthrop, though to my relief, she said it mildly. "But where did the telephone message fit in?" Miss Marple asked, her brow furrowed. "I'm afraid I'm being rather slow." "That wasn't in the dream," I explained. "It happened just before. I passed through the hall and saw Joanna had written down a message for someone if they called." Miss Marple leaned forward, 2 spots of pink appearing on her cheeks. "Would you think me terribly nosy and rude if I asked what that message said?" She glanced apologetically at Joanna. Joanna, however, was amused. "Oh, I don't mind at all," she said. "I can't recall it myself, but perhaps Jerry can. It must have been something trivial. with mock solemnity. I repeated the message as I remembered it, highly entertained by the old lady's intense focus. I feared the actual words would disappoint her, but she nodded, smiled, and seemed satisfied. "I see," she said. "I thought it might be something of that sort." "Like what, Jane?" Mrs. Dane Calthrop asked sharply. "Something quite ordinary," Miss Marple replied. She studied me thoughtfully for a moment. "You are a clever young man, I can see that, but you don't quite trust your own instincts. You really should." Joanna let out a loud laugh. "Please don't encourage him. His ego is quite healthy enough as it is." "Quiet, Joanna," I said. "Miss Marple understands me." Miss Marple had returned to her soft knitting. "You know," she mused, "committing a successful murder must be very much like performing a magic trick. The hand is quicker than the eye."
Not only that, you must make everyone look at the wrong thing, in the wrong place, what they call misdirection. "Well," I remarked, "so far everyone seems to have been looking in the wrong place for our local madman." "Personally," said Miss Marple, "I would be inclined to look for someone entirely sane." "Yes," I said, thinking it over. "Inspector Nash said the same thing. I recall he emphasized respectability, too." "Indeed," Miss Marple agreed. "That is most important." So, we all appeared to be in agreement. I turned to address Mrs. Dane Calthrop. I said, "Nash believes there will be more of these anonymous letters. What's your opinion?" She replied thoughtfully, "It's possible, I imagine. If the police are expecting them, then they're almost certain to appear," Miss Marple observed. I turned to Mrs. Dane Calthrop and pressed on. "Do you still feel pity for the person writing them?" Her cheeks colored. "Shouldn't I?" "I'm not sure I share that view, my dear," Miss Marple said gently. "Not in this instance." I felt a surge of anger. They've already pushed one woman to take her own life and caused immense pain and jealousy. "Did you receive one, Miss Burton?" Miss Marple asked Joanna. Joanna laughed softly. "Oh, yes. It said perfectly dreadful things, I fear," Miss Marple said, "that the writer tends to target those who are young and attractive." "That's precisely why I find it strange that Elsie Holland hasn't gotten any," I pointed out. Miss Marple considered. "Is that the Symington's governess, the one from your dream, Mr. Burton?" "Yes." "Perhaps she received one and simply isn't admitting it," Joanna suggested. "No," I said firmly. "I believe her Nash does too." "My goodness," said Miss Marple. "Now that is interesting. That may be the most significant detail I've heard so far." On our way home, Joanna chided me for repeating Nash's prediction about more letters. Why shouldn't I have? "Because Mrs. Dane Calthrop could be the one writing them. You can't seriously think that." "I'm not certain. She is an unusual woman." We launched into yet another debate about who the likely culprit might be. 2 evenings later, I was driving back from Exhampton after having dinner there. Darkness had already fallen by the time I approached Limstock. My car lights began acting up. I slowed, flicking them on and off, before finally pulling over to see if I could manage a repair. I tinkered under the hood for a while, the road utterly deserted. No one in Limstock ventures out after dark. Eventually, I got them working again. The first houses of the village were just ahead, including the stark, gabled shape of the Women's Institute building. It stood out in the faint starlight, and a sudden compelling urge made me want to take a closer look. Perhaps I had caught the barest glimpse of a shadowy figure slipping through the gate. If so, it was so fleeting it barely registered in my mind. But an overwhelming curiosity about the place took hold of me. The gate was slightly open. I pushed it wider and stepped inside. A short path and a few steps led to the door. I paused, hesitating. What was I really doing here? I didn't know. Then very close by, I heard a faint rustling sound, like the brush of a woman's skirt. I turned quickly and moved around the side of the building toward the noise. I saw no one. I continued on, turning another corner, and found myself at the back of the house. There, just a couple of feet away, was an open window. I crept close and listened. I heard nothing, yet I felt utterly convinced someone was inside. My back still wasn't fit for gymnastics, but I managed to haul myself up and over the sill, landing with an unfortunate thud inside. I stood frozen, listening in the darkness. Then I moved forward, hands outstretched. From ahead and to my right came the softest sound. I had a torch in my pocket and switched it on. A low, sharp voice commanded instantly, "Put that out."
I obeyed at once. In that brief flash, I had recognized Superintendent Nash. He took my arm and guided me through a doorway into a passage. Here, away from any window, he turned on a lamp and looked at me with an expression of profound exasperation. "You had to show up at exactly the wrong moment, Mr. Burton." "My apologies," I said. "I had a hunch I was onto something." "And you probably were. Did you see anyone?" I hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure," I said slowly. I had a faint impression that I saw someone slip through the front gate, but I couldn't be certain. After that, I caught the sound of movement along the side of the house. Nash gave a slow nod. "Exactly. Someone circled the house ahead of you. They paused briefly by the window, then moved on quickly. Probably heard you approaching." I offered another apology. "What's the plan here?" I inquired. Nash explained. "I'm operating on the theory that someone who writes anonymous letters can't simply stop. She might understand the risk, but the compulsion is too strong. It's akin to an addiction." I agreed. "So you believe, Mr. Burton, that this person will want to maintain consistency? She has those cut-out pages from the book and can continue forming messages from them. The envelopes, however, pose a problem. She'll need to type the addresses on the same machine. Using a different typewriter or her own handwriting would be too risky." "Do you honestly think she'll continue?" I asked, skeptical.
Absolutely, Nash replied. "And I'd wager she's feeling quite confident. People like this are often incredibly vain."
So, I reasoned, she would come to the Institute after dark to access that typewriter. "Miss Ginch?" I suggested. "Perhaps." "You don't know for sure?" "Not yet. But you have suspicions?" "Yes. But someone is being very clever, Mr. Burton. Someone knows all the tricks. I could picture the subtle net Nash had cast. No doubt every piece of mail from a suspect was being quietly examined. Eventually, the culprit would make a mistake, grow overconfident. For a third time, I apologized for my overeager and ill-timed interference. "Well," said Nash with a philosophical shrug, "it can't be helped now, maybe next time." I stepped out into the night. A shadowy figure was leaning against my car. To my surprise, it was Megan. "Hello," she said. "I thought this was yours. What have you been doing?" "The more pressing question is, what are you doing out here?" I countered. "I'm just walking. I like walking at night. No one bothers you with pointless chatter. I like the stars. Everything smells different and ordinary things look mysterious. I'll concede all those points," I said. "But it's usually only cats and witches who wander around in the dark. They'll be wondering about you at home." "No, they won't," Megan replied flatly. "They never wonder where I am or what I'm doing." "How are things going?" I asked. "Well enough, I suppose. Is Miss Holland looking after you properly?" "Elsie's fine. She can't help being a complete fool, really." "Harsh, but possibly accurate," I said. "Get in. I'll drive you home." It wasn't entirely true that Megan went unnoticed. As we pulled up, Symington was standing on the doorstep. He peered out. "Hello, is that Megan?" "Yes," I said. "I'm bringing her home." Symington's tone was sharp. "You mustn't run off like that without telling anyone, Megan. Miss Holland has been quite worried." Megan mumbled something and slipped past him into the house. Symington sighed. "A girl her age is a significant responsibility without a mother. She's probably too old for school now." He glanced at me, a hint of suspicion in his look. "I suppose you took her for a drive? I thought it best to let that assumption stand." The next day, I must have lost my mind. Looking back, it's the only explanation that fits. I was scheduled for my regular monthly appointment with Marcus Kent in the city. I took the train up. To my great surprise, Joanna chose to stay behind. She usually jumped at the chance to come along, and we often made a short trip of it. This time, I planned to return on the evening train. But even so, Joanna's decision was unexpected. She merely said rather mysteriously that she had plenty to keep her busy, and why waste hours on a stuffy train when it was such a beautiful day in the country. That was undeniably true, but it sounded nothing like the Joanna I knew. She told me she didn't need the car, so I was to take it to the station and leave it parked for my return. For some reason, only the railroad company understands. The Limstock station sits a good half-mile from the town itself. On the way, I spotted Megan shuffling along the roadside without any real purpose. I pulled over. What are you up to out here? Just walking, but not with any energy, I see. You were moving like a lost turtle. I didn't have anywhere to be. Then come see me off at the station. I opened the passenger door and she climbed in. Where are you headed? She asked. London. A checkup with my doctor. Is your back troubling you again? No, it's nearly healed. I expect he'll be pleased with the progress. Megan gave a quiet nod. We reached the station, I parked, and went inside to buy my ticket. The platform was almost empty, with no familiar faces in sight. Could you spare a penny? Megan asked. I'd like some chocolate from the machine. Here you go, kid, I said, handing her the coin. Sure you wouldn't prefer gum or some cough drops instead? Chocolate's best, she replied, entirely missing my sarcasm. She walked over to the machine, and I watched her, a growing irritation taking hold. Her shoes were scuffed, her stockings were a dull, coarse knit, and her sweater and skirt hung on her with no shape at all. I don't know why her appearance bothered me so much, but it did. When she returned, I said sharply, "Why do you wear those awful stockings?" Megan glanced down, puzzled. What's wrong with them? Everything is wrong with them. They're dreadful, and that sweater, it looks like a wilted lettuce. It's fine, isn't it? I've had it for ages. I can tell. And why do you? Just then the train arrived, cutting off my lecture. I stepped into an empty first-class compartment, lowered the window, and leaned out to continue. Megan stood below, her face turned up to mine. She asked why I was so angry. I'm not angry, I lied. It just frustrates me to see you so careless, not bothering about how you present yourself. I could never look nice anyway, so what difference does it make? Enough of that, I said. I'd like to see you dress properly for once. I'd like to take you to London and outfit you from head to toe. I wish you would, Megan said softly. The train began to move. I looked down at her upturned face, so full of a quiet longing, and then, as I said, a kind of madness seized me. I yanked the door open, reached out with one arm, and hauled her right into the carriage. A porter shouted in protest, but all he could do was slam the door shut behind us. I helped Megan up from the floor where my impulsive grab had sent her. What in the world did you do that for? She demanded, rubbing her knee. Quiet, I told her. You're coming to London with me, and when I'm done, you won't recognize yourself. I'll show you what you can look like if you make an effort. I'm tired of seeing you slouch around, looking all down at heel and thrown together. Oh! Megan breathed, her whisper full of stunned delight. The conductor came along and I bought her a return ticket. She sat in her corner watching me with something like awe. I say, she remarked after he had moved on, you are impulsive, aren't you?
Extremely, I admitted. It's a family trait. How could I explain the impulse that had overtaken me? She had looked like a forlorn puppy being left behind. Now her face held a disbelieving joy of that same puppy who discovers it's being taken along after all. I suppose you don't know London very well? I asked her. Oh, I do, Megan said. I always passed through it on the way to school. I had visited a dentist there once and even seen a pantomime show. This trip, I told her with a serious tone, will show you a very different side of London. We reached the city with 30 minutes to spare before my appointment on Harley Street. I hailed a cab and directed the driver straight to Miroden, the dressmaker Joanna always used. Miroden, whose real name was Mary Gray, was a lively and unconventional woman in her mid-40s. She was sharp, excellent company, and someone I had always enjoyed. I quickly said to Megan, "You're my cousin while we're here." "Why would I be?" she asked. "No arguments," I replied. Mary was patiently dealing with a rather stout client who was utterly taken with a tight-fitting powder blue gown. I managed to get her attention and drew her aside. "Listen," I began, "I've brought my young cousin with me. Joanna was supposed to come up to town but couldn't make it. She said I could rely on you completely. You can see what state the girl is in now, can't you?" "I most certainly can," Mary Gray exclaimed with genuine feeling. "Well, I want her outfitted properly from head to toe, full authority. Stockings, shoes, undergarments, everything. Incidentally, isn't the stylist Joanna uses quite nearby? Antoine, just around the corner. I'll arrange that as well. You're absolutely invaluable. Oh, I'll enjoy the challenge aside from the payment, which is nothing to dismiss these days when half my wretched clients never settle their bills. But yes, I'll have fun with this."
She cast a swift, expert look toward Megan, who was waiting a short distance away. She has a lovely figure, you know. You must have X-ray vision, I said. To me, she looks utterly shapeless. Mary laughed. It's these schools, she remarked. They seem to pride themselves on producing girls who boast about looking like nothing at all. They call it being sweet and natural. Sometimes it takes a full season for a girl to gather herself and start looking like a person. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Perfect, I said. I'll return to collect her around 6 o'clock. Marcus Kent was quite pleased with my progress. He told me I had exceeded his most optimistic forecasts. You must have the constitution of an elephant, he observed, to bounce back like this. Then again, it's remarkable what country air, early nights, and a quiet life can do for a man if he can stick with it. I'll grant you the first 2 points, I replied. But don't imagine the countryside is devoid of excitement. We've had our share in my corner of the world. What sort of excitement? Murder, I stated plainly. Marcus Kent pursed his lips and let out a low whistle. Some rustic love tragedy? Farm boy kills his sweetheart. Not at all. This is a cunning, determined killer who is quite insane. I haven't read anything about it. When did they catch the fellow? They haven't caught anyone yet, and it's a woman. Well, I'm not sure Limstock is the right place for you after all, old boy, I said firmly. Yes, it is, and you're not going to talk me into leaving. Marcus Kent has a rather vulgar mind, he said immediately. So that's it? Found yourself a blonde? Not at all, I replied, though I felt a pang of guilt thinking of Elsie Holland. It's simply that the psychology of crime interests me a great deal. Oh, all right, it certainly hasn't harmed you so far, but just make sure your lunatic killer doesn't decide to obliterate you. No danger of that, I assured him. What about having dinner with me this evening? You can tell me all about your revolting little murder. Sorry, I'm already booked. A date with a lady, eh? Yes, you're definitely on the mend. I suppose you could call it that, I said, privately amused at the idea of Megan in such a role. I arrived at Miroton's promptly at 6, just as the shop was officially closing. Mary Gray met me at the top of the stairs outside the showroom. She put a finger to her lips. Prepare yourself for a shock. If I may say so, I've put in some very good work today. I walked into the large showroom. Megan was standing there looking at her reflection in a full-length mirror. I give you my word, I barely recognized her. For a moment, it quite took my breath away. She stood tall and slender as a willow, with delicate ankles and feet accentuated by fine silk stockings and elegantly cut shoes. Yes, her hands and feet were lovely, with fine bones and a graceful quality to every line. Her hair had been cut and styled close to her head, shining like polished chestnut. Thankfully, they'd left her face untouched, no heavy makeup, or if any was applied, it was so subtle it didn't show. Her lips needed no color. More than that, there was something new about her, a quiet, innocent pride in the way she held her head. She met my eyes with a serious, slightly shy smile. I look rather nice, don't I? Megan said. Nice, I replied. That's putting it mildly. Let's go to dinner. If every other man doesn't turn to stare, I'll be shocked. You'll leave every other woman in the room completely outshone. Megan wasn't classically beautiful, but she was distinctive and striking. She had presence. She walked into the restaurant ahead of me, and as the maitre d' hurried over, I felt that foolish surge of pride a man gets when he's with someone truly exceptional. We started with cocktails, taking our time, then enjoyed a long dinner. Afterward, we danced. Megan was eager to, and though I hadn't expected her to be particularly good, she was wonderful, light as air in my arms, her movement perfectly in sync with the music. Good heavens, I said, you can really dance. She looked faintly surprised. Well, of course. We had weekly dance lessons at school. It takes more than lessons to dance like that, I told her. Back at our table, she sighed happily. Isn't the food marvelous? And everything about tonight. My thoughts exactly, I agreed. It was a dizzying, wonderful evening. I was still floating in a dream when Megan brought me back to reality with an uncertain, shouldn't we be getting home? My heart sank. Yes, I'd been completely carried away. I'd forgotten everything else, lost in a world apart with this remarkable person I'd helped bring to life. Good Lord, I muttered, realizing the last train had already departed. Wait here, I said. I need to make a call. I phoned the Llewellyn car service and requested their largest, fastest car to come at once. Returning to Megan, I explained, we missed the last train. We're going home by car. Are we? How exciting! What a delightful girl she was, I thought. So appreciative, so willing to go along without question or fuss. The car arrived, big and fast, but even so, it was very late when we finally reached Limstock. Suddenly feeling guilty, I said, they'll have organized a search party for you by now. But Megan remained calm. Oh, I doubt it, she said vaguely. I often go out and don't come back for lunch. Yes, but my dear, you've been gone for tea and dinner as well. Luck was on Megan's side, however. The house was dark and quiet. Following her suggestion, we went around to the back and tossed pebbles at Rose's window. Eventually, Rose looked out and, with much hushed exclamation and fluttering, came down to let us in. Well now, and me telling everyone you were asleep in your bed, Rose whispered. The master and Miss Holland here, a slight disapproving sniff, had an early supper and went for a drive. I said I'd keep an eye on the boys. I thought I heard you come in while I was upstairs with Colin, who was being a proper handful, but when I came down you weren't about, so I assumed you'd gone up to bed. That's just what I said when the master returned and asked after you. I gently ended the conversation by suggesting Megan should head straight upstairs. Good night, Megan said softly, and thank you so much. This has been the most wonderful day I've ever had. I drove home feeling lightheaded, tipped the chauffeur generously, and even offered him a bed for the night. He preferred to drive back under the stars. The front door had been ajar during our exchange, and as the car pulled away, Joanna pushed it fully open, greeting me with, "So you finally decided to come home, did you?" "Were you waiting up for me?" I asked, stepping inside and closing the door behind me. Joanna led the way into the living room. A coffee pot sat warming on the hearth, and she poured herself a cup while I fixed a whiskey and soda. Waiting up? Hardly. I assumed you'd chosen to stay in the city and paint the town red. I suppose I painted a little corner of it in a way. A chuckle escaped me, then grew into genuine laughter. When Joanna demanded an explanation, I gave her the full story. "Jerry, you must have been completely out of your mind," she exclaimed. "I expect I was, but you simply cannot do things like that, not in a town this size. It will be the talk of Limstock by breakfast." Probably so. Still, Megan is practically a child. She is not a child. She's 20 years old. You can't whisk a 20-year-old girl off to London, buy her an entire wardrobe, and not expect a monumental scandal. Good heavens, Jerry, you'll likely have to marry her now. Joanna was caught between seriousness and amusement. It was in that very moment I stumbled upon a startling realization. Well, hang it all, I said. I wouldn't mind that in the least. In fact, I believe I'd like it. A peculiar expression crossed Joanna's face. She stood and said, with dry emphasis as she moved toward the hallway, "Yes, I've been aware of that for quite a while now." She left me standing there, glass in hand, utterly stunned by my own revelation. I've never known what a man is supposed to feel when he decides to propose. In stories, his mouth goes dry, his collar chokes him, and he's a bundle of nerves. I felt nothing of the sort. Having hit upon an excellent idea, I was eager to see it settled without delay. The prospect didn't seem particularly awkward to me. I walked over to the Symingtons' house around 11. I rang the bell, and when Rose answered, I asked for Miss Megan. It was the knowing glance she gave me that first stirred a faint sense of shyness. She showed me into the small morning room, and as I waited, I felt a pang of unease, hoping they hadn't been giving Megan a hard time. When the door opened and I turned, my worry vanished instantly. Megan showed no sign of shyness or distress. Her hair still shone like polished chestnut, and she carried that new air of quiet pride and self-possession from the day before. She was back in her old clothes, yet she'd managed to make them look entirely different. It's remarkable what a dash of confidence in her own appeal can do for a young woman. I realized quite suddenly that Megan had grown up. I suppose I must have been more nervous than I thought, because I opened the conversation with an affectionate, "Hello there, catfish," hardly the most romantic greeting under the circumstances. It seemed to suit Megan just fine. She grinned and said, Hello? Listen, I began. I hope you didn't get into too much trouble over yesterday. Megan replied with certainty. Oh, no, then blinked and added vaguely. Well, yes, I suppose I did. They said a great many things and seemed to think it all very strange. But you know how people are, making a tremendous fuss over nothing. I was relieved to see that their shocked disapproval had slid off Megan as easily as water from a duck's back. I came by this morning, I said, because I have a suggestion. I'm very fond of you, and I think you're fond of me. Terribly, said Megan with an enthusiasm that was slightly alarming. And we get on so well together. So I think it would be a splendid idea if we were to get married. Oh, said Megan. She looked surprised. Just that. Not startled, not shocked, merely mildly surprised. You mean you actually want to marry me? She asked, as if seeking perfect clarity. More than anything, I said, and I meant it completely. You mean you're in love with me? I am in love with you. Her gaze was steady and serious. She said, I think you're the kindest person I know, but I'm not in love with you. I could make you love me in time. That wouldn't be right at all. She stopped me with a firm shake of her head. I can't be made into something I'm not, she said, her voice dropping to a serious tone. I wouldn't be the right wife for you. My nature leans more toward holding a grudge than offering affection. She spoke with a strange, fierce conviction. I countered, hate burns out. Love is what endures. Do you really believe that? It's the core of what I believe. Another quiet stretched between us. Finally, I asked, so that's your final answer? Yes, it is. And you won't even give me permission to hope for a change. What purpose would that serve? Absolutely none, I conceded. It would be pointless anyway because I intend to hope, regardless of what you say. So, there it was. I left the house feeling somewhat stunned, yet annoyingly aware of Rose's intensely curious eyes tracking my every move. Rose had plenty to say before I could make my escape. She went on about how she hadn't been the same since that terrible day. How she only stayed for the children's sake and out of pity for poor Mr. Symington. She declared she wouldn't remain unless they hired another maid immediately, a prospect she doubted given the house's history. It was all very well for Miss Holland to offer to handle the chores in the meantime. She was certainly sweet and helpful, oh yes, but it was clear she fancied herself the future mistress of the house. Poor Mr. Symington, a man who noticed nothing, was just a helpless widower, ripe to be ensnared by a scheming woman. And it wouldn't be for lack of effort if Miss Holland didn't end up stepping right into the deceased wife's shoes. I nodded along mechanically, desperate to leave, but trapped as Rose clutched my hat, unleashing her torrent of bitterness. I wondered if there was any truth in her venom. Had Elsie Holland actually pictured herself becoming the second Mrs. Symington? Or was she simply a good-hearted young woman doing her best to help a grieving family? The practical outcome might be the same either way. And why shouldn't it be? Symington's young children needed a mother. Elsie was a respectable person, not to mention possessing a rather distracting sort of beauty, a point even a reserved man like Symington might notice. I turned all this over in my mind, knowing full well I was using it to avoid thinking about Megan. You might think I had approached my proposal with a foolishly confident attitude and got exactly what I deserved, but that wasn't the whole story. It was because I felt so certain, so secure in the belief that Megan and I belonged together, that caring for her, ensuring her happiness, and shielding her from harm was my natural and rightful path, that I assumed she would feel the same undeniable connection, but I wasn't giving up. Not a chance. Megan was my match, and I was determined to win her. After a moment's reflection, I headed to Symington's office. Megan might ignore social conventions, but I wanted to set the record straight. I was informed Mr. Symington was available and shown into his room. A certain tightness around his mouth and an extra layer of formality in his manner told me I wasn't currently in his good graces. Good morning, I began. This isn't a business call, but a personal one. I'll be direct. You've probably realized I'm in love with Megan. I've asked her to marry me, and she refused. But I don't consider that the end of it. I watched Symington's expression shift and read his thoughts with almost comical ease. Megan was a disruptive element in his orderly household. He was, I believed, a fair and decent man who would never shirk his duty to his late wife's daughter, but her marriage to me would undoubtedly simplify his life. The icy demeanor thawed. He offered me a faint, careful smile. Honestly, Burton, I had no idea things had progressed that far, he said. I knew you paid her attention, but we've always thought of her as just a girl. She is not a child, I stated flatly. No, it's been years since I've seen her. She can be whatever age she's allowed to be, I replied, my irritation still simmering just beneath the surface. Legally, she's not there yet, I'm aware. But that changes in a matter of weeks. You can have every detail about me you wish. I'm financially secure and my life has been entirely respectable. I will provide for her and dedicate myself to her happiness. Quite. Ultimately, however, it is Megan's decision. She'll come to see things clearly in time, I assured him. I simply wanted to be completely transparent with you from the start. He thanked me for my candor, and we parted on good terms. Outside, I encountered Miss Emily Barton, a woven shopping basket hooked over her arm. Good morning, Mr. Burton. I understand you were in London yesterday. She had heard, of course. Her eyes held a kindly light, but they were also brimming with undisguised curiosity. I had a consultation with my physician, I explained. Miss Emily offered a faint, knowing smile. That smile seemed to dismiss the entire medical profession with gentle amusement. She murmured softly, I also heard Megan very nearly missed her train. She had to leap aboard while it was already moving. With my assistance, I added, I managed to pull her in. How fortunate you were present. It could have ended quite badly. It is remarkable how one soft-spoken, inquisitive elderly lady can make a man feel like a complete simpleton. I was rescued from further discomfort by the sudden arrival of Mrs. Dane Calthrop. She had her own quiet companion in tow, but she herself was characteristically blunt. Good morning, she declared. I understand you finally convinced Megan to invest in a proper wardrobe. Extremely sensible. It often takes a man to focus on the truly practical matters. I've been concerned about that girl for ages. Intelligent young women are so terribly prone to becoming utter dullards, don't you find? With this astonishing pronouncement, she vanished into the fishmonger's. Miss Marple, who had remained beside me, gave a gentle, knowing smile and said, Mrs. Dane Calthrop is a most remarkable woman. She is nearly always correct. It does make her rather intimidating, I admitted. Sincerity often has that effect, Miss Marple observed. Mrs. Dane Calthrop reappeared from the shop as abruptly as she had entered, now clutching a large, vibrant red lobster. Have you ever seen anything so utterly unlike Mr. Pye? She inquired, holding it up. So decidedly vigorous and handsome, isn't it? I returned home somewhat apprehensive about facing Joanna, but my worry was unnecessary. She was out, and she did not come back for lunch. This displeased Partridge considerably, who said with distinct sourness as she presented 2 lone pork chops, Miss Burton was most specific about being in for the meal. I consumed both chops in a futile attempt to compensate for my sister's absence. Still, I wondered where she could be. Lately, she had become remarkably secretive about her daily activities. It was 3:30 when Joanna finally burst into the drawing room. I had heard a car pause outside, and for a moment thought it might be Dr. Griffith, but it drove on, and Joanna entered alone. Her face was flushed, and she was visibly distressed. I could see immediately that something was very wrong. What's happened? I asked. Joanna opened her mouth, then closed it, let out a heavy sigh, collapsed into a chair, and stared blankly ahead. I've had the most dreadful day, she finally said. What did you do? I did the most unbelievable things. It was horrific. But what? I merely went out for a walk, a perfectly normal walk. I went up over the hill and onto the moor. I walked for miles, I felt like it. Eventually, I descended into a secluded valley. There's a farm there, a lonely, forgotten sort of place. I was parched and wondered if they might have some milk or water. So I wandered into the farmyard, and then the door flew open and Owen came out. And he thought I might be the district nurse. There was a woman inside in labor. He was expecting the nurse and had sent for another doctor, as things were not progressing well. Go on. So he said to me, come on, you'll have to do better than nobody. I told him I couldn't, that I'd never done anything remotely like it, that I knew nothing at all. He demanded what on earth that mattered. And then he was brutal. He turned on me. He said, you're a woman, aren't you? That's qualification enough right now. I suppose you can do your best to help another woman, can't you? He kept going at me, saying I'd talked as if I was interested in medicine and had mentioned wishing I could be a nurse. All just pleasant chatter, I suppose. You never meant anything serious by it, but this is serious and you're going to act like a decent person, not some useless decorative fool. I've done the most invisible things, Jerry. Held instruments, sterilized them, passed supplies. I'm so exhausted I can barely stay on my feet. It was awful. But he saved her and the baby. It was born alive. At one point, he didn't think he could save it. Oh my! Joanna hid her face in her hands. I looked at her with a certain satisfaction and silently tipped my hat to Owen Griffith. For once he'd shoved Joanna right up against the hard truth. I mentioned, "There's a letter for you in the hallway. From Paul, I believe?" "What?" She was quiet for a moment, then said, "I had no idea, Jerry, what doctors really have to do. The sheer nerve they must have." I went to the hall and brought Joanna the letter. She opened it, gave the contents a vague look, and let it fall. He was actually rather incredible. The way he fought, the way he refused to be defeated. He was awful and horrible to me, but he was wonderful. I noted Paul's ignored letter with some private amusement. Clearly, Joanna was over Paul. Things never arrive when you're waiting for them. I was completely wrapped up in Joanna's and my own personal matters, and was utterly surprised the next morning when Nash's voice came over the telephone. "We've got her, Mr. Burton. I was so shocked I almost dropped the receiver." "You mean the?" He cut in. "Can you be overheard where you are?" "No, I don't think so." "Well, maybe. The baize door to the kitchen seemed to have swung open just a crack. Perhaps you'd like to come down to the station?" "I will. Right away." I was at the police station in no time. In a back room, Nash and Sergeant Parkins were together. Nash was all smiles. "It's been a long hunt," he said, "but we've finally arrived." He slid a letter across the table. This one was fully typewritten. It was, for its kind, relatively tame. Don't think you can just step into a dead woman's place. The whole town is laughing at you. Leave now. Soon it will be too late. This is a warning. Remember what happened to that other girl? Get out and stay out. It finished with some crude language. "That arrived from Miss Holland this morning," said Nash. "Thought it was odd she hadn't gotten one before," Sergeant Parkins remarked. "Who wrote it?" I asked. Some of the triumph faded from Nash's face. He looked weary and troubled. He said gravely, "I'm sorry about it because it will hit a good man hard, but there it is. Perhaps he's had his suspicions already."
Who wrote it? I asked again.
"Miss Aim Griffith." Nash and Parkins went to the Griffiths' house that afternoon with a warrant. By Nash's invitation I went along. "The doctor," he said, "is quite fond of you. He doesn't have many friends here. I think if it isn't too difficult for you, Mr. Burton, you might help him endure the shock." I said I would come. I didn't relish the task, but I thought I might be of some use. We rang the bell and asked for Miss Griffith and were shown into the living room. Elsie Holland, Megan, and Symington were there having tea. Nash acted very carefully. He asked Aim if he could have a few words with her privately. She stood up and came toward us. I thought I caught just a faint, trapped look in her eye. If it was there, it vanished. She was perfectly normal and cheerful. "Need me not in trouble over my car lights again, I hope?" She led the way out of the living room and across the hall into a small study. As I closed the living room door, I saw Symington's head jerk up sharply. I supposed his legal training had brought him into contact with police work, and he had recognized something in Nash's manner. He started to rise from his chair. That was all I managed to see before I closed the door and hurried after the others. Nash was delivering his official statement. His manner was subdued and perfectly proper. He issued the formal caution and then informed her that she would have to come with him. He produced the warrant for her arrest and read the charge aloud. I can't recall the precise legal phrasing now. It was for the letters, not for murder at that point. Aimee Griffith threw back her head and let out a harsh, braying laugh. Her voice boomed through the room. "What absolute rubbish, as if I would ever write such a pile of filthy nonsense. You must be out of your mind. I have never written a single word of that sort." Nash then presented the letter addressed to Elsie Holland. "Do you deny writing this, Miss Griffith?" he asked. If she paused, it was for the merest fraction of a second. Certainly I deny it. I've never laid eyes on it before, Nash continued calmly. I have to inform you, Miss Griffith, that you were seen typing that letter on the machine at the Women's Institute between 11 and 11:30 in the evening, 2 nights ago. Furthermore, yesterday you were observed entering the post office holding a bundle of letters. I never mailed that one.
No, you did not,
Nash agreed. While you were waiting for stamps, you let it fall discreetly to the floor, intending for some unsuspecting person to come along, pick it up, and post it for you. I never did any such. The door swung open and Symington walked in. What is the meaning of this? He demanded sharply. May, if there's any trouble, you should have legal counsel. If you want me to. That was when she broke. She buried her face in her hands, swayed, and stumbled toward a chair. Go away, Dick, she choked out. Just go away, not you. I couldn't bear it. I don't want you to see any of this. He seemed to understand then, he said quietly. I'll contact Mildmay from Exhampton. Will that do? She merely nodded, her body shaking with sobs. Symington turned and left the room, nearly colliding in the doorway with Owen Griffith. What's happening here? Owen asked, his voice fierce. My sister! I'm dreadfully sorry, Dr. Griffith, Symington said, but we have no choice in the matter. You believe she wrote those vile letters? I'm afraid the evidence leaves little room for doubt, sir, Nash said, and then turned back to May. You must come with us now, please, Miss Griffith. You will have every opportunity to consult a solicitor, you understand? Owen cried out. May? She pushed past him without meeting his eyes. Don't speak to me, she said, her voice raw. Don't say a word, and for pity's sake, don't look at me. They led her out. Owen remained standing there, utterly dazed, as if trapped in a bad dream. I waited a moment, then approached him. If there's anything I can do, Griffith, just tell me. It's May, he murmured, still not comprehending. I can't believe it. It might all be a mistake, I offered weakly, knowing how hollow it sounded. He shook his head slowly. She wouldn't react like that if it were, but I never would have thought it possible. I simply can't accept it. He sank heavily into a chair. I made myself useful by fixing a strong drink and handing it to him. He drank it in one go, and some color seemed to return to his face. I couldn't process it at first, he said. I'm better now. Thank you, Burton, but there's nothing to be done. Nothing anyone can do. The door opened again, and Joanna entered. She was very pale. She walked straight to Owen and then glanced at me. Leave us, Jerry, she said. This is between us. As I stepped out into the hall, I glanced back and saw her kneel down beside his chair. Not you, she cried out, her voice breaking. You need a lawyer, my dear, but not you. I couldn't bear it. I don't want you to know any of this. He seemed to understand then. Quietly, he said, I'll contact Mildmay, from Exhampton. Will that be acceptable? She only nodded, sobs now shaking her frame. Symington left the room, and in the doorway, he nearly collided with Owen Griffith. What is the meaning of this? Owen demanded fiercely. My sister. I am terribly sorry, Dr. Griffith. We have no other choice. You believe she wrote those letters? I'm afraid there is very little doubt, sir, Nash replied, turning to Amy. You must come with us now, please, Miss Griffith. You will have every opportunity to consult a solicitor. Amy? Owen's voice was strained. She moved past him without meeting his eyes. Don't speak to me, don't say a word, and for pity's sake, don't look at me. They led her out. Owen stood motionless as if trapped in a dream. After a moment, I approached him. If there's anything I can do, Griffith, just tell me. He spoke dazedly. May? I can't believe it. It might be a mistake, I offered, though the words felt hollow. He shook his head slowly. She wouldn't react that way if it were. I never would have imagined it. I still can't. He sank into a chair. I found a strong drink and handed it to him. He swallowed it in one go, and some color seemed to return to his face. It didn't register at first, he said. I'm better now. Thank you, Burton, but there's nothing to be done. Nothing anyone can do. The door opened and Joanna entered, her face pale. She walked straight to Owen and glanced at me. Leave us, Jerry. This is between us. As I stepped out, I saw her kneel beside his chair. I can't give you an orderly account of the next day. Certain moments stand out sharply, disconnected from the rest. I remember Joanna returning home, looking exhausted and drawn, and my attempt to lighten the mood. "So who's playing the guardian angel now?" I asked. She gave a faint, sorrowful smile. "He says he won't have me, Jerry. He's too proud, too stubborn." "Well, my girl won't have me either," I replied. We sat in silence for a while until Joanna finally said, "It seems the Burton family isn't exactly in high demand at the moment." "Never mind, my dear," I said. "We still have each other." Joanna sighed. "Somehow, Jerry, that isn't much comfort right now." Owen visited the following day, overflowing with praise for Joanna. She was wonderful, extraordinary. The way she had come to him, willing to marry him immediately if he wished, but he wouldn't allow it. No, she was too good, too fine to be dragged into the ugly scandal once the newspapers got hold of the story. I was fond of my sister and knew she was the sort who stands firm in a crisis, but all this lofty talk began to wear on me. I told Owen, rather irritably, to stop being so insufferably noble. I went down to the high street and found gossip in full swing. Emily Barton was claiming she had never truly trusted Amy Griffith. The grocer's wife declared with relish that she had always thought Miss Griffith had a peculiar look in her eye. The case against Amy was solid, as I learned from Nash. A search of her house had uncovered the torn pages from Emily Barton's book, hidden, of all places, in the cupboard under the stairs, wrapped in an old roll of wallpaper. "And a clever spot, too," Nash remarked with appreciation. "You never know when a nosy servant might fiddle with a desk or a locked drawer, but those junk cupboards full of old tennis balls and leftover wallpaper never get opened except to shove more clutter inside." "It seems the lady had a fondness for that particular hiding place," I observed. "Indeed," Nash said. "The criminal mind rarely shows much variety. By the way, concerning the dead girl, we have one solid lead. A large, heavy pestle is missing from the doctor's dispensary. I'd wager anything that's exactly what left her so shocked. It's a rather cumbersome item to carry around," I pointed out. "Not for Miss Griffith, though. She was headed to the guides meeting that afternoon, but planned to drop off some flowers and vegetables at the Red Cross stall along the way. She had an enormous basket with her for that very purpose. The skewer itself hasn't been recovered, has it?" "No, and I doubt it ever will be. The poor woman may be unwell, but she wasn't so far gone as to keep a blood-stained weapon just to make our job simpler. All she needed to do was wash it and put it back in a kitchen drawer. I suppose you can't expect every piece of evidence to fall into place. Word took a while to reach the vicarage." Old Miss Marple was deeply troubled by the news. She spoke to me with great urgency. "It simply cannot be true, Mr. Burton." "I feel certain it is not. I'm afraid it is true." They were watching, you understand. They actually witnessed her typing that letter. Yes, perhaps they did. I can believe that part. And the printed pages she cut the letters from were discovered right where she'd hidden them in her home. Miss Marple fixed me with a stare, then she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "That is monstrous, truly wicked." Mrs. Dane Calthrop hurried over to join us. "What's troubling you, Jane?" Miss Marple murmured helplessly, "Oh dear, what is one to do? What has you so upset? I am so old and so ignorant, and I fear, rather foolish at times." I felt quite awkward and was relieved when Mrs. Dane Calthrop led her friend away. I encountered Miss Marple again much later that afternoon, as I was finally heading home. She was standing near the little bridge at the village edge, close to Mrs. Cleet's cottage, and to my surprise, she was talking with Megan. I had been wanting to see Megan all day. I quickened my pace, but as I approached, Megan turned sharply and walked off in the opposite direction. It sparked a flare of anger in me, and I would have gone after her, but Miss Marple stepped into my path. "I need to speak with you," she said. "Do not follow her now. It would not be wise." I was on the verge of a sharp retort when she disarmed me completely by saying, "That young woman possesses remarkable courage, a very rare and high order of courage." I still felt the pull to go after Megan, but Miss Marple insisted, "Do not try to see her now. I assure you, I know what I'm talking about. She must preserve that courage of hers." There was something in the old lady's certainty that sent a chill through me, as if she knew something I did not. A vague fear took hold, though I couldn't say why. I didn't go home. Instead, I turned back into the high street and paced up and down without any real purpose, lost in a fog of uneasy thoughts. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for, or even what I was thinking about. I was eventually cornered by that tiresome old bore, Colonel Appleby. He asked after my sister as usual, then launched into his gossip. What's this nonsense about Griffith's sister being mad as a hatter? They're saying she's behind this confounded anonymous letter business that's been plaguing everyone. Couldn't believe it at first, but they insist it's true. I confirmed it was true enough. Well, I must say our police are fairly competent if you give them enough time. A funny business, this anonymous letter stunt. It's always these dried-up old spinsters who go in for it, though the Griffith woman wasn't bad-looking, even if she was a bit past her prime. But there aren't many decent-looking girls around here, except for that governess the Symingtons have. She's quite a picture. Pleasant girl, too. Always so grateful for the smallest kindness. Came across her having a sort of picnic with those children not long ago. They were tumbling about in the heather and she was knitting, terribly vexed because she'd run out of wool. Well, I said, "Let me drive you into Limstock? I have to pick up a fishing rod there anyway. I won't be more than 10 minutes fetching it, then I'll drive you right back." She hesitated about leaving the boys alone. I assured her they'd be perfectly fine. Who would bother them? I certainly wasn't about to bring the boys along, no chance of that. So I drove her into town, left her at the fabric store, collected her a while later, and that was the end of it. She thanked me very sweetly, seemed genuinely grateful. A nice girl. I finally managed to extricate myself from the conversation. It was afterward that I saw Miss Marple for the third time that day, emerging from the police station. Where do our deepest anxieties originate? Where do they first take form? Lurking in the shadows of the mind before stepping into the light. It all came back to one brief, haunting phrase, heard and registered but never fully dismissed. Take me away. It's so awful being here, feeling so wicked. Why had Megan said that? What possible reason did she have to feel wicked? Mrs. Symington's death couldn't logically inspire such guilt in Megan. Why then did the girl feel that way? The question hammered at me. Could it stem from some sense of responsibility? Megan? It was unthinkable. Megan could have no connection to those vile, obscene letters. I recalled Owen Griffith mentioning a case from up north involving a schoolgirl. What had Inspector Graves said? Something about the adolescent psyche, about respectable women under anesthesia uttering words they scarcely knew, about young boys scrawling things on walls. No, not Megan. It couldn't be. Then my thoughts turned darker. Heredity? Bad blood? Some twisted, unconscious inheritance from a past generation? A curse laid upon her, a misfortune rather than a fault? Her own words echoed back to me. I'm not the wife for you. I'm better at hating than loving. Oh, Megan, my dear girl. Anything but that. And that sharp old woman, Miss Marple, was watching her, suspecting something. She said Megan had courage. Courage to do what? It was a momentary panic, a storm in my mind that eventually passed. But the need to see Megan, to look into her eyes, became urgent. At 9:30 that night, I left my house and walked down into the town, heading for the Symingtons. It was during that walk that a completely new possibility struck me. The idea of a woman nobody had seriously considered for a moment, or had Detective Nash already thought of her? It seemed wildly unlikely, fantastically improbable, and until today I would have said utterly impossible. But now I wasn't so sure. No, not impossible. I quickened my pace, the new idea making it even more imperative that I reach Megan immediately. I passed through the Symingtons' gate and approached the house. The night was dark and heavy, clouds blotting out the stars, and a light drizzle had begun to fall, reducing visibility. A line of light escaped from one of the downstairs windows, the small morning room. After a moment's hesitation, I didn't go to the front door. Instead, I veered off and moved quietly toward the window, ducking behind a large shrub and crouching low. The light came from a gap in the curtains, which weren't completely closed. It was easy to peer through. The scene inside was one of strangely calm domesticity. Symington sat in a large armchair, and Elsie Holland, her golden head bent in concentration, was mending a tear in a boy's shirt. The window was open a crack at the top, so I could hear as well as see. Elsie Holland was speaking in her pleasant, efficient voice. "But I do think, Mr. Symington, that the boys are really quite old enough for boarding school now. Not that I won't miss them terribly, I will. I've grown ever so fond of them both." Symington replied, "You may be right about Brian, Miss Holland. I've decided he'll start next term at Winhays, my old preparatory school, but Colin is still a little young. I'd prefer he wait another year." "Well, of course I understand. And Colin is perhaps a little young for his age," she agreed. "It was all so quiet, so ordinary, a golden-haired woman sewing, a father planning his son's futures." Then the door opened, and Megan entered. She stood very straight in the doorway, and I was instantly aware of a new tension in her posture, a taut, strung-up energy. The skin of her face seemed stretched tight over her bones, her eyes were brilliantly bright and resolute. There was no trace of her usual diffidence or childishness about her tonight. She spoke directly to Symington, but without using any form of address, and it struck me then that I had never actually heard her call him anything. Did she say father or use his given name, Dick? It was a curious detail I'd never considered before. "I need to speak with you," she said. "Alone." Symington looked surprised, and I sensed he wasn't pleased. He frowned, but Megan held her ground with a firmness I hadn't often seen in her. She turned to Elsie Holland. "Would you mind, Elsie?" "Oh, certainly." Elsie stood up quickly, seeming both startled and a little flustered. She moved toward the door as Megan stepped further into the room, allowing Elsie to pass. For just a moment, Elsie paused in the doorway, glancing back over her shoulder. Her lips were pressed together, her posture perfectly still, one hand extended while the other held her needlework close. I caught my breath, struck suddenly by how beautiful she was. Even now, when I remember her, it's that image that comes to mind, a figure frozen in motion, possessing a kind of timeless, classical perfection you might see in an ancient Greek statue. Then she was gone, closing the door softly behind her. Symington spoke with a touch of irritation. "All right, Megan. What is it? What do you need?" Megan walked right up to the table and stood looking down at him. I was struck again by the resolute determination in her expression, and by something else, a new hardness I hadn't seen before. Then she said something that shocked me to my core. "I need money." The request did nothing to improve Symington's mood. "Couldn't this have waited until morning?" he asked sharply. "Is your allowance not enough?" Even then, I thought he seemed like a reasonable man, one open to logic, but not to emotional appeals. Megan didn't back down. "I need a considerable amount?" Symington sat up straighter, his tone turning cold. "You'll come of age in a few months. Then the inheritance from your grandmother will be transferred to you by the trustee." "You don't understand." Megan said, speaking more quickly now, "I want the money from you." She took a breath, her voice steadying. "No one has ever really talked to me about my father. They didn't want me to know, but I do know he went to prison, and I know why. It was for blackmail." She let that hang in the air for a moment. "Well, I'm his daughter. Maybe I take after him. So I'm asking you for money, because if you don't give it to me," she continued slowly and evenly, "I will tell everyone what I saw you doing to that cachet in my mother's room that day." There was a pause. Then Symington replied in a flat, emotionless voice, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Megan gave a thin smile. "It wasn't pleasant. I think you do." Symington rose, walked to the writing desk, and took out his checkbook. He wrote a check deliberately, blotted it carefully, and returned to hand it to her. "You're practically an adult now," he said. "I suppose you might want to purchase something special, clothes or the like? I didn't really follow what you were saying, but here." Megan glanced at the check. "Thank you. This will do for now." She turned and left the room. Symington stared at the closed door, and when he finally turned back, the look on his face made me lurch forward instinctively. But my movement was checked abruptly. The large shrub I had noticed near the wall suddenly wasn't a shrub at all. Superintendent Nash's arms wrapped around me, and his voice hissed quietly in my ear. "Steady, Burton. For heaven's sake, keep still." With great care, he guided me backward, his grip firm until we were around the side of the house. There he straightened up and wiped his forehead. Of course, he muttered. You just had to get involved. That girl isn't safe, I insisted urgently. You saw his face. We have to get her out of here. Nash took a firm hold of my arm. Listen to me, Mr. Burton. You need to hear me out. So I listened. I didn't like it, but in the end I gave in. I was determined to be present and gave my word to follow instructions without question. That is why I found myself entering the house through the unlocked back door with Nash and Parkins. We took our positions upstairs on the landing, concealed behind a heavy velvet curtain that draped a window alcove. We waited in silence until the clocks throughout the house chimed 2. Then Symington's door opened. I watched him cross the landing and enter Megan's room. I forced myself to remain perfectly still, knowing Sergeant Parkins was already inside, hidden by the door as it swung open. Parkins was a reliable man who knew his business, and I frankly didn't trust my own nerves to stay quiet and not give us away. My heart hammered against my ribs as I saw Symington emerge, carrying Megan in his arms. He carried her downstairs, with Nash and myself trailing at a careful distance behind. He took her straight to the kitchen. Just as he had settled her with her head inside the gas oven and turned the valve, Nash and I stepped through the doorway and flooded the room with light. That was the finish for Richard Symington. He simply crumpled. Even as I was dragging Megan clear and shutting off the gas, I saw his total collapse. He didn't put up a fight. He knew the game was over, and he had lost later. I sat by Megan's bed upstairs, waiting for her to wake, and occasionally snapping at Nash. How can you be sure she's unharmed? It was an enormous risk to take. Nash remained infuriatingly calm. It was merely a mild sedative in the milk she always kept at her bedside. Nothing more. Think it through, he couldn't possibly risk a poisoning. As far as he was concerned, the case was neatly closed with Miss Griffith's arrest. Another mysterious death would raise far too many questions. No violence, no poison. But if a troubled young girl brooding over her mother's suicide were to be found with her head in the gas oven, well, people would simply say she was never quite right in the head and the shock finished her. I kept my eyes on Megan. She's taking a long time to come around. You heard Dr. Griffith. Her pulse and heart are perfectly sound. She'll simply sleep it off and wake naturally. It's a preparation he prescribes often, he said. Megan stirred then, murmuring something unintelligible. Superintendent Nash quietly slipped out of the room. A moment later, her eyes fluttered open. Jerry. Hello, sweetheart. Did I do it well enough? You could have been a professional blackmailer since you were in diapers. A faint smile touched her lips before her eyes closed again. Then she murmured, Last night I was writing to you. In case anything went wrong. I was too sleepy to finish. It's over there. I went to the small writing table. In a worn little blotter, I found Megan's unfinished letter. My dear Jerry, it began in her careful script. I was reading my school Shakespeare and the sonnet that starts, So are you to my thoughts as food to life, or as sweet season showers are to the ground, and I see now that I am in love with you after all, because that is precisely what I feel. So you see, declared Mrs. Dane Calthrop with an air of triumph, I was perfectly correct to consult an expert. I stared at her, bewildered. We were gathered at the vicarage. Rain streamed down the windows, but inside a cheerful log fire crackled. Mrs. Dane Calthrop had been wandering about, and for some private reason of her own, she plumped a sofa cushion and placed it on top of the grand piano. But did you? I asked, surprised. Who was it? What did they do? It wasn't a he, said Mrs. Dane Calthrop. With a dramatic sweep of her arm, she indicated Miss Marple. Miss Marple had set aside her fluffy knitting and was now occupied with a crochet hook and a ball of cotton. That is my expert, announced Mrs. Dane Calthrop. Jane Marple, look at her carefully. I assure you that woman understands more about the varied shades of human wickedness than anyone else I have ever met. I really don't think you should phrase it quite like that, dear, murmured Miss Marple. But it's perfectly true, insisted Mrs. Dane Calthrop. One does see a considerable amount of human nature living in a village throughout the seasons, said Miss Marple placidly. Then, as if she sensed the moment required it, she set aside her crochet work and began to speak in a soft, precise manner about the nature of murder. The essential point in these matters is to maintain a completely unbiased perspective. Most criminal acts, you'll find, are remarkably simple at their core. This one certainly was. perfectly logical and direct, and entirely comprehensible, though in a rather dreadful way, naturally. Exceedingly dreadful. The reality of it was painfully clear. You perceived it yourself, Mr. Burton. You really did. I assure you I did not. But you did. You laid out the entire framework for me. You understood perfectly how each piece connected to the next, but you simply lacked the confidence to trust what your instincts were telling you. Take that irritating saying, "Where there's smoke, there's fire." It annoyed you, yet you correctly identified it for what it was, a smokescreen. A classic misdirection, you see, making everyone stare at the wrong thing entirely, the anonymous letters. But the crucial fact was that there never were any real anonymous letters. But, Miss Marple, I must insist there were. I received one myself. Oh yes, you received something, but they weren't genuine. Dear Maud here realized that. Even in a quiet place like Limstock, there's no shortage of local gossip, and any woman living here would know those stories and use them. But a man, particularly a detached, analytical man like Mr. Symington, isn't interested in village chatter in the same way. A true female author of such poison pen letters would have made her accusations far more pointed and personal. So if you ignore the smoke and look directly at the fire, you find your footing. You return to the single, unadorned fact of what actually occurred. Setting the letters aside, only one event of consequence took place. Mrs. Symington died. Naturally, then, one considers who might have wished for Mrs. Symington's death, and the very first person that comes to mind in such a situation is, I'm sorry to say, the husband, and one asks if there was any reason, any motive, another woman, for instance. Almost immediately, I learn of a very charming young governess in the household. It becomes quite transparent, doesn't it? Here is Mr. Symington, a rather dry, restrained, and unemotional man, shackled to a fretful and nervous wife, when suddenly this vibrant young woman enters his life. I'm afraid, that when gentlemen of a certain age fall in love, it can become a veritable obsession. It's a sort of madness. And from what I can gather, Mr. Symington was never a particularly good man, not especially kind, affectionate, or sympathetic. His virtues were mostly passive, so he lacked the inner strength to resist this fixation. In a community like this, only his wife's death would resolve his dilemma. He wanted to marry the girl, you understand. She is respectable, and so is he. Furthermore, he was devoted to his children and had no wish to lose them. He wanted it all, his home, his children, his standing in the community, and Elsie. The price for that was murder. He chose, I must admit, a very cunning method. From his professional experience with criminal cases, he knew how swiftly suspicion falls upon the husband when a wife dies unexpectedly, and he understood the risk of exhumation in poisoning cases. So he engineered a death that appeared to be merely a tragic side effect of another event. He invented a non-existent letter writer. The clever part was that the police were bound to suspect a woman, and in a sense they were correct. All the letters exhibited a woman's mentality. He borrowed from them quite skillfully, drawing phrases and ideas from that case last year and another Dr. Griffith had mentioned. He wasn't so clumsy as to copy anything word for word, but he blended elements together so that the letters convincingly portrayed a disturbed, repressed female mind. He was familiar with all the police procedures, handwriting analysis, typewriter comparisons, and so forth. He had been planning this crime for some time, even taking a solitary walking tour the month before, which he claimed was for his nerves, but likely served to establish an alibi pattern and gather his thoughts away from prying eyes. He had already typed all the envelopes before donating the typewriter to the Women's Institute, and he likely cut the pages from the book at Little Furs much earlier, perhaps on a day he was left waiting alone in the drawing room. After all, who ever bothers to open a book of sermons? Once his false poison pen campaign was firmly established, he set the stage for the real act. He chose a fine afternoon when the governess, the boys, and his stepdaughter were all out, and the servants were enjoying their regular day off. He never anticipated that the young maid Agnes would have a quarrel with her boyfriend and return home early. Joanna inquired, "But what exactly did she see? Do you know?" "I can't be certain, only speculate. My guess is she saw nothing at all." "Meaning it was all a false alarm?" "Not exactly, my dear." I mean, she likely spent the entire afternoon at the pantry window, waiting for her young man to come and apologize. Literally, she saw no one come to the house, no postman, no visitor, no one. Being a bit slow, it would take her some time to realize how strange that was, especially since Mrs. Symington was supposed to have received an anonymous letter that very afternoon. "Are you saying she didn't receive one?" I asked, confused. Of course she didn't. The crime is really quite simple. Her husband merely placed the cyanide in the top cachet of the medicine she took each afternoon when her sciatica flared up after lunch. All Symington had to do was arrive home before or at the same time as Elsie Holland, call for his wife, get no response, go up to her room, drop a bit of cyanide into the plain glass of water she had used to swallow the cachet, toss the crumpled anonymous letter into the fireplace, and place the small scrap of paper with "I can't go on" written on it by her hand. Miss Marple turned to me. "You were quite correct about that as well, Mr. Burton. A scrap of paper was all wrong. People don't leave suicide notes on little torn bits of paper. They use a proper sheet, and very often an envelope, too. Yes, the scrap of paper was a mistake, and you sensed it." "You give me too much credit," I said. "I knew nothing at the time." "But you did. You truly did. Otherwise, why were you so immediately struck by the message your sister left scribbled on the telephone pad?" I repeated slowly, "Say that I can't go on Friday? I see now. I can't go on." Miss Marple beamed at me. "Exactly. Mr. Symington came across such a message and recognized its potential. He tore off the words he needed, providing a phrase genuinely in his wife's handwriting for when the moment arrived." "Was there any other flash of brilliance on my part?" I asked. Miss Marple twinkled. "You set me on the path, you know. You assembled those facts for me in sequence, and on top of that, you told me the most crucial detail that Elsie Holland had never received any anonymous letters." "You know?" I said, "Last night I actually thought she might be the letter writer, and that was why none were sent to her." "Oh, dear me, no. The person who writes anonymous letters almost always sends them to themselves as well. That's part of the perverse thrill, I suppose." "No, the fact interested me for a different reason entirely. You see, it was really Mr. Symington's one weakness. He couldn't bring himself to write a vile letter to the woman he loved. It's a fascinating glimpse into human nature, a credit to him in a way, but it's also where he slipped up. Joanna said, 'And he killed Agnes?' But surely that was completely unnecessary." "Perhaps it was, but what you don't realize, my dear, not having killed anyone, is that your judgment becomes terribly distorted afterward. Everything seems magnified. No doubt he overheard the girl telephoning Partridge, saying she'd been troubled ever since Mrs. Symington's death, that there was something about it she couldn't quite understand. He couldn't afford any risks. This silly, foolish girl had seen something. She knew something. Yet the record shows he was at his office all that afternoon. I imagine he killed her before he left. Miss Holland was busy in the dining room and kitchen. He simply stepped into the hall, opened and shut the front door to create the illusion of departure, then slipped into the small cloakroom. Once Agnes was the only one left in the house, he likely rang the bell, ducked back into the cloakroom, emerged behind her, and struck her on the head as she answered the door. After shoving the body into the cupboard, he hurried to his office, arriving just a little late if anyone had noticed, which they probably didn't. You see, no one was looking at a man. "What a despicable monster," declared Mrs. Dane Calthrop. "You feel no pity for him, Mrs. Dane Calthrop?" I asked. "Not a shred. Why should I? I'm simply glad to hear it, that's all." Joanna pressed on. "But why involve M.A. Griffith? I understand the police found the pestle from Owen's dispensary and the skewer as well. I suppose it's harder for a man to return items to kitchen drawers unnoticed. And guess where they were? Superintendent Nash just told me on my way over. Stashed in one of those dusty old deed boxes in his office, labeled for the estate of Sir Jasper Harrington West, deceased. Poor Jasper, Mrs. Dane Calthrop sighed. He was a cousin of mine, such a proper old gentleman. He would have been horrified.
Wasn't it insane to keep them, I wondered?
Probably more insane to throw them away, Mrs. Dane Calthrop countered. No one had a single suspicion about Symington. He didn't actually strike her with the pestle, Joanna clarified. There was a clock weight there, too, with hair and blood on it. He stole the pestle, I believe, on the day Amy was arrested, and hid the book pages in her house. Which brings me back to my original question. What about Amy Griffith? The police actually saw her write that letter. Yes, of course, Miss Marple said softly. She did write that letter. But why on earth would she? Oh, my dear, surely you've realized that Miss Griffith had been in love with Symington for years. Poor woman, Mrs. Dane Calthrop murmured, almost by reflex. They'd always been good friends, and I suppose she thought after Mrs. Symington's death that perhaps in time... Well, Miss Marple coughed delicately. And then the gossip started swirling about Elsie Holland. That must have shaken her badly. She saw the girl as a cunning little opportunist weaving her way into Symington's affections and utterly unworthy of him. And so I believe she gave in to temptation. Why not add one more anonymous letter and scare the girl out of town? It must have seemed perfectly safe to her, and she took what she thought were every precaution. Well? Joanna urged. Finish the story. I should imagine, Miss Marple said slowly, that when Miss Holland showed that letter to Symington, he recognized the handwriting immediately. He saw a chance to end the whole case for good and secure his own safety. Not very admirable, no, not at all, but he was terrified, you understand. The police wouldn't rest until they'd caught the letter writer. When he took the letter down to them and discovered they'd actually witnessed Amy writing it, he felt he had a golden opportunity to wrap everything up. She paused, her tone shifting from gentle sympathy to something sharper, almost sardonic. What a brilliantly cold calculation, inviting the family to tea there that afternoon. Coming from the office with his attaché case, he could easily smuggle the torn-out book pages to plant under the stairs and seal her fate. Hiding them there was a nasty little flourish. It echoed the disposal of Agnes's body, and from a practical standpoint, it was effortless for him. When he followed Amy and the police, just a minute or two passing through the hall would be enough. All the same, I said, there's one thing I can't forgive you for, Miss Marple, dragging Megan into this. Miss Marple set down her crochet work, which she had quietly resumed. She peered at me over the top of her glasses, her gaze severe. My dear boy, action was necessary. There was simply no proof to hold that cunning and ruthless man accountable. I required an ally, someone with sharp wits and considerable bravery. I found exactly the person I needed. It placed her in grave peril. Indeed it did, but we are not placed on this earth, Mr. Burton, to sidestep danger when an innocent life hangs in the balance. Do you grasp my meaning? I did understand. It was a bright morning on the high street. Miss Emily Barton emerged from the grocer's, her shopping bag in hand. Her cheeks were flushed with a rosy excitement. Oh, Mr. Burton, I'm in such a delightful state of nerves to imagine I am finally embarking on a cruise. I do hope you'll have a wonderful time. I'm certain I shall. I would never have dared to travel alone. It all feels so wonderfully fated the way matters have arranged themselves. For the longest time I've known I ought to let go of little furs, as my finances have become rather pinched, yet I couldn't bear the thought of strangers living within its walls. But now that you have purchased it and will reside there with Megan, why, it's entirely different. And then dear Aim, after her dreadful experience being rather at loose ends, and with her brother now married, how lovely that you've both chosen to settle here among us and agreeing to accompany me. We plan to be away for a good long while. We might even, Miss Emily lowered her voice to a thrilled whisper, go around the entire world, and Amy is so capable and sensible. I truly believe, don't you, that everything ultimately works out for the best. For just a fleeting instant, my thoughts turned to Mrs. Symington and Agnes Waddle in their churchyard graves, and I wondered if they would share that sentiment. Then I recalled that Agnes's young man hadn't been particularly devoted, and that Mrs. Symington had often been rather cold to Megan, and I thought, well, we all meet our end eventually. So I found myself agreeing with the joyful Miss Emily that in this best of all possible worlds, things had indeed turned out for the best. I continued along the high street and turned in at the Symingtons' gate. Megan came out to greet me, though it was hardly a romantic moment, as an enormous old English sheepdog bounded out beside her and nearly bowled me over with its poorly timed enthusiasm. "Isn't he wonderful?" Megan exclaimed. "A bit overpowering. Does he belong to us?" "Yes, he's a wedding gift from Joanna. We have received such lovely presents, haven't we?" That peculiar fluffy thing from Miss Marple, we haven't quite identified the beautiful Crown Derby tea service from Mr. Pye. And Elsie sent a toast rack. How utterly typical of her, I remarked. And she's quite content in a new position with a dentist. Now, where was I? Cataloging our gifts. Don't forget, if you change your mind, you'll have to return every last one. I shan't change my mind. What else? Oh, Mrs. Dane Calthrop sent an Egyptian scarab. An original thinker, that one, I said. But you haven't heard the best of it, Megan went on, her eyes sparkling. Partridge has actually sent me a present. It's quite possibly the most alarming tea cloth ever conceived, but I believe she must be growing fond of me because she said she embroidered every stitch herself. Depicting a motif of sour grapes and thistles, I presume? No, Megan laughed. True lovers' knots? Well, well, I said. Partridge is making progress. Megan had pulled me into the house by then. She said, there's one thing I can't puzzle out. Along with the dog's own collar and lead, Joanna sent an extra set. What on earth do you suppose that is for? That, I told her, is Joanna's idea of a joke.